and urban areas. And we use the horizon 2050 because that is the horizon that we are using for our groundwater management plan. So we concluded that the current population of in the area is a bit more than 400,000 people, but it will increase to about 650,000 people by the year 2050. We also assumed that people characterized as rural would use 30 liters per person per day, and that urban people would use 100 liters per person per day. Now, we all know that there are people living in urban areas that are not connected to an in-house connection, many in fact, and then that is an optimistic view of how much people are going to use. But we all also foresee a future where Mozambique is developing rapidly and where that consumption will be needed. Now, in addition to the domestic water demand, we also foresaw 15% of that demand to be added to the domestic demand for other needs like industrial development, tourism, and other needs like for schools, etc. But then the final one is we had to incorporate the so-called non-revenue water. Non-revenue water is that amount of water that is produced, but that is not billed. It's not invoiced. So it's produced, but it's lost in the process. For instance, due to leakages, in fact, any kinds of leakages. So in this graph, you see that domestic urban demand is in yellow, is around 10,000 cubic meters per day at the moment. And the other demand is another 1,500, that's the blue line. And then the big gray column is the amount of water that is lost due to non-revenue water. So both Agua de Região Sul and the AIOS have a strategy to reduce their non-revenue water, which is a great thing. That is indicated by the red line. So the current non-revenue water is 57%. And for instance, Agua de Região Sul plans to reduce it to 39% by 2030. And we decided to continue that line to our horizon of 2050, so that we in the end have a non-revenue water percentage of 20%. So that translates in this graph where the domestic demand increases a lot, but the non-revenue water demand reduces. And in the end, you end up with almost the same demand by the design horizon of 2050. Next slide. So for the same district, we indicated here how we think this project of this area can be assisted. So on the left, you see the current production of water. You see that's made up of different colors. It's made up of current surface water supply, current well fields, and also supply by the individual private operators. You see that it's only like 13,000, which basically means that the demand that I mentioned that is actually at the moment there of 25,000 is not met. That's indicated by that black arrow. It's an unmet demand, which means that that part of the column that is not provided is actually water that is not yet provided to the urban population. So they either get it through point sources or they're using less water. So to mitigate that situation, we have identified potential areas for expansion, also based on what the aquifer can sustainably provide. And we have suggested new strategic reserves where we can expand well fields to. So you see that through the different columns on top of the other columns on the right for the year 2050, where the actual water supply is more than met by the year 2050. So this is a planning from a water resources perspective. It doesn't mean that this is the plan of the various water supply operators. Next slide. So this graph is this slide is giving you a picture of the Injamana Peninsula, where you see in blue the existing well fields, the blue squares, where the current well fields are. That's the Malembuana well field in the middle, the Guia well field to the left, and the Tofu well field to the right. And then the red squares are the areas where we think there is a good potential for development of new well fields. Of course, research needs to be done, but the area is suitable because it's largely rural, so very few contaminating activities are taking place. And we know that the aquifers are important and good. Next slide. So this slide summarizes all for the whole project area. Blue indicates the current production. So what we are producing per district. On the left, we see Injambane. And then on the right, we see the other districts, Mashish, Tangamo, and Inyarim, respectively. And the red column indicates what we need to produce to provide water for 100% of the population. And you can see that especially for Mashish, there's a big need for expansion. And all in all, a bit more than 40 boreholes are envisaged in order to supply this growing population, bearing in mind that the non-revenue water will reduce. Anton.
Yeah, thank you, Clarissa. Actually, I don't know if I have to proceed in English or in Portuguese now, because I'm doing both. But I will try in English, and if I shift to Portuguese by occasion, then you let me know, then I will shift back to English. Can I have the next slide? Okay, I will talk a bit about scenario definition and modeling what we did in the project area. We have with all the information we had developed some scenarios. I think Clarissa explained on the water demand scenarios that we imposed on a hydrological model to abstract that water. On the other side, we also looked at the climate change prognosis for the world and for Mozambique. And then we that what you see there is a picture of the International Panel of Climate Change, that we all know that the temperature is rising and it has effect on other climatological effects. I will explain a bit more about that. Can I have the next sheet? Yeah, what we know is that, well, we derived that in 2050, the temperature rise will be about 2%. That's the most that's the prognosis that is most likely. And then when you go further in time, the temperature will rise more. So what is the impact there on water resource management? Well, there's one impact that is relatively easy. That is the sea level rise, because when the sea level is rising, it has impact on the flow in the aquifer and the flow of the rivers, and the low-lying areas you may have problems with. So that we can derive from this prognosis, and we said, okay, we will take for 2050 30 centimeters sea level rise as one scenario to calculate. Then it comes, other important factor is rainfall, because Clarissa was explaining about the areas in generally good recharge, little surface runoff or no surface runoff. So all the rain that is not evapotranspirated will generally go to the aquifer. So it's difficult to determine what the climate change has effect on the recharge. On the rainfall, we can. There are some studies that saying that the coastal area of Mozambique, where the project areas, the rainfall pattern will probably not change, because you will have the coastal rains that will fall there. So we will keep the rainfall the same. but we make a reasoning that through the higher temperature, you will probably have a bit more evapotranspiration. So in the model, we reduced a little bit the recharge. We reduced the recharge by 5% to cater for the higher evapotranspiration caused by the higher temperature. It is not very scientific, but we think that is a reasonable estimate. Further on, we will try to look a bit at peak rainfall, that there are no, in general terms, they say the peak rainfall may increase and the periods of longer droughts, multi-year droughts will also increase, but we could not find more concrete information. So we did not take that into account. So can we go to the next sheet? So what we have developed this IMOD model. It's a mod flow model. We made a stationary model. We imposed the climate change scenarios, -5% recharge and plus 30 centimeters sea level wise, made individual calculations. We made individual calculations also for the extra water abstraction through the imposed by the demand. And then we also made combined scenarios and also combined calculations. Can I have the next sheet? This is the combined effect of climate change, the sea level wise, a bit less recharge, and the increased abstraction. So you'll see all the blue dots, that's where the well fields are. And you see there's a new equilibrium that around the well fields you will get a lower water area. So what Clarissa was explaining, that in generally you will have the sea in the peninsula, then you have the phreatic water level. So where the well fields are, there is a depression that you can simulate with the model. But you also can simulate with the model that the river discharges, you will also see that they will have a slight reduction. So the groundwater model models the water flow, gives output on the water levels, and it gives also the output on the discharge of the rivers. Once again, tomorrow in the presentation of Mr. Gildo Combana, we will go a bit more on depth. He will go a bit more on depth on the modeling. It's working again. Let me take you back a bit on what Clarissa said on the protection zones. Actually, if you look at protection zones, it's in the Netherlands like that, but also in South Africa and other countries, they look at travel times of water to how long it takes for the water to go to a well or to a well field. And a 2-year zone is very important because within a 2-year zone, if you are outside the 2-year zone, then the microbiological pollution, if you have E. coli and that they will die. So that if you have the 2-year zone, that is important to safeguard from microbiological protection. The figure shows here that it's when you have latrines there, poultry, cemetery, you should not have within the 2-year zone. If you have them outside the 2-year zone, it is, and they are not big, it doesn't really affect the water quality in the well. Then it comes to chemical pollution. The experience in the different part of the world differ. In the Netherlands, we have, I think, the 50-year zone. I think South Africa has the 5-year zone as very important. So it depends a bit how long you want to save, how big travel time area you want to safeguard. And for this project, we adapted now to the South African system that we would say we will introduce the 2-year zone and the 5-year zone for the most important well fields. Looking a bit at the model, this is one of the well fields in Yambana area, the Malambana well field. Then you see on the colored that has five individual wells, and then with the model you can calculate the travel times. So, and then you see the colors purple, that's the 2 and the 5 here. Then you will have the black lines. Black lines is the 10-year zone, and the white line is the 50-year zone. So you could use this information to derive a protection zone for an individual well. What we actually discussed in the project is that, well, that's not really very practical. So we will say let's for this well field include the area within the wells also to being protected, and then you will see here the 2-year travel zone for the 5 well fields, the 5-year travel zone, and the 10-year and the 50-year travel zone. So we use the model to see how the predominant groundwater flow is and to calculate the travel times. Okay. Bit coming to a summary on the proposal for groundwater protection zone. The whole project area is vulnerable for pollution. That's what Clarissa explained, because it's mainly sandy. There was no clay layer that is protecting the well fields. At the moment in Mozambique, there is no specific legislation for groundwater protection, because the legislation on protection zone is more derived for surface water, springs, rivers, and we think it's good that some specific regulation will be developed also for groundwater protection. We used generally the approach in South Africa. It is more detailed, but we can only show the main lines. And so that is then we adapt the 2-year travel zones for microbiological, the 5-year for chemical as a start. Maybe in future you may go to bigger well fields. That's for the existing well fields. And then, as Clarissa also explained, there are some new areas defined for future well fields. We call them strategic reserves. And generally, those areas, they are rural areas. There's still not much activity, not much building. There was generally no industries. So it would be very good also to start protecting those future well fields to safeguard the water supply in the future. So for the existing one, we can use the method with the model to calculate. And for the strategic one, you don't know exactly where the well fields will be. So suggested to protect a bigger area. So this is, yeah, I think this is what I said on this. So it's for the existing well fields and the future well fields. Oh. So generally what we have noticed that for implementing on a national level, there was necessary some regulation on groundwater protection to have a legal instrument to introduce groundwater protection zones. But at the local level, it requires quite some work and quite some work with all the stakeholders to establish protection zones, because you have to do more studies on more detailed inventory of potential contamination activities. You have to get all the stakeholders involved. Then you have to decide what to do with those potential contaminating activities. If you remove them, if you mitigate them, or if you cannot, if you let them exist. There's some water quality monitoring, and you have to harmonize with the spatial planning. And so I think implementing protection zones and keeping protection zones is costing money and costing a lot of input. A few final slides on the water resource management plan. We have defined 3 strategic pillars. One is water quality and environmental issues. The second one is water quantity, and then sustainability. And in the plan, we will have derived strategic objectives for the long term. And we have made an implementation plan for the next 5 years. For instance, if the strategic pillar is improving on the knowledge on the system, then you will have some concrete actions on every year, continue with the monitoring. And I think there's also developing a transitional model to add on the steady state model. And that we have, there are big tables that all the actions that are needed are defined. And then it's an instrument that you can use to plan. This is a plan, then you can implement, and then you can adjust, and then every year, and then every 5 year, you make a plan, a new plan, or you have a revised plan for the next 5 years. That's the idea that we have incorporated in the water resource management plan. Here in this sheet are the 3 strategic pillars, and then a bit. All pillars have two sub pillars. For instance, from water quantity, there's also knowing all the abstraction values and having the licenses in place. And then we have one on the institutional sustainability, or 2 on the institutional sustainability, and still reinforce the institutional relations with sectoral and local stakeholders. I think the Basin Committee functioned very well. But yesterday I was in the section of inclusion. I think it can still improve a lot on having incorporated all stakeholders in the basin. And then the last one is the stimulate initiatives to raise income for implementing measures. What we did in the project, we made an analysis of how much income Arasul has at the moment from licensing, and how much money is needed for a reasonable implementation of those actions. And we found out that the actual tariffs, it varies a bit per category, are 0.6 metrikai per cubic meter water abstraction. And actually to have sufficient income Arasul to implement it, you would need about 2.5 metrikai per abstracted cubic meter. So which is 4 times as much as you have at the moment. So there's a big gap in the income of Arasul and actually the budget needed to implement. I think it was also mentioned yesterday also that in some places there is a gap, but well, to my opinion, raising the tariffs would be a good thing. That was my last sheet. Thank you for your attention. I think, Sengo, I will give the word to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Clarice and Anton. Now follows, let's say, 10 minutes Q&A session. Please. Those who have questions are welcome to present them. At the back, yeah. Pode entregar o microfone aí, ok, senhora.
Thank you so much. My name is Mbendulom Tsetfa from Swatini. I have a question on the well fields. Do you have wells that I can say our observation was strictly for just drawdown monitoring and also quality checks? And also I have another question on whether you've been able to map and understand the boundaries, because I'm very much interested in the boundary conditions of aquifers. So were you able to at least map your boundary conditions and understand your potential recharge and maybe discharge zones? particularly because Mozambique is also along the coastline. So chances of recharge zones along the coastline providing more highly saline water are very high. So I'd like to understand if maybe you do have a method that you use to understand the boundaries of the aquifer. Thank you so much.
So, somewhere here is to end. But, okay. And then follow.
Okay. Morning, Tembega Ngambule from Eswatini as well. The first question I have is on, okay, non-revenue water. 50%, to me, that is very much high. Please elaborate on the possible causes of the non-revenue water of 50%. It's quite a big figure. And then the last one is on the funding models to sustain water resources management. Apart from raising the tariff, did you consider other options in terms of, like, maybe we look at options to reduce the current operation costs, or even the option of getting subsidies and all the like? To me, the option of raising a tariff, it should be a last resort. Thank you.
Yes, please, Madam.
Thank you very much, Program Chair, and thank you very much to the presenters. I'm Nicolette Mhlanganlovu from the Inkomati Usutu Catchment Management Agency. I think mine's just one. As a water resources manager, I was interested to learn about the targets for your non-revenue water. However, my concern is, are these targets set mainly based on capacities existing with regards to human resources and finances? How far are they taking into account the pressures we're facing on water scarcity, as well as the available technology for us to be proactive rather than reactive? And looking at the target for 2030, are we taking into account climate change, projected climate change impacts? I'm raising this, like I said, as a water resource manager, where we're finding ourselves not only to RSO, but to the audience at large in the room, where we have to allocate a scarce resource to water suppliers that take the water from the source, therefore it's already withdrawn, not to be taken back, treated and pumped, but it never reached a user. But from my side, when I do my water balance, it's gone, and I therefore cannot allocate to any other water user. So mine is just to say, if the targets could also take into account the scarcity of the resource, the threats, emerging threats on the ground, including technology. And therefore, because I heard you said the target is 39%, looking at all that I've listed, is the 39% realistic to address our prevailing challenges? Thank you.
Engenheira Isabel?
Bom dia. Aqui fala Isabel Vaz da Consultec. Do que me lembro quando estudámos as bacias do Mutambo e do Inhanombo, é que havia muita população na cidade de Machixe que usava água subterrânea. E havia muitos operadores também de distribuição da água subterrânea que ficavam muito zangados porque na época chuvosa não tinham clientes. Eu não sei se esta quantidade de água é substancial em termos de consumo, se foi considerada ou não. Foi a cidade que eu vi que tem mais uso de cisternas. Por outro lado, em 2014, os sistemas de Inhambane e Machixe tinham sido remodelados pela Vitens e as perdas eram muito pequenas, à volta dos 20 e tal %. O que aconteceu depois foram muitas ligações ilegais, do que me lembro nessa altura. Outra questão que queria pôr era a exploração das areias pesadas. isso não vai provocar intrusão salina, que não sei se eles usam água do mar, água do rio, água subterrânea para fazer as suas operações. Obrigada.
Obrigado. Bom. Yeah, Anton and Gladys, can you provide some? And sit.
The first question was about the well fields, whether there were any observation wells available. For the Malemboane well field that we showed on the screen, we used one borehole that they are not going to install as an observation well. And for the other well fields, we tried as much as possible to find wells in the neighborhood, but they were not close enough to monitor any drawdown. But the one in the observation well we had. Boundaries of aquifers, that's a very good question. As far as we know, the aquifers in our area are mostly continuous, which means that you just have to analyze the available recharge and the available demand and check what drawdown you have to see how much water is available. So we analyze the availability of water for the growing demand. And with the current assumptions that we made, we go from 5% of the available recharge to 35% of the available recharge. So we are well within our boundaries. But this is based on a number of assumptions, and therefore we definitely need to continue monitoring for both the levels and salinity levels. Mind you, our challenge in this area has also to do with the intrusion of salt water. We are bordering seas, and therefore the let's say the influence zone towards the sea has also an impact, especially in the peninsula. So that needs a lot of monitoring. But a boundary of the aquifer as such, at the moment, we have not found. What are the causes for non-revenue water? First of all, we did not analyze the water supply in depth. Our project was a water resources project. So we used the figures of FIPAG and the AYAS, their own data for non-revenue water. So this is not something that falls out of the sky. These are their own data. And also the targets that they set for 2030 are realistic targets according to them. Whether they are met, that is another question. Then the expansion towards 2050 is ours because they don't plan so far ahead. So whether they will reach the 20%, whether it's too optimistic, that is something that we are going to find out simply by running these plans on a 5-year by 5-year basis and analyzing it. So how they are set again, I cannot say. What I do know is that part of the system that they're having is old, so there will be leakages. As a hydrogeologist, I tend to say that they are not completely lost to the system because they infiltrate back in the aquifer, but we cannot count on that. But there may also be water lost simply because they are consumed but not paid for. We have not delved into that, the aspects of non-revenue water in the system. Pressures on water scarcity, I think yes, in places that is definitely an issue, but I think in our case, in this project area, water scarcity is less the issue than the potential pollution of it. Raising the tariff for sustainability, I think, Anton, that's a question on whether raising the tariff for sustainability was the best option or whether you should go for other options. That's for you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one more technical comment. I think in the question on Machista, I think in Machista there's also some water capturing from surface water from the Yanomba River that is still there. And well, you're giving the question on tariffs to me, but well, I can say something about it, but it is actually more question for the colleagues from Mozambique. But to my opinion, if you want to invest in water resource management for the long term, have good water quality for the population, I think it is worth investing from a government side in the protection and in good water resource management in general. And then it depends on how the country is organized, if you have resources from national level, or if you have resources from taxes. Without money, the work cannot be done, or the work cannot be done as good as when you have sufficient money. And how Mozambique is evaluating the various options, I think it's on the government of Mozambique. I think what is important from the water sector that they explain to the politicians that for doing a good job, that you need resources. But maybe Mr. Singo can also say something on it.
Yeah, but before that, we did. Senator.
Bom, obrigado. Obrigado, Dr. Sengo. Obrigado aos colegas painelistas que partilharam esse tema bastante importante. Creio que, pronto, há questões institucionais que talvez eu e os meus colegas da bacia podem, se nós estivermos a quebrar o protocolo, podem ajudar a clarificar. Mas o primeiro comentário que eu queria deixar tem a ver com a regulamentação, que foi bastante e bem colocada aqui nesta apresentação. E que nós reconhecemos que, de facto, é uma grande fraqueza na gestão da água subterrânea. Quando olhamos para a água superficial, temos normas específicas e claras de como garantir a proteção, os limites de proteção bastante definidos, mas a nível das águas subterrâneas, a norma moçambicana ainda não prevê. E, portanto, este é um exercício que temos que, a partir de agora, começar a fazer e garantir que possamos desenvolver uma regulamentação, portanto, para proteger os aquíferos. O que é certo é que nos centros urbanos, a água subterrânea é fonte de abastecimento da água. Isto acontece aqui no Grande Maputo, acontece na área do projeto, em Nhambane, Machixe, acontece em Nampula e em outros centros urbanos. Portanto, é uma necessidade urgente que temos que trabalhar sobre ela. Penso que os colegas da bacia talvez podem responder esta questão se temos poços ou furos para avaliação da qualidade da água. Creio que podem responder e indicar, inclusivamente, quantos furos de observação nós temos. A questão das perdas, a engenheira Isabela acabou colocando, tem muito a ver, primeiro, com a falta de pagamento, tem a ver com ligações clandestinas, mas também tem a ver com a obsolescência da rede pública. Portanto, a rede tem algum tempo de vida e tem perdas normais. Por fim, os comentários que vou deixar têm a ver com esta questão das tarifas e se não há outros mecanismos. Talvez esclarecer aos colegas que a atual tarifa da água subterrânea foi determinada no ano de 2012. A inflação do ano 2012 até hoje, acumulada, já vai acima dos 100%. Portanto, desde essa altura até hoje, outros mecanismos para além do incremento da taxa já estão a ser aplicados. Portanto, mas conforme dizia o Anthony muito bem, quer dizer, o sistema já está no limite. Hoje já não há capacidade de prestar um bom serviço com a atual tarifa que é cobrada. Agora, há também uma necessidade de trazer os políticos a perceberem esta causa, porque sempre que nós levamos propostas de ajustes de taxas, tendo em conta aspectos sociais de Moçambique, portanto, a nível político isto nunca é bem entendido. Mas depois o constrangimento é este, é que não prestamos um bom serviço. O constrangimento é este, em que temos problemas sérios, temos um plano de ação que foi muito bem indicado aqui, que tem que ser seguido e que depois a taxa não cobre este serviço, que deve ser prestado para preservar este recurso. E se não prestamos este serviço, o risco que há é que haja contaminação, haja mau uso do recurso e depois o país, no fim do dia, portanto, perde. Então, seriam estes comentários, doutor Senko, que eu queria deixar. Talvez o Jim responder esta questão de furos de observação de qualidade da água, que creio que não foi.
Obrigado, diretor. O diretor Jim?
Bom dia. Obrigado. Registramos a questão. Vou passar para os colegas da área técnica, o Dias e o Gildo, para responder. Obrigado.
G. Dias.
Muito obrigado, bom dia. Relativamente a pontos de observação, nesta área de estudo, nós temos 43 pontos de observação de água subterrânea em toda a nossa área, portanto, de influência deste projeto. São 43 pontos de observação pertencentes à área sul e tem também alguns pontos que nós colaboramos com a Matilda Mineral Sand, que também faz a monitoria, portanto, da água subterrânea. Obrigado.
Obrigado. We still have 2 sessions to discuss, so I'd like to go into the panel discussions. Or there is a very last burning questions. Okay. I will allow one more. Okay. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is actually not a question, but a suggestion. My name is Gideon Sizivo, Department of Water and Sanitation, Republic of South Africa. I'm looking at the rainfall pattern in the area where they're talking about something like 900 millimeters per annum. I'm not sure what kind of infrastructure do you have in place, because there is, aside from groundwater, you can also, just to supplement domestic, and do what we call rainwater harvesting, where you can use the infrastructure to harvest for drinking purposes, because the quantities are too small. There's something that can be looked at so that it can actually try and assist on that level for domestic purpose. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a comment. Yeah, so let's go to the second session. Actually, it's the panel discussion with 2 colleagues. That there are 3 questions that we have prepared and we gave them in advance. So we would like to have their comments on that, but later on we can also request the audience, for those that have some strong opinions on those 2 or 3 questions, can also submit them. Yeah, the first one is, how do we ensure that future polluters are not polluting the groundwater in the protection zone? So this is the first question that we would request. I mean, we would like to hear comments from our panelists. but also from the larger audience. The second one is how to harmonize with stakeholders in spatial planning. Here we are talking about city planners, developers, industries, and residents. So the second one, how do we harmonize with stakeholders in spatial planning so in order to ensure groundwater protection? And the last one is how is the implementation financed? So those are the three questions that I would like to hear the views and submission from the from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take the first question so that we don't waste a lot of time. All of us going through the three questions. Maybe I'll start off by just reflecting on my background before I worked for a public institution. I had spent a lot of my life in academics. And one of the definitions that was given to me of a PhD was it's a degree in knowledge. So once you have a PhD, your job is to generate knowledge. And a lot of us who are in academics, the moment we speak about generating knowledge, we talk about publishing papers, getting a lot of people citing your papers, then it contributes to your profile. So at that level, in terms of academics, they are able to consume information at that level. But when I joined the public institution, I realized that contributing to knowledge is completely different, because you're managing and generating information for communities. More especially given that the institution that I work for is as a result of the process of decentralizing water resource management. In that quest, we try to include stakeholders, we include the common people in the management of the resource. By that definition, then it says the generation and sharing of knowledge is completely different from when you're in academics. So with that background, therefore, it says then for protection of water resources, how do you then involve the common people on the ground, your stakeholders? And the first thing is to be able to share knowledge and information with them. I'll make a classical example. I've encouraged mining sectors to have tea with me before they launch their applications. And you'll be shocked some of their views and understanding of the potential impacts on the resource. Let me make a classical example, is that we had a mine in the lower parts of the Komati, and this mine was 500 meters from a watercourse, Komati River. And then you get a groundwater impact study, and in the model, it tells you that over time, the percentage of a mine water increase, the larger percentage then will be coming from the river. But when that report is shared with the mine, they are not able to consume and understand that information and therefore use it to inform their management of the resource and monitoring. But when you sit with them and then point to the fact that over time, the water that they are going to be pumping out is going to come from the river, then it changes the whole proposed management plan, For example, for that mine, they said they are going to experience a positive water balance and they are going to use it for dust suppression. But once you've settled them together, you've clarified, you've educated each other, then it changes the whole thing. In this instance, then they said, we are going to treat and discharge back into the system because the river at that stretch was overstressed. So there was no room for new allocation. So then what it says is that as public servants, we have to be able to involve our stakeholders, be able to explain the nitty-gritties of science and therefore what it means for protection of water resources. So in essence, what I'm saying is there has to be a level at which we are able to educate our people in terms of what groundwater is, how it can be protected, how we can ensure that groundwater is available sustainably. I'll make another classical example of the lower Komati. If you look at the lower Komati in terms of groundwater resources, it's overstressed. And the overstressing, that part of the lower Komati is experiencing a lot of transmission losses. Mr. Siziba, we were sitting with you in Eswatini, I think last year in October. There was an outcry that the farmers or the communities downstream, they are not receiving water, even though there is releases of water from the dams. And that is purely because when we manage our resources, there's no understanding of the relationship between groundwater and surface water. If we don't understand it, and our people on the ground, they won't understand it. Because if you look at our water management area, for example, in terms of surface water resources, Mr. Siziba, the information that we have is that area is already over allocated. And there has been calls then to mainstream groundwater, and there's already people voluntarily moving into utilizing groundwater. There's one municipality that I visited randomly. They've got 1,300 boreholes. And when you do the calculation of the availability of the resource, that area is already stressed. But what you're beginning to do when you do a base flow separation, you can actually see the impact that is already having on perennial rivers. And what it says if that continues over time, you're going to lose your perennial rivers. And this is not new in knowledge. There's already a loss of a lot of perennial rivers because of overuse of groundwater resources. And it's not because people are doing that having full knowledge of that interlinkage between groundwater and surface water. But we have that information, but that information is not getting to the people. So in essence, what I'm saying is people who are on the ground who can be helpful in making sure that the protected areas are well protected is the people on the ground. And they can only do that if they have an understanding of the principles of water management and therefore what groundwater means in the broader scheme of things in terms of it being related to surface water as well. So in essence, what I'm saying is the protection of resources starts with making sure that all the knowledge that we have, information that we have is clearly shared with people who the water users, the groundwater users, and is well explained, they understand it, and therefore they know they have to protect it. So in essence, that's my my response to that question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Greetings. I think I'll go to the second question. Yes, said a lot. Otherwise, I can stay more on the first one, but let me go to the second question. The second question is, how do we harmonize with stakeholders in spatial planning? First and foremost, what comes to my head is here we're dealing with a resource that is not obvious to the eye, which is subsurface. So therefore, we tend to overlook its essence and only think about it when we're in trouble. So I note that as people who are in that space, we have a key role to market to sell the subject matter, that is groundwater. Groundwater is partially distributed in various quantities, even in terms of quality too. Where I come from, we have a little bit of a challenge. Our country is small. Our hydrogeological space is also unique in many ways. However, there is no something concrete in our legislation that talks to groundwater. So as a main critical step that we are trying to address it now is to ensure that groundwater is recognized in the legislation. Groundwater protection too, because we understand that water is a statutory resource. If it's a statutory resource, it is the state that must lead by example. We note that like now we just have a good morning session lecture, quite interesting, maybe to myself and my colleague here, and to a very few out there. It was like a puzzle. This is a reality. You need this human resource, trained human resource in that space. You need technology in that space to utilize. For monitoring aspect, there is nothing you can protect if you don't know its value. You have to understand how that system behaves. But doing that, please bear in mind that you're not going to be monitoring this from your desktop. It will be out in the field where we are interacting with various stakeholders. You need to understand your stakeholders, make them understand the subject matter that you're talking to. I very much like it when I see issues of programs like mega projects. They always start up with the feasibility assessment studies. The aspect of geotechnical is always there, sort of like, but it does not, maybe some other issues go so deep into the hydrogeological impact or availability where the project is supposed to be. We need to protect this resource by legislation, by everything. So if you have a monitoring station at an area and the people where we are monitoring do not appreciate the value of what we are monitoring, they will destabilize that unit, take it up, maybe vandalize, take up that water well, use it for their maybe productive means. Yesterday, there was a question, or there was this willingness, political will that is not informed by technocrats sometimes can invest in wrong areas. So as groundwater people, I appreciate these opportunities, such conferences, that you have a role. You have to lift up this subject matter because I find it very hard. You know, politicians, they tell you, go there, get me water. They need water there. There are people there, they need water. If you don't go, we don't gonna pass the budget. So what do? You go there blindfolded and do other things. Investment in research is very critical in groundwater. That is a non-negotiable factor. We need to do all that we can. So working with all your key stakeholders, your stakeholders are not finite. Bear in mind in groundwater, this is a dynamic sector. You might think you have got all your stakeholders in this house, but as you start working out there, you realize that I missed this one, is a key stakeholder. So therefore, it is very paramount that in this industry, you understand the key players and you don't just get to know them and live there. You need to make them understand what you want to say. Also, understand what they want to, what they must do, so that at least you've got that kind of like one approach in that in your planning sessions and the like. Maybe I will just stop there because this is one subject matter that is in the region. The legislation is not alive to groundwater protection and governance. So therefore, even the planning aspect, it has to be. So we need to look at our legislations thoroughly. Our climate change is here. So therefore, please let us understand the value of this initiative. So planning together is the key in this area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, the two panelists. Yeah, mostly we discussed 1 and 2, and what it was said, what is knowledge and stakeholders engagement is key for groundwater protection, but also we need to understand the system, we need to understand the stakeholders, and we need legislation in order to ensure that there is a groundwater protection. I will throw, the question free, how this is financed, to the audience. Can we have 1 or 2 people that have some innovative ideas on how are we going to finance, the groundwater protection? Okay, at the back there.
Thank you. I think it was partly highlighted by one of the speakers that we need to fill in the private sector. I'm glad that in the mining sector in Mozambique are trying to also be involved, because I think I remember I went for like a field investigation in Eswatini, and the manager in this mining company was speaking of, oh, the drier the better, blah blah blah, and I'm thinking to myself, why is this like a trial and error kind of exploration? Because if at least we are aware of the potential aquifer, the way that the aquifer probably is in that mining area, it would be easy at least for him to say, okay, this site will be more difficult for me and that site will be quite flexible for me. So I think if we can fill in the private sector, make them understand that this is not just for them, it's for the people. Because again, especially the industrial sector, they are the ones that produce a lot of effluent into our systems. So if we can enforce that, just double the fees on effluent discharge, they have the money. And if we can be a bit strict on them as well, we can generate a bit of money to further explore our potential in groundwater management. Thank you.
Okay. Doubling fees on the mining sectors is one way to finance. Cindy?
Thank you very much. I'm Cindy Mtimkulu from Inmacom. I just want to create a bit of dialogue regarding the involvement of the private sector. Just this one element that we say, if you involve the people who are likely to make money out of it, then they will be willing to finance, which is very true. But the lack of knowledge about the subject is always pushing us to take the precautionary approach. Like in Eswatini, the water policy emphasizes groundwater is only for primary use, which means you can't really do these big things because we do not understand it. And in other areas, like they've thrived through using groundwater for irrigation and all those things to supplement the surface water. But how do you then balance the lack of knowledge and the need to generate income out of it because the rivers are getting dry? How do we then create the balance? So that dialogue is important. Thanks.
Yeah, there is this question that is thrown by Miss Cindy on, at one end, if we don't know, the resource base, we can act out of fear. But if we allow, big mining companies to exploit water, water might get exhausted. So how are we going to do that? Please. Yeah. Microphone para mí. Okay.
Thank you and good morning, Chairperson. My name is Mama Rupin Selepe from the IUCMA. And I think that we should start with the planning aspect of it, to be able to delineate areas with strategic aquifers, and also based also on the studies that are being conducted by our Dutch colleagues, Anton and his colleague there, to say that which of those aquifers are vulnerable, and do proper zoning where you indicate areas which should be no-go areas for activities that are likely to impact on those aquifers, because they should be classified as strategic resource for future development. And once you have done that, then by way of financing, you will then be implementing the actual plan that you've come up with, ensuring that development takes place in other areas, and the authorities responsible for those kind of developments should always ensure that they consult with the institutions that are given the responsibility to protect water resources, so that they ensure measures are put in place to protect such resources. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Chair. How is the implementation going to be financed? Just to add on what our colleagues have suggested, coupled with awareness raising, capacity building, there is a need to establish a tariff. I think the advantage here in terms of establishing the tariff, which is going to apply across the entire country, it is going to fund some of these activities that we are talking about. But this has to be coupled with the awareness raising, like Mr. Nkosi mentioned. The people, they need to see the value of these groundwater resources and understand its implementation. If you attach a monetary value to it, it's going to prevent over abstraction, and also we are going to ensure that the resource is not polluted. So establishing a tariff towards use and protection, I think, is also the way to go. It can help finance the implementation of the plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The last, very last, Engenheira Isabel.
Obrigada. Eu só queria perguntar de quanto dinheiro estamos a falar para financiar estas atividades de monitoramento da água subterrânea nesta província, nesta área de estudo. Quantos dólares ou quantos meticais estamos a falar? Obrigada.
Para financiar pronto, a proteção das águas subterrâneas, quer dizer, em termos de número. Do you have a number in terms of? Qual é o valor, quer dizer, pronto, para a proteção daquela. Temos uma estimativa de valor, mais ou menos, quando é que pode custar?
We do not have a detailed plan how much is going to cost. I was explaining that for every well field you have to make a detailed plan how to do, but it will cost money, and it is not only a one-time investment. It's a regular update and continuous information on the stakeholders. So I was also a bit pleased with your comment, and some other comments. They say that it starts with understanding how it works, and it starts with understanding how pollution may affect the drinking water. So that is, if you want to impose that, you will need a program to build on education and to build on educated institutions like also the spatial planners. So it will cost, but we don't have the estimate yet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Broadly, what was said was, joint planning with stakeholders, tariff across the board, so that we can disincentivize take out the incentive, to of exploitation, but also we can raise money using that. Knowledge base to understand the system, and also legislation. I mean, those are the key, ways that we can draw them out of the discussions that we just have. I'm sorry we just have only 15 minutes of our allocated time, and we still have the final session, and this one is more interactive. We do have 5 statements that we're going to show them. And then if you agree on the statement, you can raise, we do have some cards. A yellow card if you agree, and if you don't agree, you can raise, maybe that is orange card, okay? So you are good. Or slide the screen, okay? Is that? Yeah, the first statement is once the official protection zones are defined, compliance is easy. So this is a statement, okay? We just putting a sign will do it. We do have there a sign of Arasul that indicates that this is a protection zone. We should not build, we should not undertake activities that are prohibited by the legislation. So who does agree that by putting a sign we can do the job? Yellow is I agree, and orange I don't agree. Yeah, we do have some. Mostly is orange, meaning that more than 90% of the room does not agree, but we have some small. So I'm going to ask. Yeah, let's start with the don't agree. Please, can you explain why? Yeah, pode levar o microfone para o senhor que está à frente da engenheira Isabel. And then
Hello, yes. My name is Ietsen Faber. I'm also from Wetenschap Friesland and from the Blue Deal, Mozambique. Yeah, of course I know that just putting a sign will not do, but I think you need more, but I think also that you should keep it simple. I think you should have some legislation, of course, on this subject. But as a first step, I think a sign is a very good step, and it needs to be backed up, of course, by legislation and people who are also enforcing this legislation. Of course, I know, but I just wanted to give another sound also in this discussion.
Yeah, another yellow, please. Another yellow. Comment from yellow. I saw a yellow around there, and then there's another yellow here. Yellow. Yeah, for your comment. Yeah, quem tinha uma placa amarela que eu vi alguns aqui deste lado que can we have a second comment from the yellows? What about the orange? A representative from the orange? Yeah, please, can you comment? Why do you disagree?
All right, thank you, Program Director. I think mine will just be short and brief. I normally make an example with the households where at your gate, you say, beware of dogs. The assumption is that everyone can read. Thank you.
Okay, another orange, please. Okay. Yeah, microphone para ali.
Thank you, Program Director. Putting the sign alone is not enough. You need to educate the people. Just like Dr. Nicolette has just mentioned, how are you going to ensure that everybody understands that sign that you have just put? I will just give you a good example. In one of our canals in Eswatini, under the LUCIP, we once put some signs under the E-Wait project. They once put some signs, no entry, no swimming. But what the people will do, they will just remove the no. So you will have the sign, swimming and entry is allowed. So good evidence to justify my case. Just putting the sign alone is not enough, especially in Africa. Maybe in Europe, but here in Africa it's not enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we go to the second statement? A second statement. Yeah. Groundwater protection does not need legally defined protection zones. It is sufficient that the areas are identified and that the municipalities, province take them into account in spatial planning. Inyaman City will expand and occupy the well-fed supply area. Can we, who does agree with, agree yellow and orange disagree with this statement? Can I see the yellows and the orange? Okay. It's mostly yellow. I saw one yellow here. I will need a comment, and there is another yellow back there.
Yes, now it's working. I put up the yellow because municipalities and provinces, they're on the ground, they're there where it takes, but most importantly, legally defined protection zones, it will take forever. It will take forever to organize it, to get it legalized. And by that time, new industries will be in that area, people will be living there, and it's just too late. So municipalities and provinces, they're closer to where it needs to happen.
Okay, another yellow. Machatin? Foi Machatin que levantou? Ah, o Asher? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I think it will be difficult for the municipality to inspection this zone. So as we see, we have a lot of protection zone, but we zone of the flood zone, for example, but still people going there, building their house. If you also we have this municipality checking for this protection zone, is necessary to have any improvement in order to inspection, monitoring to avoid that. If we going like that, I think we can't reach. Thank you.
Okay, the orange. Two comments from the orange. I saw a lot of orange here. Comentários dos laranjas. Yeah, okay. Come.
It's not audible. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. With this one, I think I'm actually disagreeing that you need protections, because if you don't have protections, then that's where you get those intrusions and so forth. So mine was to say, in our case, we do a lot of groundwater, what we call protection where it comes to issues that are underground. So for you to have an approval, if you're doing infrastructure, that's when this aspect is very important, because you've got long drops or pit lateral, you've got graves, you've got cemeteries, and all these other infrastructure that actually are impacting on groundwater. You cannot do without this protection. Otherwise, your groundwater won't be to the accepted quality, or you'll have diseases. I wish we could have an example. We've got a place in our case, Belmas, where they normally have a problem of typhoid due to groundwater contamination. So I wouldn't do without this protection. Thank you very much.
Okay, the problem is the issue of legality, or the problem is the issue of the enforcement. Meaning, I mean, the municipality, they do make, I mean, the planning says, okay, this area is reserved, and then they enforce it. So do we need, that is actually is illegal, I mean, and it comes in the, how do you call it, Bolinda República, or it's a matter of having the municipality to enforce it? The second yellow? Okay, madam.
Hi, I was actually in orange. Okay, I was on orange. I was basically disagreeing. I agree with what what the other speaker was saying, but might I add, although it's up for debate, that where we know that there is enough groundwater, then we don't not only protect the area to say this is where you're not supposed to build on anything, but go a step further to say we are building a national park around that area, because then in a way we don't just put up a no-go area to say you can't do anything there, but then we are now putting a natural area into the city, and it basically does two things. That is provide an aesthetically pleasing area, but also protects the groundwater. But that's also up for debate.
Who still have a strong opinion on both yellow and orange? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. I think when we talk about subjects like this, I think we must always, the starting point must always be, what is the science of groundwater? I'll make an example. If you have a protected area that you're going to develop, and I don't know if we've got scientists here, if you look at the law of conservation of mass, it says you'll never isolate a place saying it's a groundwater place. Because when you develop that area, the law of conservation of mass says the whole system, unless it's a closed system, the moment it's an open system, when you develop, because that protected area, you're saying this is the place that you're going to develop for supply of your water resources. By so doing, you're going to destabilize that system. When read, and coincidentally yesterday I was reading an article on the persistence of the groundwater myth. It exactly talks to that, to say the moment you destabilize that, the system is going to adjust to that destabilization to try to counter that groundwater use. And as long as that system is open, you'll always have an increase of water coming from elsewhere. I think that's why he was doing the calculation of protected zones, outer and inner. Because you'll never isolate, it's not a dam, or it's not a catchment that you assume is closed. Unless you're saying that area you're going to protect and you're not going to develop. But the moment you're saying you're going to develop, you're already inviting problem from elsewhere. That's the very same example I was making to say, when you develop groundwater resources and groundwater resources are overstressed, the system is going to adjust to induce what we call capture. Capture is the reduction of the loss by the system into your streams to counter they use. So when we make those comments, we must also apply the first principle to say, what is the fundamental truth about how the groundwater behaves? And that's the very same thing I was saying. This is the science. But that science, someone has to simplify it and go to the people on the ground and explain. I'll make another example. If you go to our water management area, the upper part of it, that's where we have a lot of coal mines. A lot of towns there, go and look at the town called Carolina. For 14 years, it's been struggling with water because you've got contamination on their surface water resources. And that contamination primarily comes from decants from mines, and that's groundwater. And I can tell you, it's worse even now. We still have application. I think it also talks to what Cindy was saying, to say, how do we balance? Because now you're bringing the private sector that wants to make money out of this. You have those towns that has been struggling with water quality for a very long time, decant. And that happens regardless of the fact that there's been rehabilitation. And rehabilitation, remember these guidelines today, this is the material that you have to rehabilitate with. They will even submit geochemical results. Regardless of that, we are sitting with big issues. Wheatbank areas, people are struggling with water because of contamination. We get applications now when mines want to backfill pits with waste, not just with rehabilitation material, with waste. Then I've said, I know the lady who works for our water use license applications. I've said, I'm not going to put my signature there. I've sat down with mines and explained to them and say, we already have a problem that we've been struggling with in that area for 14 years, but it's business as usual. But I can tell you, we said to these guys, we explained to them to say, why don't you rather, because you're sitting in an area where rainfall is about 700, evaporation is about 2,000. Why don't you rather leave these things at pit lakes? Because then you're going to have evaporation and then the system is always going to flow to your your pits. But this is part of education that talks to the science, but someone has to translate that science into the language that users then understand. I think that is the comment that I wanted to make, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we go to statement number 3? Last slide, yeah. It is a good idea that the cost of groundwater protection zone are included in the drinking water price. Yellow and orange. Yeah. We have plenty that they don't have an idea. They don't have a side, please. Yellow and orange. Is it a good idea that the cost of groundwater protection zones are included in the drinking water price? Yeah.
Maybe some additional information. You see two pictures. On the left, you see a well-protected area, and there you take water out of the system with you put a pump there. You add some chlorine, and you have good quality water because you have a well-protected area. But that is costing. The protection area is costing money. On the right, if you don't protect, you may end up in a place which is polluted, and then you need to build water purification plant, and the price for water at the tap will in the end be higher. So therefore comes the statement, it's a good idea.
Are you paying upstream or are you paying downstream? This is what Anthony is saying. Okay. So what are the yellows and orange? Yeah, there is I will start with I will end up with the Professor Juiz because he raised, the yellow and the orange. So I will want to hear, the easy, interesting, comments. But please, the yellow. Comentários, comments for the yellow. Esse com os fones aí. With the, yeah.
Obrigado. Sou Alan, da AES. Eu concordo com esta afirmação, porque acredito que...
Não estamos a ouvir, colega. Yeah.
Consegue ouvir agora?
Agora sim.
Tá melhor? Eu dizia que sou o Alan, da AES. Eu diria que concordo com esta afirmação, porque é importante não só garantirmos que tenhamos água, não é, potável em nossas casas, mas é importante também protegermos a fonte, garantirmos que a proteção da fonte esteja inclusa. Não podemos só querer ter água e não garantir que a fonte também está protegida ou há condições para manter a fonte por mais longos tempos. Obrigado.
Então, isto é que, por exemplo, é que a água que nós bebemos, que é a água que vem da água da região de Maputo, dos FIPAGs, diferentes FIPAGs, quer dizer, vai ter lá um valor que depois vamos usar para entregar o setor de recursos hídricos.
Exato.
Para as ações de proteção da fonte.
Exato.
Concordas com isso?
Concordo com isso.
Ok, another yellow. Okay, comments? Another yellow.
Yes, I fully agree with the statement. Yellow being, yes, yellow being, I agree with the statement that it has to be included in the domestic tariff. It's for assurance of water supply. Two, there is also some activity. There's a cost involved in ensuring that the water is well protected. So me benefiting from the water for domestic use, ultimately there is some cost that has been included to ensure that the water resource is protected. So I fully agree that it has to be included into the domestic water tariff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Two orange. Okay, Cindy. And then I do have two double, so I will come to you. You're going to be the last there. Yeah, Cindy.
I agree that paying is important and also protection of this has to be there. But I disagree with the part that says included in the drinking water tariff. Put it in the price of managing water generally. Because in the case of our context, drinking water tariffs apply to certain people and not other people. For example, the drinking water tariff applies to people who are supplied by a utility, the people in the towns who already have the rivers and things like that. The people who are using this water are the rural area people who do not really have that facility and things like that. And so the people who are in town will be paying to protect the groundwater for the people who can't pay. But if you put it in the pricing for water management, then you do this cross-subsidization, the step tariff and what. So I'm just removing that part of drinking water price. Include it in the price of water management.
In the price of the bulk water. Another orange, a second orange.
Thank you. Thank you, this side.
No estou a ver.
Hello. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. It's Thomas from South Africa. I also want to agree with our ES, Cindy.
that the statement is correct only to a situation wherein everybody in that area is supplied from groundwater. But if you are having a situation wherein people are supplied from different sources like surface water, it wouldn't be fair or it wouldn't be justified that you include that cost for groundwater protection onto their charges. Rather, for me, I'll expect that maybe we put polluter pay principles. We charge people who are polluting groundwater to be able to pay for this protection zoning. In most of the instances, you will find that most of the polluters are mines and industries. And those sectors of the economy, they have enough money which can be used to finance this protection zoning. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I will go to the last two that they can't decide. They cannot go either way. I will start with you and then.
I'm not sure. Thank you, Program Director. It's Nicolette again, IUCMA. All right. I think when I read the statement, it said, is it good idea? It is a good idea. However, I think as Cindy said, it's not good for only the drinking water. But as the doctor from IUCMA said, the science part of things, this is a system for both ground and surface water are one system. And therefore, this should be covered in the catchment management pricing and not just drinking water. So it is good, but not good enough. Everyone must pay for it because we are all using one system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Juiz, for the very last comment. There are people that are nervous because of the time. We are eating, the break lunchtime. Okay. So Juiz.
Thank you. Good morning. I think the previous two speakers say some of the things that led me to have the two cards up. One is the polluter pay principle. The other one is that groundwater protection zone is one type of management instrument that we use for groundwater protection. So I don't see why it should be directly linked to drinking water in terms of pricing. Of course, you still need to collect fees, but that's in the overall context of water management. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We still had two more statements, but we don't have time. It's break time, so I would thank the panelists. There is the last panelist that has a burning question, and after your presentation, we'll have to close the session. Okay.
Thank you so much. The aspect of paying, I think, is one debatable subject. In the event whereby in the rural space, you've got a utility which is supplying you water, reticulated water. You've got a house, you flush, you deposit your thing subsurface, it pollutes. Shouldn't there be a penalty for that? To whom should we direct that penalty? Or we should just have a contained septic system? So this is a thing that we cannot easily exhaust in one day. So therefore, our legislations, we really have to do some digging there. The resource is under attack. We need to protect this resource now.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I will ask you for the big round of applause for the panelists and the presentation. Yeah, so it is a break time. I'm advised that in the next session, we are going to break into groups. There's one group that will stay here, and then the other, they will be in the other room. I would like to, to thank you and see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Brindes, quiser mostrar aqui. Yeah, há uns brindes aqui para os painelistas. Yeah, pode entregar, sim. Hey. Yeah, just a minute for the panelists. I mean, there is some gifts. I mean, for you.
Hello. Can everyone sit down and then we can start? Zullen we maar beginnen? Welcome at the session of strengthening digital cooperation among states riparian. Bom dia, todos. I will do it in English, but I also can Portuguese. I'm from the Blue Deal, Mozambique, and also working for the Dutch Water Authority. And I will moderate this session today with a lot of youth in this session, and also the digital cooperation. This is for now and the future. I think it's really important to have this digital cooperation. Also, because yesterday I heard water management is management of water and management of relations. And after the COVID, we had a lot of relations built due to digital possibilities through Teams. We visit twice a year Mozambique, and now we almost have every week, every month contact due to digital possibilities. And first, it is really, really important that we're going to share the information between the países. Sometimes I'm mixed up in Portuguese and English in the countries. And also the digital cooperation is possible due to contact with Teams, Zoom, and at least with these digital tools, we can develop new tools. And therefore we have some young people and they're going to present. So I would like to invite Asha Detta from Arasul. Bojana Fakuza. Bojan. Yes. Oh yeah, over there. Marta Klersch. Ja, wat zit daar? En Yannick Pet. Welcome. And can I invite Asher to start with the first presentation? Yeah. Where are you working, Asher?
I work at Arasul. Yes, I'm technician of the hydraulic infrastructures. Thank you.
Yes, come on.
Bom dia a todos e obrigado pela oportunidade. Dizer que, pronto, trago aqui uma apresentação sobre medidas de mitigação de cheias na bacia do rio Maputo. Uma apresentação, pronto, vai falar aqui daquilo que são as medidas estruturais, também não estruturais, mas também da tecnologia ou das plataformas que foram utilizadas para fazer este trabalho. Temos aqui, em termos de conteúdo da apresentação, temos introdução, vamos descrever, ou seja, vou descrever também as cheias do Rio Maputo, os sistemas de dique existentes e a tecnologia que foi usada para fazer esse mapeamento, depois o ponto de situação, as propostas de medidas e considerações finais. Pronto, dizer que pronto, a bacia do Rio Maputo é uma bacia transfronteiriça partilhada por Moçambique, África do Sul e Suazilândia. Grande parte dela localiza nos países que localiza fora do país, cerca de 94%, e apenas 6% no nosso território. E pronto. Passando a dizer que pronto, que ao longo dessa bacia tem ocorrido cheias, e essas cheias elas têm danificado as infraestruturas que lá existem. Mas também tem danificado algumas atividades econômicas que lá são praticadas, como é o caso da agricultura. Dizer que, pronto, desses levantamentos que nós fizemos, podemos cadastrar perto de 33 quilômetros de diques que servem para proteger as zonas agrícolas, alguns assentamentos também. E dizer que também que nessa bacia existem esquemas de irrigação ou campos de cultivo, como é o caso do campo de Salamanga, que já remonta dos anos de 84. Temos também um campo, um esquema de irrigação infraestruturado com canais, com sistemas de adução, com perto de 2.000 hectares. Contudo, esse sistema encontra-se inoperacional por conta dessas cheias. Mas também temos novos regadios que foram feitos mais na parte de Jusante, próxima à estrada N1, que é o regadio de Macassane e o regadio de Caiado. Os dois juntos estão próximos, têm perto de 100 hectares, a área que está operacional. Dizer que, pronto, as cheias nesta bacia já remontam de anos. Tem algumas cheias históricas, que foi de 1984 e do ano 2000, que, pronto, que danificaram esses sistemas de proteção, danificaram também algumas vias de acesso e isolaram também pessoas. Recentemente também houveram cheias ou inundações que isolaram algumas localidades e agravaram o estado desses diques ou dessas infraestruturas. Dizer que, pronto, que nesta bacia, uma das principais medidas, conforme disse no início de proteção, é a questão dos diques. Eles são estruturas normalmente feitas de aterro, de solos ou em paredes de betão, que têm a função de impedir que as águas invadam a terra. Pronto. Dizer que, pronto, nesta bacia nós temos o sistema de diques, que passo aqui a mostrar como é que nós fizemos. Tivemos contato com as autoridades locais, visitamos os locais para fazer o levantamento, o cadastro, Para o efeito, usamos alguns aplicativos que nos permitiram recolher essa informação e combinamos com o Quantum GIS, que era para poder fazer os desenhos, mapear as zonas onde há DIC e as zonas onde não há DIC e também propor novos DICs. Dizer que, pronto, que nesta bacia, logo na zona inicial, não consigo aqui apontar, mas para este lado de cá, temos um sistema de DICs, que é o DIC de Madubula, mais a jusante, temos o DIC de Pinonganini, que está com a cor rosa, e mais para o final, a verde e a azul, temos a proposta de novos diques, que é nesses regadios de Macassane e Caiado, que são locais que estão sofrendo com as inundações. Dizer que, pronto, que o mapeamento foi feito recorrente também a imagens satélites, com recurso também a drones, e, pronto, fizemos esse mapeamento e também com um aplicativo colocado no tablet chamado Quantum Field. Pronto, deste trabalho identificou-se que nessa extensão de 10 quilômetros, apenas 30% do DIC está razoável, 70% está em estado mau. Avançando, esse é o DIC de Madubula. Passando para Tinonganino, onde nós dissemos que tem lá um esquema de irrigação, identificamos que, pronto, há rombos de grande dimensão que através são pontos de entrada de água para as machamas que estão ali indicadas. Então, atualmente essas zonas estão inoperacionais. Aqui temos também alguns dados do levantamento, com apoio de sistemas, com apoio dos drones, fizemos o mapeamento aéreo e podemos elaborar os mapas com o traçado do DIC e as principais anomalias que há nesses DICs. Conforme pode ver mais para cima, temos aquelas imagens, são as zonas que me referia antes, são os principais pontos de entrada de água para essas zonas agrícolas. Pronto, aqui temos também mais algumas imagens dos drones que mostram esses pontos. Aqui trouxemos algumas imagens mais ao detalhe daquilo que é o estado do DIC, as infraestruturas que existem num desses regadios que falava anteriormente e o que a força das águas também provocou. Aqui, e por fim, em termos daquilo que foi o trabalho de mapeamento desse DIC, de cadastro, do ponto de situação, também conversa com as comunidades. Podemos identificar zonas que agora sofrem com as inundações e propomos nessas zonas a construção de novos diques numa extensão de perto de 4 quilômetros. Aqui trazemos também, com o uso dessa base de dados do Quantum Field, foi possível determinar as secções dos diques de forma preliminar, a configuração, a altura e também os volumes de materiais necessários para fazer a reposição desses diques. E também algumas medidas para proteção das margens dos rios. Em forma de resumo, dizer que, pronto, quanto processada essa informação, podemos concluir daquilo que foi o levantamento feito, que de um dos diques, que é o de Tinonganine, 30% está em estado mau, 70% em estado razoável, e para o dique de Madubula, 71% está mau, apenas 29% é razoável. E em Macassane e Caiado não há diques, há necessidade de construir novos diques, há necessidade de fazer estudos também mais detalhados para esses projetos. Em termos de medidas, depois de analisar toda a informação, concluímos que, pronto, temos esses sistemas de regras que são importantes para o distrito, a necessidade de investir na construção de diques, há necessidade também de construir infraestruturas hidráulicas em pontos que já foram localizados, que são pontos de entrada, mas também são pontos também de drenagem da água. Há necessidade também de melhorar a gestão, porque, conforme dizia também logo no início, é uma bacia partilhada, a necessidade de melhorar a partilha de informação. Mas também há outras medidas estruturais que já vinham sendo identificadas em outros estudos, que é como a construção das barragens. E, por fim, dizer que com a implementação destas medidas, será possível viabilizar os investimentos no distrito de Matituíno, trazendo maior renda para as famílias, beneficiar perto de 10.000 pessoas, mas também permitir a utilização da área disponível de perto de 20.000 hectares. E muito obrigado.
E muito obrigada, Ashley. E eu tenho uma pergunta para você. Tens um sonho para o futuro?
Obrigado. É uma pergunta boa. Dizer que tenho um sonho sim para o futuro. Pronto, nós temos vindo a trabalhar com técnicos da área sul, fazendo essas inspeções, não só agora do dique de Maputo, mas já estivemos no Limpopo, já estivemos também em Comate e temos uma base de dados melhorada com a informação dos diques. Temos vindo a trabalhar com o apoio da Blue Deal nesses sistemas que nos apoiam a recolher informação de forma digital, não nos papéis, tudo mais. Mas sentimos que pronto, terá mais utilidade. O nosso sonho seria colocar em prática, okay? Construir ou reabilitar os diques para beneficiar as comunidades que delas dependem. Obrigado.
I would like to invite the next presentation. That will be done by Buana Fakutu. Welcome. Where are you working? Podemos pôr o... Yeah? Oh, yeah. Okay. Where are you working?
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Bom dia. My name is Buyani Fagutse. I'm from the Inkomati and Maputo Watercourse Commission. Right. Okay. I'm going to make the second presentation of this session under the title of Strengthening Digital Cooperation among riparian states. So the focus is going to be on our INMACOM Transboundary Management Information System. Next slide. Oh, sure. Okay, thank you. So this is what the presentation will touch on. We'll just go through the foundation of the cooperation amongst the 3 member states, which are the Republic of South Africa, the Kingdom of Eswatini, and the Republic of Mozambique. And this information sharing has a background. So we're going to look at the original data sharing platform. We're also going to look at the role of the key stakeholders who operationalize the system. We're going to look at the present formation or the setup of the current system. And then lastly, we'll look at the future prospects of our data sharing platform. Now, this is an infographic that shows the history of the cooperation amongst the 3 member states. If you look at that, 1983 is where maybe the most significant steps were taken for the 3 member states to cooperate. Some of the people in the room were not born, but that's how far back it goes. And one thing I can say is that if you know the history of this region, it's been volatile over the years. If you know your African history, you know what it was like back then. But it is good to know that water still provided a platform for member states to work together despite the turbulent times. And in 1998, there was a lot of progress made to set up the first member states, which was eventually signed in 2002. And it's called the Interim INCO Maputo Agreement, which is something that we still use, although it's soon to be replaced by a new updated comprehensive agreement. And ultimately in 2021, INMACOM was formed, which was the setup of a permanent secretariat. But again, I will emphasize that the cooperation was there for many years before. Now, when we want to talk of the role of data as a tool to cooperate, it's important to look at the main agreements that support this cooperation. And there's 3 key pieces of documents that I will touch on. And the first is the shared protocol, the revised shared protocol on water causes by SADC, which is what motivated for the formation of institutions like INMACOM itself. It was signed in the year 2000. And like I said, in 2002, this is when we had the first initial interim INCO Maputo agreement post the SADC protocol on shared water causes. Then within INMACOM, there's the interim INCO Maputo agreement I've touched on. And then lastly, there's something called the resolution on the exchange of water quality information. So those are some of the key documents that support the cooperation. Now, specifically in these 2 documents, there's Article 8, which says member states will establish a monitoring program where at fixed intervals, all member states will provide the status of their resources and the trends, specifically for pollutants and the health of ecosystems. And then the resolution on the exchange of information on water quality, it touches on which aspects are going to be important to be shared here. And they are listed there. It includes water quality, hydrology, water use, and any other relevant data and information, which could be the population trends, the economic development, and things like that. And then the agreement back then was that the sharing would be done via a website, which would be developed jointly and managed jointly by all the member states. Now, in detail, there's Article 12 of this agreement, and now it stipulates how the data will be shared. It moves on the data on activities which can cause some harm at a transboundary level. That was seen as something very important and something that had to be shared on the platform. So you will see as I continue the presentation, you will see that the monitoring sites are strategically placed in those areas where it's easy to see the possibility of transboundary harm. And there was also a commitment by all the member states that where some data that was required was unavailable, there would be an effort made to avail that data. So where necessary, payment would even be made to access data. Now, the original building blocks of this cooperation, if you understand the structure of INMACOM, they're the overall decision makers, which are the ministers of water from all the 3 member states. But some of the most important role players there are the river basin authorities. They are the ones who do the day-to-day monitoring, data collection, and they support this system. And then, of course, the departments of water in all the member states, or the DNA in the case of Mozambique at the time, those are the ones who provide or supervise on the agreed commitments. Now, INMACOM was expected to then have an internal data unit, which would collate and compile all this data and share it on the agreed website. Now, there are 3 levels, acceptable levels that were key. For a system to be sensible to the users, it had to be freely accessible. So there was no need for a password by the public users. Now, the information submitted had to be near real time, and it had to be geographically accurate. Now, there was also a commitment to upload any studies, technical studies that had been carried out within the basin. And now there was a need also for all the member states to carry out quality control on the data, because they remain the owners of that data. Even though it's shared on the common platform of INMACOM, it remains the propriety of the member states. And of course, like I said, the internal data unit in the Secretariat then does the uploading and upkeep of the website on a day-to-day. Now, this infographic shows how the original concept envisioned the use of this website. So you can see where you see TPTC, I hope it's visible on the screen. That is the predecessor to INMACOM. So they are the ones who would do the manual screening and inputting onto the MIS, which had to be backed up on a server. Those are the light blue cylindrical shapes. And then, of course, the public would have to bypass a certain firewall, which I had highlighted that it didn't have a password. And then they could access any of the data that they wanted. And of course, I will emphasize the fact that the whole basis of this cooperation is such that all member states should be able to see what the neighbor has. So there had to be no secrecy in terms of the data. And this was the internal design, the original design of how the operation would happen at an internal level. So there would be a GIS and a hydrometeorological engineer and an IT or web engineer who would support the collection of the data. That one is a bit hard to see, but basically it demonstrates the different levels and the different items that could be accessed on the MIS platform. So of course, there's the hydrological data, the meteorological data, but also key was a collection and the storage of all the research work that had been done within the two basins over the years. All of it had to be captured properly on the MIS. That was the original vision. I doubt this is visible, but these are some of the, moving from left to right, those are the priority monitoring stations. And all of them, like I said, I will show on a map that's soon to come. They were strategically placed near the border crossings. So the extreme left shows the priority ones, and then the one in the middle are additional sites. And then for water quality, there was an additional one of the chart on the extreme right. And on completion, this is how the whole system operated. There was the website, which is on your extreme left, or that cloud-like infographic there. That is what it was. And then you would have the operators submitting data to the internal data unit at INMACOM, which could be captured and stored on a database. That's the computer tower that you see. And all of that had to go to the public web. So people could be able to access the information without the need of a password. And I just want to quickly move on and show you what it looked like. This is the original one. So Prima was a series of projects that were done on the second phase of the cooperation, which was known, that is short for Progressive Realization of the Inco-Maputo Agreement. And that is what it produced. So this is what the original website looked like. So you could find that there was your landing page, and then you could start to access the different tabs, which gave you your data, your studies, and things like that. I will just add that if you type in the website today, it's not accessible. I tried. So now there were lessons learned from this exercise, which then informed the current form of the MIS, because that was a learning curve. I think the Prima study I was talking about was between 2009 and 2011, if I'm not mistaken, or thereabout. So you can see that technologically and otherwise, or even the dynamics within the member states have changed a lot. So some key lessons were learned. And the member states got to the conclusion that they had to reconfigure how they shared their data. And they agreed on 3 key elements: that they wanted the data to enhance effective utilization of the water resources. They wanted it to enhance sustainable economic development. and they wanted it to enhance the quality of the natural and social environments. I made some errors on that one, but yeah, that's basically what was seen as critical by the member states. And on that is what they decided they had learned. And for the new system to be better, they realized that it had to be open source for one, because some of these systems are good on design, but keeping up with the expensive licenses can kill a lot of the systems. So that was one of the key requirements for the new version, that it had to be something that could be hosted without the burden of an expensive license. And secondly, there was a feeling that it had to be very easy to use and understand. So when you go on our platform right now, even somebody who's not too technical can grasp all the information they need. I think that was another key element of the new design. And it had to be able to accept and simulate various situations so that they could be easily digested. And it had to be based on a GIS platform so that all the locations had to be accurate. And so that is how the whole setup was configured. So one of the key concerns or cross-cutting issues that had to be addressed was the security of the system, how the logging in could work, how the user authorization could work, and those were identified as the key elements. Even I'm struggling to see some of these. I hope you can see them better. But those were some of the key elements that informed the kind of approach that was adopted. And now this is how it looks like in its present state. So when you look at that landing page, you will see some of those dots. They represent some of the key hydrological stations. So they are placed at the border crossings amongst the member states, some from South Africa direct into Mozambique, or from South Africa to Eswatini, like that. So the feeling was that even those that are not specifically on the crossings specifically, they are within a reasonable distance to those crossings, because it makes sense that if you are complaining of a spillage or there's some kind of contaminants that are found, it has to be easy to see the impact at the cross-border level. And once you access the station, and I think this is a more recent view of what it looks like, it's easy to grasp. I think even somebody who's not technically invested, but is just a stakeholder, can look at this map and understand what it means. The lighter shades of blue or the dark shades of blue tell you that those things are above an acceptable level. And as you drop down with the colors to the orange and the red and things like that, it tells you that something is not compliant. So those are some of the thinking approaches that are used, something that is easy to understand. I think we all know, even from traffic lights, when it's red, you know what it means. So that's the same kind of thinking that was adopted here. So there are still a lot of opportunities for this platform. In its present form, it is useful as a decision support tool to the decision makers within INMACOM. So we're able to report on the health of our rivers, we're able to report on the compliance, because all member states have certain expectations on what they allow as a cross-border flow. We're able to track and report on that to our member states. And to an extent, although we are not doing as well as we would like, we are able to also report on the water quality, but it's one of the key priority areas going forward to elevate the level of our water quality reporting. But at a basic level within INMACOM, we're now able to use this system to help the countries get a grasp of those issues. But we still see room to improve. Like I just mentioned, the water quality, it's not good enough. You can imagine that if there's an accidental spill, there has to be a certain rapid pace to arrest the situation or to report on it. We are still wanting in that regard. So it's something that we feel we can improve. Even the water usage, we feel in a water-stressed environment like this, there could be improvement on that one because a lot of the water is already allocated, but there are a lot of losses within the basins and the basins, but those are not captured accurately enough. So if the system can improve in that regard, it would be fulfilling a lot of needs of our stakeholders. We also want to get into the link. I think in the first session, we had our groundwater specialists. We've started to co-opt them because we want to start co-opting or rather taking in the monitoring wells into the system as well, because there is a clear link between surface and groundwater, but it's not reflected clearly enough on our system. And that's another avenue we want to explore. And at a broader level, also I want to touch on the telemetric data. There are some sites that have been falling behind in terms of the access to near real-time data. So we've identified some of them where we want to invest in those monitoring stations, and we want to have a situation where eventually everything will be telemetric across the board. We are far from that, but it's one avenue that we're looking at. And then lastly, one of our ambitions is now to extend the network so that it has a regional coverage. In other words, like you see at SADC in terms of infrastructure, or even the power pool as they call it, they've moved to a level where they can coordinate the whole thing at a regional level, not in small units like that. So it's a success for us that at a basin level we are there, but we want to extend it further and get to a regional level. So we're going to be experimenting with collaborations with other bases like Pupusa, Limcom, the ones that are close to us. And we want to see how a broader data network would look like at that level. And hopefully, if that is a success, all the lessons will pick up, those can be transferred to other basins, your Orasacoms and all of them. Thank you so much for your time and for giving me an ear. I've put my contact details on that last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And it was really nice to hear, and that there's a regional data platform. And what's your dream for the future?
Personal dreams of this one. Okay, on the data platform, I think I've touched on that. The vision is to try and break the barriers of access to the data, because it's critical for decision making. I think if I were to share some of the early successes that we're seeing within INMACOM, is that there's more faith in this platform. You will see that there is more trust among the neighboring states because of the availability of this platform. So even there are long-term or there are plans, development plans, they're able to freely share them on this platform because they can see that it's a good platform and something they can trust. So now you can imagine how, if that can expand to a broader level, it could develop now maybe at the corridor level or regional level, but that is not possible if there's still limitations in sharing the data. So the dream is to get to that level where there's more readiness to share and it's more accessible, because that is how you come with informed decision if you have access to the data easily.
I think a nice question for the discussion after all the presentation. Thank you very much. And then I would like to invite the next women. Marta, can you come and do your presentation? E primeiro, onde tu estás a trabalhar?
Bom dia. Como ela disse, eu sou Marta Glerce, eu trabalho na área sul, afeta a divisão de gestão da bacia de Limpopo, especificamente na repartição de gestão de recursos hídricos e infraestruturas hidráulicas. Nesse momento, eu estou representando a Limpopo Water Course Commission, porque também sou Estado membro representante de Moçambique no projeto da REMCO, referente à gestão integrada das bacias hidrográficas transfronteiriças para o desenvolvimento sustentável da bacia do Limpopo. So, as Mrs. Cindy said in the first day, as young as we have to learn and practice. As young as we have to challenge ourselves and show that we are able to do and make everything going on. Because I'm younger, I will challenge myself and do this presentation in English. Ladies and gentlemen, I will invite everyone to fly with me for the virtual world of digital twin for water management in Limpopo River Basin. My presentation will cover the introduction, the objectives, the concept of Limpopo digital twin, the main components of them, and K-fusion and practical application, the benefit, and then the conclusion. Just a brief summary about what is Limpopo River. That river normally crosses borders in 4 countries: Zimbabwe, Mozambique, South Africa, and Botswana, and make story beneficiate about of 21 million people who relate to do in the basin different activities. This river with catchment about of 412,000 square kilometers. The Limpopo River Basin in Mozambique is carried off Arasul when through the management for the Limpopo River Division Management. And in Mozambique, we have 2 major infrastructures in Limpopo River Basin: Messenger Dams and Makaratan 1. These infrastructures help us to control the flood and irrigate and supply the irrigation and different other activity. So to advise and trying to provide recommendations on the uses of the Limpopo River, this activity is specifically from REMCO. My presentation has the object of present the fusion and potential of digital twin in improving water resource management in the Limpopo River Basin. So, to enable seamless integration of water resource applications and to improve, sorry, it's difficult to change the things and speak for me. So I am sorry to sometimes be late in the past the slides. So thank you. So to enable seamless integration of water resource applications, to improve the water resource management and informed drive decision making, the REMCO had the idea to build a reliable and scalable digital infrastructures that called it digital twin. The digital twin is closed-based water management platform, and this attempts to create a replica of Limpopo River Basin, running simulations of real situations, monitoring and predicting floods, droughts, and support early warning systems. So when we get in the digital twin, the first view that we have about our interface is this one I always see, the illustration in the image. So when we get in the digital twin, this is the first view. The digital twin show us the elevation of our basin. We show us a catalog when we can explore data and upload data, giving opportunity of all of us insert data in the digital twin or just look what is happening in the river. So the main components of them is, first of them is the natural basin characteristics. In the natural basin characteristics, we'll see all information about the basin elevation. We see all information about the boundaries, the stream boundaries of the river. Not all, we see to the land or the land user of the river. We can see in this section of natural basin a mapping about irrigation areas in the Limpopo River. We have the socioeconomic profile. In the socioeconomic profile, as one of our colleagues said in the first day, the governance is about people. So in the socioeconomic profile, what we have is the illustration of people that are using the Limpopo basin in all countries. We have the idea about how many population we have in the Limpopo basin using the exploration, the river basin, the Limpopo River and their tributary. We have the interesting part one, the water resource. In the water resource part, we have the illustration about all the infrastructure that we have in the Limpopo River basin. Not at all, we have the information about our river in the old river basin, and we have in the water resource part all information that we need about the rain season, or the rain part, or the rain season, or the rain in the Limpopo River basin. And we have the citizen science part. Last day we had a presentation about the citizen science that is happening in Limpopo River. So the citizen science help us to have the idea about the indigenous knowledge, help us to join in this project, in this software, on this program, the intelligence of the community people, help us to leave the community who are real users of the river, to show and show with us, to share with us their history about the river. They are first one see the change in the river, so they will be able to share with us this aspect using digital twin in this part of citizen science. And we have the water use monitoring and analysis. In this part, after we identify, after we see everything that's that's happening in the river, in the user part, we can just determine a part that is for our interest. For example, I want to know what's happening exactly in Mozambique. So I can use the water use monitoring just to write a polygon of this part and say, okay, in Mozambique, we have 20 dams, for example, we have 2 dams, and in these dams we have different levels of water. For now, we have this level of water. So in this part of water using, we can do this, and we can do the forecast about this. We can have the idea of the situation of river for a long time. And we have the ecosystem part. The ecosystem part is one of the most important because help us to identify the health of river. We will see the different species of fish that will help us to say that how was the water quality in the river and what is the impact of this in the biodiversity in the river. So these are all the main components of digital twin that we can find when we get in digital twin. So what I say, we have the opportunity to see the geography in the digital twin, like this illustration in the first picture. We can see the elevations and topography of the Limpopo Basin. We have the opportunity to see the land cover and land use, when we can see the distribution of irrigating map, and the red color that we can see in the second picture illustrates that the forecast about the irrigate maps 2 years later. And we can see this illustration of forecast using the chart, using graph that is illustration in 3 pictures. So what I'm saying, the socioeconomic profile, we have this map with different coloration that indicates the distribution of populations. And we have here in water resource, the illustration of dam location, river level, and SWOT modeling, the chart. So it's possible to see these things in the digital twin. And because who shared the Limpopo River Basin are 4 countries, and one of them is in downstream, Mozambique one, is we had the LIMCO had the idea to add in digital twin the flood risk. So This session is very helpful for Mozambique because we're downstream, and during the rain season, we're able to inundation. So using digital twin, we can identify, we can do the forecast according to how many discharge we're receiving coming to upstream, and we can do the simulation to see which area and what will happen during this flood time in Mozambique. That's why we have the map of flood risks that identify different level of alerts during the flood time. So basically, the key fusion and practical applications of digital twin include the three-dimensional globe visualization with time series animations, interactive chart pops for end location, custom future template for data exploration, polygons draw, and multi-layer overlay with transparency control. In digital team, as I said, we can have a basin overview, and we can have the opportunity to do the data analysis. We can have the real-time monitoring help us in at times, and we can have the specification of local data. We can give us all data about the site who you are looking for. So the integration of data from Limpopo River into digital twin will significantly enhance modeling, forecasting, and scenario planning, creating new opportunity for data, informed decision, making that is inclusive, equitable, and climate resilience. So what I can say about the digital team for water management in the Limpopo River, it will provide the seasonal water availability forecast, operationalization of environmental flows using a modular approach for scientific products, and they can do the representation of three-dimensional one of the basin that integrates diverse data and existing resource technologies to understand the current basin dynamics, offering monitoring forecast and scenarios analyzing for informed decision making. Before our planist ask me what is my dream, I will answer my dream from Limpopo River, because I started with like intern before be offset in the RSOL. So my dream that time was just to see difference in the Limpopo River, just make different, be the one who will make difference. So now I'm involved in the technologies. I like to do modeling, and my dream is see the future of Limpopo River management lies in intelligence, integration, and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marta. Oh. Oh. Wait, you can show. Muito obrigada. But I don't, yeah, I'm really a bit afraid to speak Portuguese now because your English is so good. And then the last one. Yannick. Where are you working, Yannick?
Bom dia, chamo-me Yannick Bid, técnico da área sul, afeto ao Departamento de Obras Hidráulicas e Manutenção. Com a devida permissão, vou dar início à apresentação sobre o Q-Field Software. A apresentação está... esse é o conteúdo da apresentação. Temos aqui a introdução, principais funcionalidades do software, principais vantagens, limitações, ilustração das funcionalidades do software, resultados do uso do software na inspeção da DIC e considerações finais. Keyfield Software é uma ferramenta de trabalho de campo que transfere para os dispositivos móveis parte das funcionalidades do Quantum GIS. Trata-se de um sistema aberto que foi adotado para apoiar a área sul no cadastro e inspeção de diques de proteção contra cheias e inundações, com contributo de especialistas holandeses no âmbito do programa Blue Deal. Uma das principais funcionalidades do Qfield Software é a coleta e edição de dados georreferenciais. O Qfield permite adicionar novos pontos, linhas e polígonos, representando infraestruturas hidráulicas, extensões ou alinhamentos de diques e áreas de interesse. Esses dados podem ser associados a podem ser podem ser associados ao estado, coordenadas, data e observação, que são preenchidos através de formulários. O sistema registra automaticamente a localização em que o autor faz a recolha do dado, garantindo o acompanhamento das coordenadas geográficas. A edição é totalmente compatível aos projetos Quantum GIS, ou seja, é possível integrar o resultado da inspeção no Quantum GIS e atualizar e processar os dados no computador. Outra funcionalidade do Qfield é fazer o registro de fotografias georreferenciadas. Ao criar um ponto ou um polígono, o técnico pode anexar uma fotografia e essa fotografia já vem acompanhada das coordenadas geográficas. Este recurso facilita a verificação visual nas coordenadas de campo e fornece toda a prova documental em relatórios técnicos. Cada fotografia fica ligada ao registro correspondente, podendo ser visualizada no Quantum GIS. Também é possível fazer o rastreio o rastreio do levantamento. É possível mostrar de forma a posição exata no mapa onde foi feito o levantamento e quais são as coordenadas daquele ponto. Permite também gravar pontos automáticos em intervalos regulares ou por distância. Ele pode fazer o levantamento automático, por exemplo, se nós programarmos de 1 em 1 quilômetro ou de 5 em 5 quilômetros, de acordo com aquilo que é a nossa preferência. Outra funcionalidade do Qfield é a sincronização dos dados levantados no terreno com Qfield, através do Qfield Cloud. Os técnicos de campo recolhem os dados de forma offline e a ter acesso à internet é possível fazer o upload da informação para o Qfield Cloud. Também é possível fazer o levantamento de forma paralela. Ou seja, por exemplo, no DIC de Shockwave, em 4 frentes diferentes, podemos dividir as equipes e fazer o levantamento das anomalias de forma independente e depois, no fim da missão, é possível fazer o upload de uma única vez para o Qfield Cloud e depois fazer o processamento conjunto. Também essa funcionalidade da cloud evita o uso de cabos e cartões de memória, o que reduz o risco de perda da informação registrada no terreno. Outra funcionalidade do Qfield é poder operar sem recurso à internet. O QField tem a capacidade de realizar o levantamento de forma offline, o que é ideal para as zonas remotas. Todos os dados do projeto são exportados do Quantum GIS e para o QField, carregados para o QField antes da saída para o campo. Assim, quando formos ao campo, não vai ser necessário a internet para poder visualizar ou fazer o tracker da nossa atividade. O técnico pode recolher e editar e guardar as informações sem internet e quando regressar é possível fazer a sincronização ao projeto principal. Posso apresentar as principais vantagens do software. Uma das principais vantagens é que o software é aberto, gratuito, não é necessário a aquisição de licenças comerciais para operar com o software. Ele integra-se diretamente ao Quantum GIS, o que permite o processamento dos dados do levantamento no computador de forma mais rápida e eficaz. Funciona totalmente sem internet, o que é ideal para as zonas recônditas. E é possível instalar o software em smartphones e tablets. Também é possível fazer a sincronização dos dados levantados via QField Cloud. As principais limitações do QField são a precisão do GPS depende muito da qualidade dos dispositivos. Alguns telemóveis podem ter erros superiores a 3 metros. Pode ficar lento ao trabalhar em projetos muito pesados e ainda não suporta todas as ferramentas de análise de processamento do Quantum GIS. Aqui passa a ilustrar como é que é feito o levantamento da informação, da inspeção dos dados. Ele, de forma automática, já vem a data e a hora em que é feito o levantamento. A seguir preenchemos a informação gerais, como o nome do examinador, o tipo de inspeção, se é uma inspeção de rotina, se é uma inspeção antes ou depois da época chuvosa e qual é o objetivo da inspeção. Depois preenchemos informação sobre a descrição do local. Aqui também, ele também de forma automática já faz o levantamento das coordenadas geográficas e depois nós preenchemos informações sobre o tipo de dique, se é um dique de betão, se é um dique de aterro, qual é a zona do dique que foi afetada, se é a zona de proteção do dique, taludes ou crista, qual é o material do dique e quem são os beneficiários do dique. A seguir preenchemos informações sobre a anomalia que verificamos. Se é uma erosão, se é assentamento, ravinas, e qual é a causa da anomalia, se é uma anomalia natural ou antropogênica. E o padrão da anomalia, se a anomalia é verificada em um único ponto específico ou em vários pontos ao longo do dique. Depois preenchemos informações sobre a urgência, qual é o nível de urgência de intervenção, se é alta, média ou baixa, e qual é a ação sugerida. Por exemplo, em caso de verificarmos machamba na zona de proteção do dique, podemos parar com o uso indesejado, ou se for um rombo, se temos que reabilitar e etc. E quem é o responsável por essa ação? E depois podemos fazer o registro fotográfico, temos que adicionar pelo menos 2 fotos daquela anomalia que nós verificamos e essas fotos já vêm com as coordenadas do local. A seguir, passo a apresentar o resultado do uso do software na inspeção do DIC de Shockwave. Podemos ver aqui do lado direito o traçado do DIC de Shockwave tem uma extensão total de cerca de 88 quilômetros, das quais 14 quilômetros em estado mau, 15 em estado bom e 59 em estado razoável. Aqui do lado esquerdo podemos ver algumas anomalias que verificamos ao longo do DIC, como árvores e arbustos no corpo do DIC, buracos, machamba, vegetação excessiva, ravinas, entre outros. Aqui é possível ver umas das imagens que captamos no DIC. Temos ali à direita ravinas no talude, no meio machamba no talude e na zona de proteção e erosões. Esse é o resultado da inspeção realizada no DIC de Xaixai. O DIC tem uma extensão total de 73 quilômetros, dos quais 22 em estado bom e 51 em estado mau. Em estado razoável, desculpa. 22 em estado mau e 51 em estado razoável. As principais anomalias verificadas foram construções no corpo do DIC, como casas, machambas no corpo do DIC, erosão, vegetação excessiva, entre outros. Aqui é possível ver algum registro das anomalias, registro fotográfico das anomalias verificadas no DIC, como a prática da agricultura na zona de proteção do DIC, vegetação excessiva e erosão progressiva no talude do DIC. Em jeito de considerações finais, dizer que o Q-Field Software tem se revelado uma ferramenta bastante importante na realização de inspeções de tickets de proteção contra cheias, permitindo armazenar de forma segura e processar toda a informação verificada no terreno. Esse software permitiu fazer o cadastro do DIC de Limpopo, concretamente o DIC de Chocwe, Ixaixai, DIC de Ingomate, Incomate, no Incomate, DIC de Munguini, da Maragra, e na bacia do Rio Limpopo, DIC de Tinunganini. Com o software foi possível elaborar um plano de manutenção dos DICs que precisam serem reabilitados, incluindo estimativas de custo e volumes necessários para a intervenção no DIC. Em forma de recomendação, né? Gostaria que o processo de expansão da plataforma seja concluído para a área norte e a área centro, para que eles também possam realizar essas atividades e ter os cadastros do DIC. Obrigado.
E Yannick, também uma pergunta para ti.
Sim, o meu sonho é que seja possível concluir o cadastro de todo o sistema de DIC a nível nacional, não só aqui na região sul, mas também como na região norte e centro. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada. Eu estou muito, I'm really proud of these young people, and they did a really short presentation and really to the point. We didn't a lot of applause. I see Anton just starting. Nou, paraphrase. And now we have still some time for some questions. So I would like to see there are some questions when we can. Oscar, is there? Oh, we start with Oscar. You can start with a question. Há microfone para.
Can I go before Oscar?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
She must allow me.
Oh, desculpa.
I can't go
Eu
without,
pensei.
I can't go without your permission.
Sorry? You can
Do
start.
you allow me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I allow you.
Thank you. Mine is simple. I'm not a Portuguese speaker, but there is a term that the first presenter, I think even the last one, was giving. They call the DIC. It's DIQI, not the other one for those who are naughty. But how do you define that DICs that you're talking about in Portuguese? Because it looks like we are talking about different things. The interpreter, I'm talking to me specifically because I'm listening to the English interpretation, which talks about the dike. The dike is a retaining wall, but it looks like it's not what it means. I'm not sure the presenter can highlight it, because if it's not what it said by the interpreter, it should be a canal from my side. Please clarify us who are listening in English. It's a pity we are not European. We learn the language as we go. So you need to clarify us from Portuguese so that you take us in your confidence in English. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dia. Bom dia. Estou aqui. Bom dia. Eu gostaria de saber se a comunidade está envolvida na expansão dos diques, porque durante a apresentação o último orador falou sobre arbustos, de ter a comunidade a construir nas áreas de proteção do dique, tem machambas, tem casas. Eu gostaria de saber se, ao implementar-se esse projeto, as comunidades elas são envolvidas e até que ponto elas têm o conhecimento do nível de importância dessa infraestrutura para eles. Porque se já estamos a construir nos diques, estamos a fazer machambas, pode, de certa forma, acabar por colocar em risco esta infraestrutura que é de grande importância para nós. Se nós já vamos fazer a inspeção, que não sei que é de quanto em quanto tempo, e nós já encontramos lá os rombos, a estrutura dá um sinal de que eu estou para romper. Antes de romper, ela já diz. Então, se nós não temos esta frequência de ir ao campo, mas temos lá a comunidade que vive, acorda, vê o dique, dorme, vê o dique, sabe como é que a estrutura está se a comportar. Então, eu gostaria de saber até que ponto a comunidade está envolvida neste processo, desde a concessão do projeto até a entrega do mesmo para a comunidade. Obrigada.
Obrigada. E aqui em frente, diretor Oscar Sabia.
Muito obrigado. A minha vai ser breve. A minha primeira pergunta vai para o engenheiro Archer. Ontem tivemos uma apresentação no qual temos que preparar os projetos dos quais podem ser financiados. Em relação ao que falou do Rio Maputo, nós temos um concept note disto que podemos procurar financiamento para este projeto em particular. É a primeira. A segunda vai para o Facuse. Está relacionada com... Não vi muito bem, clarificou que não se vê muito bem as estações chaves. I will speak in English. You mentioned that there is a key station at Incomat River, but only I saw one at Mozambique side. I don't know, is that because the slide we're not able to see, or we only just have one, because here in Arasul, we have a primary station, we have secondary. The primary station we use we call flood control station a principal for us. And we would like to see if we can incorporate this as a principal station. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Twalisile Masugu. I'm from Eswatini. I'd like to thank all the presenters for this wonderful presentations. My question goes to Ms. Martha on the presentation for Limpopo Digital Twin. From my experience, one of the main challenges in the region is the access of data. Most of the time, the data, you may find that it's inconsistent or has a lot of gaps. So how do they address those challenges to make sure that the system actually gives or produces good and consistent data? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, my name is Willie from Tonga Toilets. My question, I would say it's more of a comment than a question, but I don't know if the first presenter will be able to answer it. His presentation was on floods, but mostly looking at Maputo. I would want to include Manyisa. Right. Currently, we're facing some challenges when it comes to abstraction of water into the river. But the last time I checked on the data from our partners in South Africa and Swaziland, I'm seeing that most of their dams, they are still almost, I think, above 90%. Yet we are now getting into the rainy season. When the rain starts, the water is then opened. They open the floodgates and it is going to affect us on the downstream. I don't know if there is any communication regarding the situations, let's say, of the dams, or if there is cooperation in terms of the releases of water on the upstream and downstream. If we check our dam here in Mozambique, the Kurumani Dam, I think as of today, we are at 37% in terms of the volume of water in the dam. But on the upstream, they're still holding large volumes of water. And I was wondering if we could have such communication or cooperation in terms of releases of water, so that during the rainy season, we can sort of mitigate the challenges that we are going to face when we'll be having large volumes of water in the rivers in Ingomat. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde.
Lot of questions. Yeah.
Meu nome é Correia Maumani. Queria fazer uma questão ao primeiro orador, mas antes, primeiro, parabenizar as apresentações. E a minha questão é, o primeiro orador falou de medidas estruturantes que visam a construção de novos diques. O que eu quero saber é, já existem projetos e esses projetos estão orçamentados? E a outra questão é, no âmbito social, tendo em conta que Moçambique, nos últimos anos, é afetado por inundações, quero saber se a área sul tem algumas medidas sociais ou de, digamos, de compensação, tendo em conta que nesses locais existem algumas infraestruturas privadas. Existem algumas medidas de compensação? Obrigado.
Obrigada. E eu gostaria de ter a última pergunta para Miss Cindy, depois vamos responder todas as perguntas. E quando são mais, depois temos intervalo.
I am seeing that she's looking at me with those eyes like you have been speaking for so long. So maybe I offer her the chance, then I'll make a comment. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Noblunga Dlamini. I am from Eswatini. I work with a project called Mbuluzi Ecosystems Restoration Project. It's a national project in Eswatini that is currently being implemented, spanning from 2023 to 2029. Thank you to all the speakers. My question is directed to the speaker that spoke to Q-Field system. It's just a simple question. My team and I are currently debating on which MIS to integrate into the Mbuluzi Ecosystem Restoration Project as we continue to develop our MIS for our projects in the country. I just want to know on the Q-Field system, outside of just integrating QGIS, what else does the system does that is different from other apps like Kobo Collect or EpiCollect? Thank you.
That was an important question. So, yes. I had a question, but I'll just leave it when they're answering regarding the elements that were in the LIMCOM digital twin. I saw a lot of different elements in ours that Biani presented. It was more the water related information, but in the LIMCOM one, there was the topography, there was the biological elements, ecosystems type of things, and how do you integrate a system to have all those different, the citizen science. So it's different specialities that come in. So the comment now, I wanted to truly appreciate the effort, speaking in English, making such a brilliant presentation. That was nice. And then the other comment is that it seems like we are monitoring what is important for us as governments and water utilities, but the people that we are serving may have certain needs. I've just heard about stations that are for flood monitoring and things like that. So we would welcome that feedback because we want to grow up this information management system so that we serve the purpose that we are set up for, not just doing what the governments and the operators are doing, but also alleviating certain problems and assisting the people that we serve with the right data, the right information, and also being able to make informed decisions in time. So that was the comment. So we would welcome those views, and we have a presentation tomorrow about the hackathon where we'll be defining all those things with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to start with answering the questions. The first was about the explanation, what's a dike? Asher? Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you. The explanation, the dike, what we are calling a dikes, called dike, that there's an infrastructure that protects people against the floods. It could be made by sands, could be made by concrete or other type of materials that will prevent the water to inundate zones. So is what we are trying to, what we want to, this is the message that we want to transmit. Thank you.
Is that a clear answer for you? No. It's not.
Yes, ma'am. It makes sense. You know, I was always under the impression because when they talk about the dike, they'll be showing a canal. So I presumed it was a canal. But I think this answer is good enough. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. The second question was about how to include the comunidades. Yeah, Yannick, you can answer this question.
Bom dia, obrigado. Dizer que Neste momento está em curso o estabelecimento de comitê de gestão de diques que serão incluídos os líderes ou população comunitária de perto das zonas adjacentes ao dique e eles irão realizar inspeções de rotina de forma regular. E em caso de verificação de alguma anomalia, o líder do comitê irá informar a área sul ou a área centro, área norte, para que se prepare a missão de intervenção para reparar a anomalia.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Malaika. I think I'll try to answer the next question. Is that then the next question was about the if there's a concept note for this dike of Rio Maputo. I'll say yes. Yes, we are preparing the concept note. We did this job recently this year. We go to the Maputo Basin to inventory make the cadastro of the dike and the situation of these infrastructures, and we are preparing the concept note to mobilize the fund to rehabilitate. That's also another question that is related to this one, was made of Mrs. there, that was asking if the project is existing. We are preparing the process, the project. This is the answer, and we have already the estimated costs, because during this work that we did, we quantify the materials that's necessary to do this, and based on the market cost, we estimate the cost of the project, and we are going to try to guarantee that if there's people that will be affected by this problem, they will be involved. I think the study that will be done during this problem will cover this. We are going to include also this in our terms of reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next question is about now for Bojana, I think, yeah, about the stations at the border at the Kurumana Dam.
Thank you. The question was on the number of monitoring stations. And one thing I can say is that the platform is constantly growing and evolving. And as you can imagine, more data does no harm. So in fact, if we add more monitoring sites beyond the ones that have transboundary obligations, the better, because it means now you can model even more, you can extend the simulation even more. So there is no harm in adding more. And in fact, my personal observation has been on that we could do with more from the Mozambican side, because of all the various situations like the floods and all those things that we observe on that side. And maybe I can touch briefly on the issue of communication of preemptive releases from the dams, because it's a situation we also see. And I would share that from an INMACOM perspective, that's one of the benefits of having a platform like that, because member states can communicate in advance to their neighbors that, okay, our dams are full and we're planning to do some releases. In fact, in the case of the Maputo Basin, the Pongola Port Dam has been way over its normal operation level, which is usually 85%, but it's been playing around 95% throughout the dry season, which is an alarm. So now South Africa has communicated in time to its downstream neighbors that they will be releasing up until mid-November. So I think that is one of the beauties of having a platform like an RPO, because is disseminated time to the downstream. Thank you.
This was also an answer of 2 questions, I think. Mr. Oscar Sabir, you're content with the also? You are also content with the question? Okay, that's nice.
Thank you for the question. I will answer the first one about the data gaps. I think that the data gaps all of us are facing in our sector. So the digital twin specifically are connected for our automatic station that we have in the Limpopo River. So that's why we have this consistent update of data in Limpopo Basin. And yet in this project for REMCO, in the Limpopo Basin, they did the installation of hydrometric stations, automatic hydrometric station. So we have the different automatic stations installed in all the 4 countries that we are sharing, and we are able to get in the ZIMCO ZNet to see the time series and the evolution of the data in this tool. So digital teams are connecting for this automatic station that we have, and this automatic station will help us to solve this problem of data gaps. As on the first questions about how we did to integration the data about biodiversity, topography. During this project of integration management of Limpopo River Basin, we had the first joint basin serving, and this project was for all country. We did the survey in all countries, and the focus of this project was analyze the cross section of river, starting upstream to downstream, and analyze the different kind of biodiversity that we have. And during this program and during this activity, we did the installation of these automatic stations, and I learned that to have automatic station to identify fishes in the river. So it was one of the activity that we did, and this installation that we did are connected to digital twins. Yes, and the project still doing the installation of this automatic tools to help us in these observations. Thank you.
Bom dia, boa tarde mais uma vez, obrigado. Sobre a pergunta da colega da Suazilândia sobre a diferença do Qfield com outros softwares, uma das principais diferenças é a capacidade de operar o sistema sem recurso à internet. E, para além disso, o sistema é completamente gratuito, não é necessário a aquisição de nenhuma licença e é possível executar todas as funcionalidades do Qfield de forma gratuita. E também permite fazer o armazenamento na base de dados interna do Qfield Cloud. Então, não é necessário andar com cartões de memória ou flash para armazenar a informação. O próprio software já tem a capacidade de armazenamento da informação. Obrigado.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, does it work? Yeah. Thank you very much for a lot of questions. There are still, are there more questions? I think in the oh, Engenheira Isabela Vaz.
Uma só pergunta que anda na minha cabeça já há muito tempo. Os países são donos de informação. Informação significa independência, significa governação. E nem sempre estão disponíveis em partilhar essa informação com os outros países. Especificamente em relação a dados de meteorologia, nenhum serviço meteorológico que eu conheça aqui na região partilha os dados de forma gratuita. Eles têm que ser pagos. E mesmo outra informação de qualidade da água, nem sempre é fácil conseguir, porque pertence a cada país, e porque cada país acha que os seus recursos hídricos lhe pertencem e não aos outros. Eu quero saber como é que esse problema é resolvido com essas plataformas de partilha de informação. Obrigada.
Question really nice, I think, and that's also the challenge to resolve as this REMCO, because we are always all together here and we know each other. We build on relations and to share the data. But I think maybe you can react on this question. I think it's also your dream.
Okay, thank you. Indeed, it's a very important issue that is being raised on the access to information and the cost that is sometimes attached. And I would never downplay the desire of states to enforce their sovereignty in terms of how they maintain control over their data. But to share experience from the approach we have used, it's to specifically state those parameters that are of mutual interest to those member states and start there. For example, when we speak of water quality, we have something like 23 parameters that were specified to be shared amongst these member states. And on those 23, we still broke them down into smaller segments such that there's maybe like 5 vital ones, which could be the BOD, the pH, electrical conductivity, turbidity, and things like that. And on top of that, we acknowledge the ease of collecting those first 5 parameters, because sometimes there's that element as well. Some member states might not bluntly state it, but the cost of capturing all these things is so high that they have to pass the charge to somebody else. But when we narrow down to the ones that are of mutual interest to the neighbors, then sometimes it becomes a motivation for those countries to share. But we still do have those limitations where the data, especially, you will find that there's some difficulty in accessing it easily across all member states. Sometimes they will charge you, and there'll be all those confidentiality agreements attached, which becomes a hindrance to what we're trying to do. But when you demonstrate the mutual benefit, I feel it brings a certain level of trust and people are more willing to share. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, todos. Thank you very much. When I look to this audience, I see some people. I learned the profession of the hydrometrist. I was on many rivers, and I saw colleagues from then. In that time, I was here, and now a lot of new colleagues, youngs. And I think this is a really nice opportunity to have this REMCO and share all the information. And I invite you to have the discussions at the dinner table with all the different generations and share your knowledge, because the young people have new knowledge. And I saw some older people, they have old knowledge. So, and I think we have to join this knowledge and therefore, yeah, speak to each other. And therefore, before we go to the dinner, or to the almoço, I will ask you for a great applause for these youngsters. Now you can stand up. I haven't, the organization asked me, you have all this paper on your desk. It's a questionnaire, and please fill in this questionnaire, scan the QR code. If you don't know how to do this, ask your neighbor or someone next to you, and you can come. There's also a present, but a lot of applause for these people. Alexandro, can you take a picture? Thank you all. the almoço is ready. So yeah, they asked me to send you to the almoço. In English. Right. Oh, lunch break. Ik weet gewoon soms dingen wat van de
Angiboni. Nicolette. Bowubona lapho. Bowubona lo screen lo. Yo. Bebamane basibeka la. Yeah, hola.
We have the joy of trying to energize people under that. Okay. You're going to do it down with someone. Everyone says. All right.
Hello, hi everyone. Please let's settle down. If we can kindly settle down so we can start our session. Welcome to session 7A. We're discussing transboundary water resources protection. My name is Ketiwe Ngobo. I come from Koba. I'll be facilitating this session. And I've got my rapporteur there, Lakumalo. Just a fun fact, last REMCO, I was also a scribe, and then this REMCO, I'm a moderator. Next REMCO, probably keynote address. Please help me welcome Dr. Lihle Mafu from UNESCO. He's the water quality specialist and a senior lecturer at the university, and also heading research.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am Lihle indeed. But I have an identity crisis because in most cases, people say I come from the University of Eswatini, when I actually just identify as a child of the water sector in Eswatini with a very keen interest on water quality analysis and monitoring. So the issues of water quality, fortunately for all of us, is that they are not they do not only run and stop where borders stop. So it is a real transboundary issue, and that requires both intra-country and regional collaboration. So our presentation today is going to be very brief, because we are just trying to show how Eswatini has been trying to make sure that we are having a targeted programming for water quality monitoring. And this is informed by various issues, but in particular, the fact that resources are really finite. And if we are going to do the traditional water quality monitoring, then we are going to be doing a lot of work that has little results or does not impact our integrated water resources management. So to fully understand or to fully appreciate why water quality monitoring in Eswatini is very important, and why basin-specific strategies has to be created, is for us to just look at the hydrogeological context of water quality of the country in Swaziland. So in Eswatini, we are having a number of river basins, all that have very unique hydrogeological formations. In particular, if we look at the Komati and the Great Usutu Basin, that has very different rock formations that has an impact not only on the mineralogical makeup, but also on the geological makeup. If you look at the Great Usutu, for instance, it has both your metamorphic and your metamorphic weathered kind of formations. But if you look at the Komati, you are only having your granitoid. So if you're only having the granitoid, it means the water quality also, even if it's the same aquifer, is going to be a little bit different. If you look at the Pongola, the Ngwavuma, and the Bulusi basins, which are having different pollution pressures, they also have differing geological formations. But that is not only the issue. The other issue is that if you're having those geological formations, there are then other activities that happen on the surface that do not only impact the groundwater, but also impact your surface water. So that is why water quality monitoring is so important, because whatever that is happening on the groundwater has also some impact on the livelihood, particularly when we speak about issues of climate change. A speaker in the morning spoke about climate change as one of the sponges when we are having droughts, because we can use groundwater as a source of water, particularly when we are having droughts. If we look at your water quality monitoring as a function that is going to assist us in protecting public health, in ecosystem, rejuvenating our ecosystem health, and also economic development, particularly when we are looking at water allocations and water resources planning. It is very important that we are very intentional when we craft programs that are going to make sure that they generate the right data for policy direction. This enables regulatory enforcement as well, mitigation of pollution, because it has been found that it is more expensive to remove the pollutants in the water than to stop the pollutants getting into the water. So that is why the regulatory framework in Eswatini do not only has your DWA, your EWS, but it also has your environmental agency, which makes sure that there is mitigation of pollution before it gets into the water, so that it is easier to manage the resource without spending a lot. Because literally, if you're looking at the region, the resources for water resources management are very limited. And if they are very limited, we need to plan better so that we can do a very good job. But what is important with water resources planning, particularly for water quality monitoring, is the fact that we move from thinking of it as a hidden risk, but we look at it as a managed asset with which we can then thrive in the many industries that need the water resources. We can also make sure that public health is also protected, and also our planning and allocation between the rivers and also transboundary is going to be very important. Thank you. So now, if we are doing traditional programming, we spread the resources thinly. We also lack basin-specific focus. I want to make an example that we are going to go to a basin that is mostly agro intensive and has a lot of irrigation, and we put many resources into looking at heavy metals, and we do the full suite of heavy metals when actually we just need to be very worried about nutrients and also maybe your E. coli and other very easy to do parameters. So then we'll have a parameter suite that does not align with the pollution pressures of those basins. But if we move towards targeting, we are shifting towards prioritizing risk locations, selecting parameter suites that are aligned to the pollution pressures, and we also direct capacity building where it is really needed. Now, the work that Eswatini has done in trying to come up with a program that addresses its needs, in-country needs, and also the transboundary obligations is actually a 5-point plan. There is other parts of the plan that have not implemented currently, but through a very intensive stakeholder engagement, there is work that is going towards each of these components. The first one is prioritizing hotspots so that we can get the data that matters the most so that we can act. Water quality monitoring must not just be a routine thing that doesn't give us information that informs our policy and also our integrated water resources management. And the priority hotspots in the country, in Eswatini, is your wastewater discharges, your agro-industrial zones, your urban growth areas, and the transboundary river inflow points and also outflow points. Now, if we look at the many basins that are in the country, there is a number of points where we are doing water quantity measurement. So the plan has always been to be having the easier suits that we can monitor in real time, so that when there is low flows, we're also noting, for instance, what happens to your turbidity, what happens to your TSS, what happens to your color. And this is very important when we are thinking of flooding and also when we're thinking of droughts, because that is when we can also then to initiate our early warning system so that we can be able to avoid many of the problems. In this stations, you find that there's a water quantity station. There's also a river. These river gauging stations also have a meteorological part. So the plan has always been to add a water quantity part of the parameters that be used as indicators of concern. So if you are seeing these parameter going up, then you are concerned so that you can deploy resources so that we can have a full analysis of what is actually obtaining. Looking at the basins and looking at the priority hotspots, if we look at the wastewater affluent hotspots in particular, so if we think of the Usutu Basin around the Matapa-Manzini region where you are having a minimum of 2 wastewater treatment plants, there we are very worried about your nutrient loading and E. coli spikes, particularly when the wastewater treatment plants fail. So if we are having almost real time or a targeted monitoring of those parameters, your nitrogen, your phosphates, it is very important. It is going to give us information that can make us act easily. And what we note when there is the load exceedances is that you are going to have your total suspended solids also giving a spike and also a turbidity giving you a spike. That is not only going to assist the Department of Water Affairs or the Joint River Basin Authorities Project Board, but it also assists the water utility in noting how much dosing has to happen because of the turbidity spikes so that we can have drinking water that is fit for purpose, but also on the other hand, we're having water that is fit for the agricultural purpose. For the agricultural pressures that are prominent in the Lomati, in the Komati basins as well, and also in the lower parts of the Usutu Basin, there are seasonal nutrient spikes, and that has manifested in algal growth along the basin. And this is because during the farming season, there's a lot of inputs that goes into the vegetation around, and then it gets washed into our river systems, and then there is a spike in the nutrients, particularly your phosphates that are coming from your fertilizers, and also the issues of the lot of biomass that comes that gets literally just disposed wherever, and then when there is rain, all of it gets washed into the river system. Now, the issue of the Raywick that we also almost discussed yesterday when we were talking about international law by Babemkhulu is that the Raywick has a suite of parameters that are very important. And these very important parameters, unfortunately, all the 3 countries are currently not reporting on. But also there is the issue of capacity, that we have the capacity to do the analysis of these parameters. And this informs also the negotiations into a phased approach into the implementation of the IMA if we're looking at the Raywick parameters. Now, looking at the basin-specific water quality planning, if we look at the Greater Usutu basin, the pressures are urban and peri-urban people living there. There's effluents, there's underperformances of waste treatment plants, and there's forestry, agriculture, and transboundary influences. So then you are looking for parameters that are going to inform the Raywick and also that are going to inform your activities as a country. That would include pH, your electric conductivity, DO, TDS, and turbidity. But also there is chemicals and metals that must be prioritized in the Usutu Basin because of the industries upstream in the Matapa and also the forestry that is up in Epunya. But if you look at the Komati Basin, mostly it's sugarcane irrigation. So we are worried about your pH turbidity, yes, but also there's issues of the nutrients and there's issues of the big infrastructure such as the Makuka Dam, where you are worried about chlorophyll, and also you are worried about the temperature profiles of the dam. So those are the things that we should be worried about. And if we do that, the basin planning, we improve cost efficiency, enhance analytical relevance, support basin level management, and also make sure that we are guided correctly in capacity building initiatives. Now, There's an INMACOM project that recently finished that was looking particularly on the capacity of the countries, the laboratory capacity of the countries to implement the REWIC. And Eswatini has looked into that report and said, from that report, we are also wanting to act on the provisions of the report so that we can build capacity for our in-country water quality monitoring programs. And what is noted there is that there needs to be investment in instrumentation that can do organic testing, heavy metals and emerging contaminants, such as your pharmaceutical byproducts. But the tiered approach, because now we are trying to streamline the use of resources, is that there must be the national laboratory, which is at the DWA, but there's also support laboratories that are going to deal with spillovers and make sure that there is targeted or investment in them so that we can do the complex analysis. And also there's the coming in of private institutions to assist, particularly if you're looking at procurement of an ICP-MS, for instance, that will cost 5 million. But if you're already having it in a private institution, then we can be able to use that so that we can do a public good. The issue of digital transformation is one that is very a moving subject, a moving target, particularly because now with the advent of AI, there are more pressing issues that or opportunities that we can leverage on. But in the main, currently, we have data collection that remains manual, limited systemized systems, and limited real-time monitoring capacity. And there are projects in the country that are supported by partners to make sure that we address that through standardized digital data capture, centralized national water quality database, early warning and real-time monitoring, and integration into transboundary reporting structures. Now, where does our communities how does our communities participate into this? We are guided obviously by the national partners, and then there's academia and the private sector institutions. Then there's industry and high impact polluters. It is very important that we look at and the high impact polluters as partners in making sure that we are able to do water quality monitoring and planning, because then they will know their role in this whole sphere, rather than looking at them as people who are in our space and that needs to be fine. Let us them that is, but let us then come back and plan together how can we make sure that this finite resource is well protected. The issue of citizen science, where the actors are your rural water communities, water institutions, and the youth is also very important, because then they can also identify the hotspots where they stay, and they can report illegal discharges as well, and also support location of field measurements. So ours is just to make sure that water quality planning is integrated, and water quality monitoring is an issue that we are all aware of and want to take part in. So everything that the country has done in making sure that we are having a targeted water pollution monitoring program has not only been because of the stakeholders in the country, but also the transboundary engagements that we are doing with South Africa and Mozambique has been very influential in making sure that we understand what is it that we need to do and how that impacts your downstream users, and also how the upstream activities are also impacting on us. I've been given 1 more minute, and that 1 more minute I'll take it to say thank you. Bye.
Mafu, can you please also clap again? I didn't really hear it. Thank you so much. So our program has, we have a 4th speaker, Mr. Fondo. He was supposed to present yesterday after tea. So he's going to be presenting. Can we please welcome him to the stage? Mr. Fondo is a policy and advocacy coordinator. So from WWF Mozambique. and then he's going to be giving us a presentation on empowering local basin communities and voices. Page 2 of the agenda you have. Can I also call to the stage Dr. J, his colleague from South Africa. Dr. J is the Executive Director of Award, is also going to be giving us a presentation on biodiversity, yes, BioSmart 2. So they're going to sit here, and then we're going to start with Mr. Fondo first, and then Jay will follow. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As the moderator said, my name is Fondo. I work for WWF Mozambique. And today, I'm going to present on community empowerment on sustainable natural resources management with focus to water resources. The idea is that we support communities on raising their voices for protection of natural resources. And as this specific conference is on water, we are going to give a very few examples on what we are doing in terms of water resources management. Well, we have what we call priority sites for WWF Mozambique, from north to the south of the country, defined by our country strategy, which we are implementing since 2020 to 2030, with a midterm evaluation that we have done last year. And some of those priority sites, they coincide with the area where Arasul is implementing activities, actually. And those areas, the Greater Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area, but the Greater Maputo also, which is the area fed mostly by the Inkomati and Luzi River basins. We see that these freshwater ecosystems are very important for water resources management in the south of Mozambique. And what we have been doing in the last 7 to 8 years with Arasul is involving much more local communities on water resources management. There are challenges, and those challenges, some of them are related to degradation of water quality, but also reduction of water availability due to different reasons. And from the degradation of water quality, we see a growing dissemination of invasive species, mostly aquatic-based plants. And we have been working with Arasul, we have been supporting Arasul's intervention for them to be able to reduce the negative impacts of those species, but also contributing for more water availability, which is matter of concern for WWF as an organization that is concerned with freshwater biodiversity, in this case, freshwater biodiversity, but also with the private sector. Another challenge is related to sand mining. There is a growing sand mining activity happening in the Nkomat River Basin. And according to some reports, those sand mining activities, they are leading to reduced water availability. There is also the climate change. We are witnessing the different events, climate change related events, floods, droughts, and so on and so forth. And not less importantly is the lack or reduced capacity of enforcing the implementation of some of the regulations. The idea on what we are doing is to bring all the stakeholders together, mostly local communities, organized by community-based organizations, whether they are community-based natural resources management structures or community councils for fisheries. We bring them together and we assist on providing trainings, some exchange visits for experience exchanging, participation most actively on decision making related to natural resources management and on clearing those invasive species. As I said before, we are working in the Nkomat and Umbeluz River Basin for the Greater Maputo area. We have been also working on in the Limpopo, Greater Limpopo area. But what we are doing is, again, empowering local communities, supporting them to have data collection processes locally led. And we've been able to support the establishment of what we call MOMS, which is a monitoring-oriented system for management. And this system informs local authorities and government agencies on how communities are dealing with the resources they have on their areas. Specifically for the southern region, for the Nkomat and Umbeluz, we have been supporting the clearing of invasive species. We are still collecting results, but as far as we know, we have been able to support the clearing of more than 50 hectares of invasive species that have been identified as being harmful for the water ecosystem. Communities are doing that. We support them, but also we train some community members. They are doing their work with very huge ownership, and results are being seen in terms of improving water quality and improving water availability. We do this in partnership with different organizations, so institutions. Arasul is one of them, but also we do involve academic institutions, some research institutions from the government, I mean IDEPA, INOM, and others, but also we do this joining hands with private sector. And one of the most important private sector actor we are working with is the ABN Bev group, the owners of the CDM, for the ones who love beer. Contributions, we are contributing these activities, contributing for water security. As I said, communities are being empowered, and there is a strong inclusiveness of local communities on sustainable natural resources management. We realized at a certain point that we were not collecting freshwater biodiversity data coming out of these interventions as much as we could. And we decided to join hands last year with Awards, which is our partner supporting the collection, the mobilization of freshwater biodiversity data, and that with focus to the Incomat River Basin. And for more details on the joint work with Awards, I will hand over to Jai, who is the director for Awards, for a very brief presentation. Jai.
Thanks. Did you say that my presentation was very brief? Well, that I should be brief. I will let's do as much. Thank you very much, Fondo. The BioSmart 2 acronym that we're referring to here, it's the Biodiversity Systems Management and Analytics for the Restoration of Transboundary Rivers. BioSmart is just much shorter, so we use it quite a bit. Today, I very briefly do want to just go through basically the context of transboundary water resource protection that we are working within on this project that's funded by the JRS Biodiversity Foundation. And in order to do that, I'm going to just speak briefly to the context more broadly, but then also the first project called BioSmart 1 that we did and that award led between 2019 and 2023. And then the project expansion that's happened in the last year, the phase 2 of the project that took us to, or enabled us to work with WWF Mozambique. So this kind of a picture, which is one that our colleague, Dr. Jeremy Shelton took, is the kind of picture that I think a lot of us and a lot of people kind of have in mind when we talk about water resource protection. It's a kind of a pristine river up in the mountains. Often there's no people in the picture. It's the environment. And we often act, or people often act, as if the freshwater biodiversity as a component of water resource protection is something that we do kind of generously for the environment and not as something that we do that we all as humans and people benefit from. And there was a paper that came out, it was back in, I think, 2022, that just summed this up very, very succinctly. And it literally is entitled, People Need Freshwater Biodiversity. And we need it for a whole number of reasons. It's everything from the environment that we rely upon for the water that we drink, the activities that we perform, the materials that we use, the recreational activities that we engage in. Freshwater biodiversity is not something that we do and doesn't matter, from a water resource protection just for the environment. It matters for all of us. And just for anyone who's interested, that's the reference for that paper, which some of our colleagues from IMI and other organizations were involved in, and I'm sure you guys may recognize some other authors from there as well. So moving to the Inkomati and looking a bit more kind of locally, when we look at kind of what freshwater biodiversity data is available, this is from the Freshwater Research Center's Freshwater Biodiversity Information System, or FBIS. And if you look on FBIS and you kind of look at the transboundary Inkomati River Basin, you'll see lots and lots of dots for data points inside of South Africa. You'll see some in Mozambique and a few in Eswatini. But if we look at that in terms of the actual numbers, you'll see that over 95% of the FBIS sites and the overall species occurrence is from within South Africa, despite that only being 61% of the basin. Then we've got Mozambique, on the other hand, 33% of the basin, but only 1% of FBIS sites and species occurrence are loaded to the Freshwater Biodiversity Information System, or FBIS. Now, this doesn't, of course, mean that those data sets don't exist. It's just that they're not available or accessible on a public platform that has all the metadata kind of properties ascribed to it and is kind of accessible in a way that then for transboundary management could perhaps have greater impact. And this is kind of where our project kind of came in, beginning in the South African parts of the Nkomati Basin. And again, that's kind of the biodiversity systems management and analytics. It already had that focus on the transboundary rivers, but in the first phase of the project, we only looked at biodiversity data and mobilizing of it and the integration into decision support systems for the South African portion. And we did that using, in terms of the decision support system, a kind of custom open source tool that is used by a bunch of stakeholders, including the Nkomati Catchment Management Agency, called INWARDS, or the Integrated Water Resources Decision Support System. And it is and has been set up for a range of different areas, including the Limpopo water management area, the Olifants Letaba, and of course the Nkomati water management area. And I'm referring to that as the South African water management areas, but not at this point for the transboundary basins that cross and that matter, including here Nkomati and Maputo, and others that cross over with Eswatini. So INWARDS is open source. It integrates both real-time and kind of overall verified hydrological data from a range of sources. It also brings in water quality data. There's a host of dashboards that are in there and that are accessible. There's also some implications for human health that's built in, some compliance-related components. We've developed custom dashboards for Kruger National Park for the IUCMA. And then again, freshwater biodiversity coming in, indicators of hydrological alteration using fish species, macroinvertebrates, etc., as ways of being able to tell almost on a real-time basis kind of how the hydrology is shifting, showing many of the ways in which freshwater biodiversity can contribute to water resource management more broadly, as well as kind of vice versa. Then the mobilization of the biodiversity data. In the previous project, we mobilized tens of thousands of data sets that were then integrated and uploaded into the FBIS system. And that included kind of invertebrate data, algal data, anuran data, and fish data. So as we move from phase 1 to phase 2, a lot of the focus has been on how do we bring some of this work and expand it to cover the whole of the transboundary basin. And the funder, the JRS Biodiversity Foundation, was really keen on ensuring that this work wasn't just based in South Africa. And so one of the requirements, which we're very grateful for, is that we needed to have a Mozambican kind of co-lead and partner, and that's what enabled us or has helped and then provided the funding for Award and WWF Mozambique to work together. So in terms of the overall project, it's running between February 2025 and January of 2027. It's building on the first or the earlier project. And it, of course, has this aim of quite explicitly enhancing transboundary management and capacity development for aquatic biodiversity management across the basin. The team is made up of representatives from the organization I run, the Association for Water and Rural Development, WWF Mozambique, as well as representatives from Charles Sturt University and Rivers of Life, including or led by Professor Gordon O'Brien, and members of the Freshwater Research Center, including the director, Dr. Helen Dallas and Jeremy Shelton. So the project objectives, in addition to mobilizing biodiversity data in the way that I've just described and enhancing some of the existing data platforms, We're also focusing on bringing a whole lot of learning and sharing and bringing of resources into a common open source platform that's being hosted on Moodle that we're calling eBionet. And that's an online information sharing and learning multilingual platform that we have just launched, in addition to a learning network of people. And we were very fortunate to be able to kick that off, and I'll show a couple of pictures from that in a moment. In June of this year, we were together in Makaneta, just down the road from here. We had over 33 organizations represented, including the transboundary water commissions, both LIMCOM and INMACOM, as well as a host of Mozambique-based organizations, South African-based organizations, some Eswatini-based ones, and universities. We were a relatively small group of people, but I think quite a kind of high leverage in terms of the both managers and decision makers, as well as kind of scientists who were there and who were involved. In addition, now, as I was saying, the focus really with the data mobilization component is to ensure that we're able to increase these numbers quite dramatically, particularly for Mozambique, to be able to cover the other 1/3 of the basin, which at this point has only 1% of the species occurrence data on FBIS. We're also then partnered with Professor Gordon O'Brien, as I mentioned, who's at Charles Sturt University in Australia, but still affiliated with some South African universities. And the system, this is Gordon presenting at the event that we had in June. The fish track system is one of these brilliant examples of how freshwater biodiversity can be very actively used to help with real-time monitoring and management of water resources. The fish track system itself has been used primarily at this point in the South African parts of the rivers, but also now in different parts of Mozambique. And the idea is that you are able to capture some of the larger kind of fish species, including tigerfish and large yellowfish. And these little sensors get strapped to their backs. And then from there, you monitor the movements, and a whole model's been developed that effectively tracks the kind of standard movements of a shoal of fish versus the kind of movement patterns that occur when they're in distress, with those distress or those sorts of stresses usually being things like pollution coming down or kind of hydrological alteration occurring. So it's an example of how kind of real-time data can be collected, drawing from kind of aspects of or species of freshwater biodiversity, but can actually then be used and integrated into decision support systems. This is just a high-level picture of Coromana Dam and the border between South Africa and Mozambique. And so the idea here is that we are going to be doing these fish track installations on both sides of the border and aiming to kind of be able to capture data as the river flows into Coromana Dam, and then as water is released from the dam, with multiple base stations and relay stations set up along the way. And then that data, of course, coming into a central system, and in this case, we will be bringing it into our inward system. But other things came up, including some proposed next steps. A lot of people raised, fisheries and fishing livelihoods as being a key component that, often when with these sort of freshwater biodiversity programs, it doesn't get adequate attention. And so what we're actually doing is bringing together a group of stakeholders who've indicated a specific interest in that and forming a working group. We have a proposed collaboration with INMACOM in the pipeline. Cindy, great to see you here actually in person, having only met you online before. But Buyani Fazude, who presented this morning, was at that meeting in June. And so we've been fortunate to kind of build off of earlier discussions in this regard. Our goal is to actually host the next event, that is the next meeting of this Transboundary Biodiversity Learning Network with INMACOM in Eswatini in February next year. And we would like to share information about that as soon as it's been through the pipeline that it needs to go through from the approval perspective. Then we've got the fish tagging and station
Hello? Oh, yeah, thank you. A warm applause to our two speakers, please. Thank you so much for the two presentations. I'll be calling to the stage Miss Daisy Zulungane from Arasu. She's going to be presenting preliminary results on the assessments of the impact of sand mining on the water availability in the Lower Komati, in Komati. Boa tarde, eu sou Deise Zulunhan. Vou trazer aqui aquilo que são os resultados da atividade de extração de inertes que a área sul tem estado a levar a cabo. Dizer que no rio, para além da água que corre, nós temos lá minerais e minerais bastante apetecíveis, porque de alguma forma eles geram recursos econômicos. E só que quando esta extração ela é feita de forma desordenada, sem cumprir com aquilo que são as normas ambientais, elas trazem consigo vários impactos e nós vamos trazer aqui, por isso é que nós fizemos este levantamento e vamos aqui apresentar aquilo que são os impactos da extração de inertes na bacia do Incomate. Os objetivos são estes aqui, apresentar os impactos desta atividade mineira no rio Incomate, trazermos aqui os resultados, mas também seria interessante nós ouvirmos daqui dos países vizinhos se esta atividade também está a acontecer nos vossos países, como é que nós também podemos trabalhar juntos. Temos aqui a imagem da barragem de Curumana, dizer que esta barragem, quando foi construída, era para amortizar as cheias, mas também para garantir a irrigação no médio e baixo Incomate. Com o crescimento da população nas cidades de Maputo e província de Maputo, ela agora faz também reforço para o abastecimento de água a estas duas cidades.
Angikaze ngijoyina le link ye-REMCO.
Desculpa. Ok, obrigada. Para nós fazermos o levantamento da atividade de extração de inertes na bacia do Incomate, nós usamos um drone de alta precisão. Este drone tem acoplado consigo uma antena que permite termos imagens mais visualizadas. Tivemos também apoio dos nossos telemóveis para permitir que fizéssemos as fotografias que depois já vimos de vir e também do GPS. Nós fizemos primeiro um plano de voo do drone e para fazermos este plano de voo do drone,
nós usamos o software Google Earth Pro. Este drone permitiu que nós tivéssemos áreas não superiores a 50 hectares, tendo em conta também aquilo que é a autonomia das baterias do drone. Já no gabinete, depois de levantadas as imagens aéreas, nós fizemos o processamento destas imagens usando o software MetaShape, que gerou mosaicos, usando também modelos de elevação de terreno. Fizemos também análise espacial e produção cartográfica com o ArcGIS, versão 10.8, onde elaboramos mapas temáticos e, por fim, elaboramos o relatório que aqui apresentamos. O levantamento, como disse, fizemos no Incomat. Nós temos aqui a imagem. Alô? Temos aqui a imagem que mostra onde é que nós fizemos o levantamento, na parte verde ou amarela, depende, que vai desde a confluência do rio Incomate-Sábie até a Bomba 1, numa área de aproximadamente 500 hectares. Como resultado, nós tivemos vários impactos e para que nós pudéssemos fazer e ter resultados de forma comparativa, nós usamos as imagens satélites de 2015, que foi um ano que todos nós sabemos que tivemos cheias na zona sul do país, comparando com as imagens que nós tiramos do drone em 2025. Se repararmos esta parte onde temos o quadradinho amarelo, temos ali uma barreira que a açucareira de Chinavane colocou por forma a que fizesse uma bacia de retenção de água para que as suas bombas ou a sua bomba pudesse captar água e poderem irrigar os seus campos agrícolas. Aqui na imagem, neste slide, temos próximo a esta bomba 2, um local onde está sendo feita a extração de inertes na parte superior da imagem, mas também na parte inferior nós temos plataformas que os próprios operadores de extração de inertes eles fazem para conseguirem se fazer ao leito do rio. Nesta imagem, nós temos a extração de inertes a ser feita a sensivelmente 50 metros da ponte de Timanguém, o que, de certa forma, põe em risco esta infraestrutura. Aqui temos bastante claro as plataformas que são feitas dentro do rio, que é para as máquinas e os caminhões poderem se fazer ao rio e poder extrair os inertes. Aqui temos o local da bomba 2, também da açucareira de Chinavane, onde tiveram que colocar sacos para poder conter água e conseguirem captar a água para fazer irrigação dos seus campos. Como impactos desta extração, nós temos degradação da qualidade da água do rio, nós temos a erosão das margens, mas também do leito do rio, porque esta atividade de extração de inertes, ela não é feita só nas margens, mas ela é feita também dentro do rio, o que traz consigo vários impactos que estão a complicar aquilo que é a gestão da albufeira, de certa forma, de Curumana. E um dos impactos é a redução da quantidade de água no rio, porque com os buracos que vão sendo criados ao longo do rio, a quantidade de água reduz, porque a água primeiro tem que preencher aqueles buracos para depois chegar aos outros utentes. Em 2018, 2019, a barragem de Curumana tinha uma descarga de aproximadamente 7 metros cúbicos por segundo. Hoje, este volume de água não chega, fomos obrigados a incrementar e agora estamos com perto de 21 metros cúbicos por segundo para que possamos satisfazer os utentes a jusante deste local das extrações de inerte. Da pesquisa que nós fizemos, o uso de draga é um dos melhores. Ele tem menos impacto quando bem usado. Se esta draga não tiver a manutenção que é necessário fazer, ela vai trazer consigo a degradação da qualidade de água por causa dos óleos e também dos combustíveis. As máquinas, como nós podemos ver nas outras duas figuras, elas entram para dentro do rio e também acabam trazendo aqui uma degradação na qualidade de água por causa dos óleos e também dos combustíveis. Na segunda-feira, eu quando me apresentei, eu disse que trabalhei na barragem de Curumana em 2001. Nesta altura, a ponte de Curumana, que fazia a travessia para Curumana, havia desabado por conta das cheias de 2000. E hoje, vendo esta imagem da ponte do rio, sobre o rio em combate, é assustadora, porque as fundações estão à vista, porque por causa da extração de inertes que é feita a montante e a jusante desta ponte, a pouca areia que tinha ali foi lavada. E esta ponte está em perigo. O mesmo receio que nós temos também com a ponte de Moamba, temos também com esta de Timanguene. Nesta outra imagem vê-se água, mas nós não sabemos até que ponto as fundações aqui estão cobertas com areia, esta ponte está segura. De uma forma geral, dizer que a extração de inertes ela traz consigo impactos muito negativos se nós não cumprirmos com aquilo que são as regras de extração de inertes. Para que nós possamos ter uma atividade segura, nós recomendamos que esta extração primeiro seja elaborado um plano de reposição dos solos. Os próprios operadores podem fazer esta atividade de reposição de solos por forma a garantir que nós tenhamos um rio saudável. Precisamos também reforçar a fiscalização com objetivos claros, que é cumprir os planos de gestão ambiental. Porque esta atividade, para ser licenciada, os utentes têm sim um plano de gestão ambiental, mas eles simplesmente não cumprem. A preocupação deles é extrair areia e mais areia porque querem vender a areia. Julgamos também importante termos programas de educação aos operadores de extração de inertes. Acreditamos que se eles estiverem educados de como deve ser extraído, quando e em que lugares, esta atividade pode sim ser feita muito bem, mas que precisamos sempre cumprir aquilo que é a legislação. E precisamos sempre de implementar planos ambientais específicos para esta bacia que neste momento está-se a ressentir daquilo que é a extração de inertes. E dito isto, muito obrigada pela atenção.
A warm applause to all our four speakers. Very informative presentations. I know some of them are a sore spot to a lot of us here. We'll be opening the floor for questions. Mr. Dutoit at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Willie de Tooy. I'm the water manager for the Lumati River and Kumati Rivers on the RSA side. I just have one question for Dr. Mafu. We are aware of a mining activity above Driekoppies Dam, and I'm just curious about the monitoring sites between Driekoppies Dam and Peaks Peak. I just wanted to know if there's any monitoring happening there. So just a concern from our side. And then with regards to sand mining, Ms. Daisy, we share exactly 100% the same concerns. We have two massive mining activities one on the Lumati River and one on the Kumati River, and we have the same problems. So it's a really big concern to us as well. And it's definitely something we have to maybe tackle together. Because it's creating all the problems you've mentioned and showed there. It's doing the exact same with us. We have pump stations for some of our irrigators that's now 4 meters up, higher up. The level have dropped, and these guys need to go extensive upgrades on their pump stations to reach the water again, and it's creating big problems. Thank you.
Thank you to all the presenters for the insightful presentations. I only have one question directed to Ms. Daisy. Yes, I'm Tembe Ngambole coming from the Usuthu Basin in Eswatini. We also have a similar problem, as you have just alluded. It's an issue that needs serious attention and urgent interventions. But the question that I have from the Mozambican side, who issues the license? Who issues the sand mining license? Thank you.
I have a comment. I have a comment. These subjects are of grave concern and interest to INMACOM And if you recall, yesterday I talked about the Jeff 8 project, and sand mining is specifically singled out, and also land degradation and water pollution are a serious concern. Do you have suggestions or recommendations? I saw on your last slide, Daisy, but for a transboundary approach to this, or something that we could do as Inmacom and operators towards this, because there's the element of the licensing and other bodies other than us who are involved here. So if you would have clear suggestions, recommendations, and things like that regarding what we can do as we engage the business people, the issuers of the licenses, and everything that's involved. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by congratulating all the panelists for their presentations. They are very interesting. And there is a lot that it's been doing. They've been doing. At the end of the day, we are all users of water and the environment. And I really appreciate what he was saying, that we need to start taking care of the environment and water as we take care of ourselves, not like we are doing a favor for the universe. I found that thought truly beautiful and meaningful. The presentations were enriching. I learned a lot, and I believe each country can draw from similar experiences to identify gaps and strengthen the water quality monitoring of the source. I would like also to highlight the importance of sharing information. I saw that there are gaps of information sharing in these kind of conferences. We can take the opportunities to strengthen the sharing methodologies and monitoring in each countries. About the last presentation, the last miss that was talking stole my voice, because this is not new. We have been watching what is happening in Ikomati basins for quite some time. And I know for sure that Arasul and environmental ministers and other entities have been doing something about this. So I was really expecting that you could bring to us what you guys did so far, and way forward from what we are or where we are, what more we can do, and also REMCO, how the entities that are here today could do to help us mitigate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and may I also welcome the presentations, Councillor Phazamisa Mathe from South Africa, Ehlanzeni District, Mpumalanga Province. Program Director, I think we need to be deeper when we want to speak about these issues, because there's a soul somewhere which is behind all these things of, land mining for someone's benefit. The gist of the matter is that development in these countries which are all here have been taking place for centuries and years. But the way in which sand mining is taking place currently, it's something of which we need to look at deeper, more than the way in which we think. Because now they are affecting the environment, the resource of which we are saying we're saving. Because if you can go to each and every river throughout the whole country, in all these countries, there is sand mining, and we cannot run away from this. It is like that particular issue of rhino poaching. And these are the things which are happening in our countries. But somehow we feel very much scared to say exactly the challenge is there at the corner. Because really, if you can look at the way in which sand mining is taking place in our countries, the majority of the people are poor. But the way in which sand mining is taking place is more than the way in which the situation is supposed to be. Then it's a contradiction when it comes to development. We need to think deeper. If we can think deeper than today, we can say exactly, these are the people who are affecting us in our own countries in terms of our diversity, our biodiversity. I'm actually raising this because most of the issues which are affecting us, we take a long time sitting around table and talk about them for a long, long time. And at the end of the day, someone somewhere is going to say, this thing has been happening in all these years, and the people who have been doing these things are these people, and we seem to be surprised. Land for rural traditional authorities is highly affected. The urban land is highly affected. And this problem is continuing. Now it's affecting the resource of which we are saying. We want to make sure that we sustain it for the people. But now it's affected, and we're talking about the issue of, what do we call it? I've forgotten it, that one of, I've forgotten it, program director, but we're talking about the issue of climate change. We're talking about the issue of climate change. And that is going to happen in the next 15, 20 years if sand mining is continuing. To those streams and rivers and dams of which we are saying we want to to protect, to advance in terms of our people in order to get the resource. I'm raising this on the basis that there are those who are in these countries mining the sand for their own benefit, and it is affecting us, and it will continue to affect us if we are going to fail to say exactly the person at that particular corner is the one who's affecting us. Why are we afraid to go and confront him or her? Because those who are doing the work on the ground, they benefit nothing in the true sense of the situation. Thank you very much.
Good good afternoon. My name is Sigolotu Makakula from Eswatini. So when we're talking about sand mining, that is to Miss Zulunyane, firstly, I think we also need to take into account the fact that they're not just mining sand for their, yes, it's for their personal gain because they sell it and everything, but it is an integral ingredient for making buildings, making concrete, making the bricks to build buildings and everything. So it's not like the sand is just going out and it's going to something that we cannot see. But all the structures that we are under right now, they also have sand part of them. So my question or my comment may be, if we go out there and we say we do not want sand mining, what alternative are we giving them? Or what are we saying? What is exactly our message as we go out there? Because I have a strong feeling that if we go out there and say they procedure to go about they may not accept the message that we're bringing. So my take from the whole discussion about sand mining is, as we go out there, as we end this session, I believe that we should have one way or one message that we go back home with, because it's something that is prevalent in all the countries. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Primeiro, sim, boa tarde. Sim, primeiro, elogiar as apresentações que aqui foram feitas. E eu chamo-me Cremil de Finesse Aliginar. Estou aqui em representação da Água Cheia, mas também trabalho no Centro de Formação Profissional de Água e Saneamento. Bom, não vou conseguir identificar os nomes de todos que estiveram ali a apresentar, mas tenho aqui em mente a primeira apresentação. Tenho uma questão para o primeiro apresentador. E eu primeiro queria perceber, ou queria saber também, né, quais são as instituições na Suazilândia que são envolvidas na análise da água, ou que fazem análise da água, neste âmbito do monitoramento de qualidade da água. Mas também queria perceber qual é a periodicidade que tem feito o monitoramento de qualidade da água. Nós aqui em Moçambique temos experiência, por exemplo, a, a, a divisão da zona centro, principalmente em Tete, não é? Lá tem um laboratório, não é? Que faz o monitoramento da qualidade da água. Neste caso, tem as suas bacias e eles é que fazem o monitoramento. Então, gostaria de perceber como é que é a experiência da Suazilândia. Bom, se calhar aqui também como uma sugestão, quando fala-se muito nesses aspectos de monitoramento de qualidade da água, e muitas das vezes nós temos que há preocupações de logística, fundos, mas existem equipamentos preparados que podem ser usados no campo. É verdade que esses equipamentos precisam só de uma calibração, mas a calibração não é feita mensalmente ou diariamente. Pode-se definir um período que é para poder, eu falo isso, que é para poder garantir que nós fizemos apresentações e depois nós conseguimos trazer os resultados das análises. Por exemplo, aqui nessas apresentações todas que nós tivemos, só fala-se da deterioração da qualidade da água, mas acaba não se trazendo nenhum resultado. Está-se a falar da turvação, condutividade, mas qual é o resultado? Em que ponto nós estamos agora? E é verdade que estes fenômenos sim estão a acontecer, essa mudança da qualidade da água sim está a acontecer, mas seria bom, se ainda não começamos, mas seria bom nós começarmos a fazer, a trazer os resultados, que é para fazermos análise comparativa e também que é para podermos ver mais ou menos também qual é a evolução. Sim, há deterioração da qualidade da água, sim, tudo bem, mas em que ponto nós estamos? Em 2015, turvação como é que estava? Em 2020, como é que está a turvação? Que é para podermos fazer o acompanhamento e vermos mais ou menos quais são os possíveis impactos que, que podem estar a acontecer. Fazendo um link, na apresentação, a terceira apresentação, neste caso, falou-se, por exemplo, de que existem algumas espécies que estão a desaparecer. Sim, é verdade, essas espécies estão a desaparecer. Mas quando que começaram? Se calhar há espécies que estão a desaparecer e dependiam de outras espécies que também desapareceram num determinado. Portanto, esta evolução é muito bom. É muito bom nós termos resultados que é para podermos acompanhar. Também fazendo um outro link com a última apresentação, que dizia que lá existem máquinas, não é? É verdade, sim, estão a derramar óleo. Mas até que nível este óleo está a impactar? Se nós formos a fazer análises da matéria orgânica ou dos óleos qual é a quantidade dos óleos que essas máquinas estão a deixar lá no rio. Pronto, são análises que podem ser feitas, se calhar, uma vez por ano, ou uma vez em cada 6 meses, ou não sei, mas tem que se definir um período e essas análises existirem, que é para podermos ver até que ponto nós estamos a ir. Bom, esses são os pequenos comentários que eu tinha e outros que eu fiz também em forma de questões. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. We'll just take one comment or a question, and then we will give our panelists an opportunity to answer.
Muito obrigado. Eu chamo Paulo Silveira e falo em representação dos utentes do Rio Encomate. E o meu comentário é relacionado à extração de inertes. E gostaria de agradecer a reação que tivemos aqui de diversos utentes. Em primeiro lugar, porque é um assunto que já foi tabelado há muito, muito tempo, e só conseguimos ver o problema aumentar. Em particular, a minha preocupação está relacionada com o próximo ciclo seco, onde a água vai ficar mais escassa e o impacto que isto vai ter na intrusão salina, tanto durante esse período. Portanto, eu acho que já estamos numa fase de criar danos irreversíveis, é uma opinião, e acho que é um exercício que vale a pena para nos prepararmos para um ciclo mais seco e ver o que é que podemos fazer para evitar que a intrusão salina se agrave. Muito obrigado.
Boa tarde.
Thank you. That was the last comments. We'll allow the speakers to answer. If we still have time, then we can take additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. I think we take all of them. The first question was on the mining activity downside the Driekopies Dam, if there is a sampling point. There is a sampling point, but it is further down, so we are unable to really capture. But what we have been doing because of the working hand in hand with academic institutions is that we have now included another point that is a little bit just after the sand mining activity so that we can see if there is any impact of adding that point so that we can then include it into our program to say now there is another sampling point, a national sampling point that is just monitoring that part. Then there is the comment on what institutions in Eswatini that are involved in water quality analysis. We are having the national laboratory that is housed at the Department of Water Affairs that is fairly resourced and equal to the task of doing water quality water quality analysis. But we are trying to move away from just doing water quality analysis and looking at single parameters and say, no, this water is failing because the electric conductivity was high or because just for one sample, the turbidity was also high. We are looking at developing water quality indices that is going to be a one parameter that tells you if the water is bad or if it is good. And because of that, the national laboratory is capable to do that. And then we have the sugar belt companies that are also assisting with heavy metal analysis. And we also are having municipalities, the Manzini municipality and the Mbane municipalities that are equal to task and accredited for microbiological analysis that are also working hand in hand with the Department of Water Affairs and the Joint River Basin Authority to make sure that we are aware of the quality of the water in Eswatini. Then I think it is a very good question to say what are the results. and what are the trends over the years. I'd probably need an hour for us to really ventilate that issue. But today we were just saying, we are doing the water analysis and we are finding gaps. So what is it that we are doing institutionally and structurally to be ready to generate the data that is going to make Eswatini be able to report on the transboundary requirements and also be able to generate data in country that is going to make sure that we're able to manage that resource. I think those are the comments that were towards our side.
Thank you, and thank you for very insightful and interesting comments. I am very interested to hear more on the sand mining side, and I think that I'll hand over the microphone in one moment about that. But just in terms of the species data and kind of species disappearing, yes, I mean, that's precisely why kind of tracking and having those data sets kind of loaded over time is important, but that you do then need to have an understanding of them within a kind of food web or ecosystems kind of basis, so that the species are related to one another, and but that the kind of availability of and accessibility and kind of comprehensiveness of the underlying data sets is kind of what's often lacking, and particularly then on a transboundary basis, you know, to try and have that even in different languages being loaded and being made accessible, you know, is a large part of the work that we're involved in and that the Freshwater Research Centre is involved in. And the only thing I wanted to say on sand mining is just I do know some attempts of people who've individually tried to kind of tackle it in parts of South Africa, and who have actually been down and in the riverbed trying to kind of prevent actual extractions happening, and have had guns pulled on them and told, you know, in no uncertain terms that they are not to come back. Part of it is very much a kind of Wild West industry, rather than being something that's kind of formally managed and regulated. And I think that's part of why tackling it is so difficult. But I'm then going to be all the more interested to hear some of the possible recommendations that came out from the RSL study. Thank you.
Boa tarde uma vez mais, e vou tentar responder à questão colocada em relação às espécies que estão a desaparecer, que não se sabe quais são, né? Eu penso que é um problema de falta de informação, portanto, a disseminação de informação não tem sido efetiva, a recolha de dados também, mas há alguns relatórios que indicam, por exemplo, que de 1970 a 2020, o declínio em termos de espécies, estou a falar de espécies de água doce, né, foi de cerca de 80% a 85%. Qualquer coisa como uma média anual de 3%. Portanto, existe essa informação, tem que ser mais disseminada e tem que ser mais aprofundada. Em relação a que espécies são essas, também há alguns relatórios de 2024, por exemplo, que indicam que as espécies mais afetadas têm sido as migratórias, portanto, aquelas que de tempos em tempos vão mudando a sua localização. Portanto, estas são as espécies mais afetadas. Poderia, dependendo de cada bacia hidrográfica, ponto de estudo, poderia haver detalhes mais específicos. E nós temos estado a trabalhar, por exemplo, com a Universidade Eduardo Mondlane na recolha desses dados, e há de ter que haver um momento em que são disseminados, portanto, essa informação é mais transmitida. Portanto, é meu comentário em relação à questão que colocou e obrigado.
Obrigada pelas contribuições que trouxeram, mas também pelas perguntas que vai ajudar a encontrarmos soluções para a questão da extração de inerte. Dizer que as licenças para extração de inertes, elas são emitidas pelo Ministério de Recursos Minerais e Energia. Nós, como Área Sul, apenas damos um parecer. Relativamente a o que este fórum pode fazer? Eu acho que este fórum pode ajudar as nossas vozes a se ouvirem um bocadinho mais alto. Nós já estamos a fazer este trabalho há algum tempo, mas também temos envolvido este ministério através das suas direções, mas também o ambiente. E neste momento estamos a trabalhar com eles, conhecem estes impactos e esperamos brevemente termos respostas que ajudem-nos a melhorar esta situação. Perguntava-se aqui se pararmos com a extração de inertes, que soluções teríamos? O slide que tem as recomendações, a ideia não é parar, a ideia é encontrarmos soluções de extração de forma ordenada. A cidade de Maputo acho que tem mais de 130 anos e a extração de inertes sempre houve, mas precisamos de extrair com consciência de que não devemos degradar o rio. Por isso é que uma das coisas que nós dizemos ali é termos um plano de melhorar o curso do rio. É possível nós melhorarmos o curso do rio, aqueles buracos que nós vemos que faz com que a água vai se perdendo ao longo do rio, eles serem tapados, mas também voltar-se a tirar, porque também é necessário que de tempos em tempos se faça a extração, porque o rio traz consigo estas areias. Relativamente à questão do colega sobre até que ponto fazemos o monitoramento de qualidade da água. Sim, nós fazemos de 3 em 3 meses, mas repara que de 3 em 3 meses em que nós fazemos o monitoramento, a extração vai acontecendo, a poluição está ali, é pontual, e o primeiro utente que se sente são os agricultores, mas também é a população à volta do rio que tira a água no rio. Então, se nós esperarmos os 3 meses, não vamos conseguir encontrar aquela poluição pontual. Obrigada. Não sei se deixei alguma questão.
Thank you to the panelists in answering our questions. We were supposed to have tea. I think we should stop here unless there is a burning question. And yes, in Macom, burning question.
Boa tarde. Eu sou André Moiane, do Inmacom. A minha questão, comentário vai para a apresentação da senhora 10 sobre a extração de inertes. Esse é um assunto muito importante e que traz aquela sensibilidade também para os Estados-membros. Estamos a falar dos cursos que são partilhados pelos países, mas eu também tenho em mente que todos os países praticam isso. É claro que é preciso monitorar e avaliar a evolução de como é que esse processo acontece. Eu só queria aqui, talvez até ajudar em termos de comentário, no sentido talvez de ter uma avaliação assim mais precisa. Da sua apresentação, eu vi que usou imagens de 2015, que foi um ano em que existiram muitas cheias, mas depois, para comparar, usaram imagens de drones de 2025, no intervalo temporal de 10 anos. Praticamente foi avaliado o que aconteceu em 2015, passaram 10 anos, foi-se avaliar o que aconteceu em 2025. Eu acho que esse intervalo pode ser muito grande. Em função do propósito, qual é o propósito desse trabalho, desse projeto, dessa pesquisa? Nós podemos avaliar em termos de propósito, não é? Qual é a finalidade? Podemos avaliar em termos de escala, qual é o nível de detalhe de informação que a gente precisa para esse problema, e também podemos avaliar em termos de tempo. Esse problema que está se tentar resolver, ele é imediato ao acontecer ou ele é persistente, ocorre durante um bom intervalo de tempo. Então, tendo talvez entre 2015 e 2025, incluído talvez mais duas ou mais uma imagem em 2020, isso podia ajudar a avaliar melhor como é que esse problema foi evoluindo. Podíamos ter assim também medidas assim mais seguras em termos de análise, em termos de informar os processos de tomada de decisão. Obrigado.
Thank you to Inmacom. That was the last comment. I think for me as the moderator, I'll give myself a minute. I think the issue of sand mining has been an issue even for us in the Komati Basin, and we have done a whole lot of awareness with UCMA, but it seems we are not getting the point to the people that are mining. So EDM Councillor is saying, we know these people, let's point them out. Maybe we do need to go into that direction to name and shame and have it sorted, because of course, we are not saying stop sand mining, because of course it's bringing in revenue and people are actually employed through these activities. However, we can't have activities being done without monitoring. And there are statutory laws that say for you to even go and mine, you need to be licensed for the water use, you need energy to license you, you need LD, local development from the municipalities. You have to have all these permits for you to actually go and mine, but you find that I get permits from minerals and resources, and I disregard all the other structures that are supposed to actually look to the activities. So of course, we are here to talk transbound water resources management, river health. So it is important that even though we are trying to develop Africa as, of course, we are developing, but in our development, let's not kill the environment that we have, because we also need the environment. I think we can close it there. Thank you to you. You've been a marvelous audience, and thank you to our speakers for the well presentations and the information. Hopefully, going forward, like there was a comment from the floor, that through REMCO, that reports goes to higher political figures in the structure in the countries. Hopefully this is an opportunity that they can digest our recommendations for implementation and action. Thank you.
Pedimos que, por favor, senhores delegados, está a passar um inquérito de satisfação, que preencham o inquérito para sabermos se estamos bem ou não. Por favor, tem aqui um QR Code em cima das mesas. Por favor, preencham este inquérito. Vai ser bom para também o próximo host saber como organizar este tipo de eventos, por favor. Depois voltamos para plenário. O próximo programa será aqui nesta sala. Muito obrigada.
Remember I told my team maybe must not take the field tour so that then you can get aid.
tarde. Boa tarde. Pedimos que ocupemos os nossos lugares, por favor. Protocolo, pedimos o vosso apoio. Caros conferencistas, pedimos que ocupemos os nossos lugares. Protocolo, nos ajudem a mobilizar o pessoal para fazer essa sala. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the last section for today. Let me introduce myself. Meu nome é Sérgio Zungus, 12 anos no setor, experimentando-me em gestão de riscos complexos e trabalho atualmente em licenciamento e taxas de água. E gostava também de convidar para juntar-se a mim o Walter Machatin. Salvas de palmas para o Walter Machatin, que vai ser o relator. Muito obrigado. São 12 anos de carreira do Walter Machatin. Está se experimentando em gestão de risco e desastres, mudanças climáticas. É experto em águas subterrâneas. Penso que não podíamos ter o melhor relator. Obrigado. I want to ask you to be patient because we are delayed. But we have a lot of reason to be here because we have 4 panelists which has the total of experience is about 100 years. So it's better to stay here, to be attention and listen. And my first panelist will be Tobile Shongwe. Applauses. Thank you. Mr. Billy Shongwe, Risk and Compliance Management Specialist, Certified Risk Management Practitioner, and is currently server as a cheaper person and is a fluent in enterprise risk and business content management. Thank you, Mr. Shongwe. We have a Shongwe here in Mozambique, so I don't know it's your friend or your brother. Even our director is Shongo, so maybe the difference is only the words. Thank you, Mr. Shong. And Mr. Shong will talk about the risk management in the water resort. And he will be the first one. So, gender. Sylvia Mashimana, And we have a Sylvia here in Mozambique, Sylvia Mashmana. Please, applauses for Sylvia. Senior manager, 18 years experience. When we're talking about communication, we must call Sylvia. Thank you, Sylvia. And she will talk about the roles Basin Committee in water resource, decision makes, and policy development. Thank you, Sylvia. Ngiamine. Takona Ngiamine. Thank you, Takona Ngiamine. So, Ngiamine, the first question to you, you can take your place. Can you please explain why or which reason for changing Swaziland to Eswatini? Can you please teach us? You need a man. So he need a man. Can we please? Okay, thank you, Tungamine, Technical Service Manager with 5 years professional experience in water sector, Chair of Sadeke Water Net Alumni. I think we have a lot of information here. And the last one will be Clemêncio Nhantumbi Mocaro. Tenha bondade. Palmas para ele. Obrigado. Professor, investigador, consultor há mais de 15 anos. Ele é experimentado nas áreas ligadas a mudanças climáticas, gestão de recursos hídricos. Ele trabalha muito nas principais bacias aqui em Moçambique, dentre as quais essas estão aqui na região sul de Moçambique. Obrigado. Ilustre. So, in this section, we will talk about water governance. What is this? Which action we must take off? Who? When? How? Which activities? Which actions? Those questions or these questions, I think we'll have answer here with our panelists, which the first one will be Mr. Shaw. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity and greet all of you. I'm always tempted when I hold the mic to sing, but I know that I'm not called to sing today, but I need to address the conference. And my topic, if I can be assisted, it's risk management in water resource management. And my focus then will be also institutional governance. So I've got just few agenda items that I will be taking you through, but I would like us to pay special attention to where I will be making it so practical by sharing lessons learned and what has worked for the IUCMA as I currently serve and placed there as one of the resorts. So, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to matters around risk management, it's one area that is very crucial when it comes to water resource management because it addresses inherent uncertainties, and also every negative impact that can affect our water systems. So meaning, when you look at also why risk management, but also looking at institutional governance, there are 4 layers into it. Those who are in business and those who are maybe robust in issues of, making profits and all that. They focus on governance, but from the side of marketing. How best their products are moving in the market, are people showing interest in what they are delivering, and what improvements can be made from that angle. But in our space, in the water management space, we are custodians of a very special resource, whether in business or not. But this is a basic and a very important resource that we all need to make sure that we attend to. So issues of governance are very important in that respect. So when I will be making my presentation, I want us to focus more on, now that we are representative from different organizations and entities in the water management space, I want us to look at how we are positioned in making sure that when it comes to issues of governance, we don't just do a tick box exercises, but we really focus on issues that matter most, just to make sure that we enhance and deliver on our mandate and everything that we might have planned. So the first thing that I want to bring to your attention, in the IUCMA, one of the things that we pride ourselves with, we have good structures that are well established. One, when you look at our governing board in terms of how it is formed and its committees, we pride ourselves that the functioning of our governing board really pushes us to look at not only matters in terms of report. If I were to make an example, say Cindy, most of the governing boards, what they will want, they will say, just give us the technical report. What is the level of availability of water? What are the pollutions there and all that? But with us, it's not only that. They are also interested on matters of corporate services. Where are we in terms of the investment in technology? Where are we in terms of the finances? They are not only pushing on how far is the completion of project and all that, but they look at even finer issues from a holistic point of view. So thus, we feel and are priding ourselves that when it comes to institutional governance, at least the structures are set correctly. And then also, there is a layer when you come out now of the governing board and its committees, you will see that I've put in 4 strategic key matters that they look at, but also having also our CEO as a member of the governing board with the delegated responsibilities as well. He has established a well-functioning structure now where you look internally or intra, where he has established that now with all the programs that we have in the ICMA, but there is a structure that also plays the first layer in terms of combined assurance before we go to the board committees. But he also looks at all these issues that needs to be looked at from an institutional performance and point of view. And we have found that most of the work that is done at that level makes it easy now for our governing board when they are faced with matters where they need to make serious strategic decisions. So one of the things then that also assist in terms of what is consumed now in all these structures that I've spoken well of. We pride ourselves that in terms of how we plan from a strategic point of view, currently in our country, we have just entered the 7th administration. And that then means government entities have gone through a new cycle where they start now with their planning. And the focus is you develop a 5-year strat plan that must take you to the 8th administration as it will come. Now, we pride ourselves that when it comes to matters of strategy, not only from a side of pushing government programs, but looking at also the business and the core mandate and the business of water, issues around the CMS, issues around infrastructure planning, some of the selection of projects, those that will be directed to the core mandate, others they will be saying technical matters around water and so forth. So we pride ourselves that we've managed to have strategies that are well defining what is it that we want to achieve. I know that most of us, we are schooled very well in that area to come up with proposals and strategies. But one of the things that we have done well, our strategies, they also not only, presenting SWOT analysis, but they also will be to say in the next 5 years, what are the key strategic risk areas that might cause the strategy not to be fully implemented, and what we want to achieve at the end of the 5 years, not to be fully implemented. And what we do then, we pay more attention to making sure that we deliver and address those. And of course, then one of the issues that we have done well, it's matters around risk assessment and also the management of risk itself. From a month-to-month, quarter-to-quarter, year-to-year, we are able to assess how far we have gone in managing risk in all aspects, which I'm going to talk about it quickly. And this quickly assist from an institutional point of view and also oversight that is played by the governing board and ultimately maybe the ministry. They are able to take decisions on matters that matter most in terms of driving strategy and so forth. And then also, one of the things that we also pride ourselves, which we have observed that it's fully entrenched and it's done well, where now, not only that the structures are there, but the promotion now of good governance, in a sense that there is a systematic way to make decisions and raise matters and also follow through on what we have committed to do from an outcome-based planning, what we have assessed in terms of what could go wrong and what is it that we are putting as a strategy to mitigate those unwanted events which might deter us from achieving our plans and all that. So this, it's some of the things that we have done well. But of course, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, they are not coming, I'm not trying to say that the engine is well oiled and it's running. It comes with its own challenges. We are also faced with challenges around challenges of funding. Dr. Nick yesterday has indicated that some of the challenges that we have, you find that we will have a plan and a strategy that says we need to deliver on our mandate, but at a budget of 213 million. But then we will have available maybe money at a level of 75 million. And we need now to deliver the plan that is costed at 213, but at a 75 million range. And we have managed over the years even to continue playing oversight, institutional governance, even when we are faced with such challenges. And then I want to bring that what has then made us to, among all the challenges that are there, but still be able to deliver, and which I want to bring home and recommend that perhaps we should consider as we'll be going back that we implement as well. I want to advocate that we need to have these structures established where the governing board committees will not look only at the core business of water management, but let's also pay special attention to other governance issues that relate to audit and risk, because such committees will also assist us in terms of making sure that the integrity of information that we consume at a technical level, read with other reports that support the work that we do. It could be matters around innovation and all that, but it will assist if we establish these structures to make sure that whatever business that we drive, the risk elements are considered for things that might deter us to achieve our intended goals. And from that side, also you'll have an oversight structure that will look at what you committed to do, are you really delivering on that? And what you are reporting to say, these are successes and achievements, can someone come and just confirm if those things are as you have planned? And also, I don't want to emphasize the issues of planning. In the planning phase, we want to recommend that let's not look at planning only from the side of just doing a SWOT analysis to say what could be the threats, but let's correctly assess the risk elements that might be coming with the planned outcomes and objectives that we want to achieve, either in a 5-year tenure or in a 1 year or 12-month tenure or in the next 3 years, or as we implement our projects. Every project that we need to undertake, it must be accompanied by a well-defined, risk structure with clear mitigation strategies should things go wrong, to say how then do we turn tide and immediately respond to those issues. And lastly, I would like to also recommend that we look at the stakeholder engagement issue. What we have seen working properly, and we want to recommend that colleagues you consider as you Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. What we have observed, colleagues, and we want to recommend, when it comes to stakeholder engagement, from the planning side of things, we want to recommend this. Define your stakeholders. Have those that are defined as primary, those that are defined as secondary, and those that are defined as tertiary. Because then when resources are not allowing that you spread, your engagement to all the stakeholders, but at least you will know who are classified as primary, that you cannot compromise not to engage them. And also your plan then will be defining what level of engagement you should have for those that are classified as primary, for those that are classified as secondary and tertiary. And even resources can be spread based on what you would have you would have defined. And one of the things that we want to recommend is that set a value proposition for your stakeholders. As you engage them, they need to know what is in it for them and how will they benefit with what they will be bringing on board, and what also you will be advocating as we do our work in the water management space. And lastly, I don't want to re-emphasize matters of making sure that now every commitment that we would have made with our stakeholders, be it at a tertiary or at a primary level, we need to make sure that we commit and deliver. And then in conclusion, Norman Marx once said, we should not think that risk management or mitigation, it's moving us from achieving our objective. But our focus should not be more on risk management. No, it should not be more on risk management. It should be towards achieving our objectives. So in a nutshell, as I conclude, I want to say, let's not now shift focus on the core mandate, but let's not lose sight that risks sometimes do happen. Those things that we have not planned, they do happen, they take us by surprise sometimes. And we need to make sure that we deliver on those as they come. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado. Conforme havia dito, a apresentação foi em inglês. Pronto, o senhor Chongo, conforme já havia dito, são 18 anos que ele carrega onde está. Então, tem muita coisa de facto a nos dizer, mas de todas as formas, ele vem aqui reafirmar a necessidade de envolver o planeamento, o desenvolvimento, a distribuição, a gestão, a utilização otimizada dos recursos. Também refere-se à necessidade de uma gestão eficaz, assume que é de facto essencial para nós, enfatiza a institucionalização, a planificação, as estratégias a médio e longo prazo, e também aqui coloca-nos a consciência sobre os riscos e a sua avaliação, o que quer dizer que nós precisamos tomar em consideração esses aspectos, e termina afirmando que a máquina não é porque está lá funcionando como está, na perfeição, mas é preciso nós assegurarmos que, independentemente da existência dessas limitações administrativas e financeiras, nós estamos prontos para seguir. Obrigado e Silvia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sylvia Machimana. And earlier, when I was sitting there at the back, listening to the presentations, and I was like, well, today is the research day anyway, because that is most of the presentations that came here. And also my presentation is based on an ongoing paper that I'm working on that talks about the role of basin commissions in water resource decision-making and policy development, and specifically looking at into the case of the Nkomaputo Basin. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, I'm a PhD candidate studying environmental and water science at the University of the Western Cape. And the reason or the purpose of my presentation is to present some findings, as I've indicated that this is an ongoing paper, but also to seek insight from the audience to enrich this paper. And I'm hoping that in the coming few weeks, I'm probably going to be flooded with emails from the audience who will be sending through their comments. That will be really much appreciated. In my introduction, yes, the key message here is that the Nkomaputo Basin, which today we call Inmacom, it's a classical example or near perfect example of a hydrological complexity. Our basin is faced with challenges of climate change, floods and droughts at the same time. So it doesn't make it easy to manage the basin. I know that we do have a lot of other basins, but they do have water mostly. So this one is the most challenging. That is why I'm saying that it's a classical example of a hydropolitical complexity, wherein we know that technical solutions are necessary, but they will never be sufficient when we don't have effective governance structures. So the Inko-Maputo River Basin is obviously shared between the three riparian states, Eswatini, Mozambique, and South Africa. And also it is faced with competing water uses from agriculture, from industry, household, and the various uses that we are all familiar with, tourism in the region. Then if the effective management therefore requires not just physical infrastructure, but an institutional machinery that will be able to mediate the conflict, to build trust, and to inform joint action. You know, I would remember many years ago, Ms. Mtimkulu, when we started, particularly with the REMCO initiative, and at the time with the Dutch, we had the Local South program where it was introduced both to Eswatini and in Mozambique. And I will tell you that trust is very, very important, particularly in Mozambique. And in Eswatini, I think mostly it's because we speak the same language. We speak Isiswati, we speak English together, then it makes it naturally, I think it makes it easy to converse and to trust each other and all that. But when you come to in Mozambique, where the language is different, it's at the end of the basin and all that. When you don't meet your international agreements, it makes it difficult to get your counterparts to warm up. But this relationship has been built over the years. I mean, REMCO today is 15 years in this conference. It's been going on for that long, and I believe that it has played a very crucial role and leveled the playing field for INMACOM today to be able to operate with ease within the countries. And REMCO have been looking forward to INMACOM because we look at INMACOM as a unifier, as a legislated institution that will be able to maneuver the things that REMCO itself couldn't achieve for all these years within the three riparian states, because REMCO in itself, it was what we call in South Africa a broerskap agreement, you know, a brotherhood kind of a thing, to say that let's come together, let's work on this thing because it's our catchment, it's our water, let's collaborate. So then the recent development that we have seen with INMACOM having been established in 2022, however, these are the periods where we have experienced the most droughts and a little bit of floods in the region, which means that also at the time of the establishment of INMACOM, it was not a walk in the park, because they were established at the time where all these challenges were also very prevalent. Then the central research question here is that how do basin committees, especially the tripartite technical committee and its operational arm, which is INMACOM, facilitate and translate scientific knowledge into actionable policy and activities? Then the theoretical framework that I'm looking at in this paper of science governance as a governance tool is how do we move from the deficit model, the old models, into and adopt the dialogic and participatory model. Today, we talk about the multi-stakeholder platform, which is also a theoretical framework that is coming up, which is emerging. And I am tempted, you know, to say that we have this now here at INMACOM, but how then do we compare, or how do we then look at other areas where they have trailblazed this multi-stakeholder platform, how effective it is. And as we adopt it into INMACOM, what are the opportunities for improvement that we can bring so that we make it to be more powerful, to become, you know, a tool that can really translate how stakeholders are coordinated. And hopefully in a few years, Ms. Mtimkulu, probably we will be developing another framework that seeks to develop the multi-stakeholder platform, the advancement of the multi-stakeholder platform. At this point, I can't preempt what we could call it, but I can see, because in research, theoretical frameworks and all the methodologies that we use are a moving target. Today, it is the best model. In 10 years' time, it's outdated, something new is in. So you really need to keep on growing. And then these frameworks, they involve the co-production of scientists and committee members defining relevant problems together, because science seek to provide solutions. But the question is, solutions to what? Solutions to real life questions, problems that are existing. So the root of the problems and the science interface needs to be coordinated so that the solutions that are brought are able to address such problems. Then the conceptual model, jointly developing shared understanding of the basin system. I indicated earlier that we had the three riparian states. We are all operating in isolation, but then colleagues, a few Oh, okay. And I can't trust my eyes, so I know it that is too far for me. That is why I'm reading from my laptop. So I'm sorry. I will try to remember to also change the slides. And then also we look at the scenario analysis of using models to explore consequences of different policy choices, and basin committees as an institutional embodiment of co-production of such processes. Then the institutional architecture of the Inco Maputo Basin, the key message here is then, you know, we look at it as a multi-scalar, as a multi-basin governance structure, and that seeks to create both opportunities and challenges for coordination. And then the tripartite technical committee, which is the high-level political body overseeing the agreement on the protection and sustainable of water resources in the basin, the INMACOM as a technical implementation and advisory arm of the TPTC, and it is the primary multi-stakeholder platform for day-to-day cooperation. So today we don't really have any reason why, Mr. Zbia, when we've got issues, we can't be talking to each other. Before the issues goes to the respective ministries, we've got INMACOM that is there to assist us to resolve problems together and be able to take such issues into the ministry to make sure that the respective policy direction is influenced by the issues that are happening on the ground. And then also at the national level, we know that as the three riparian states, we've got various mandates. We've got the various departments and their entities, which also have their various mandates. You can imagine the mandate of the Department of water affairs in Eswatini and water and sanitation in South Africa and DNA in Mozambique, which their mandate are not the same or exactly the same. Also the IUCMA, the JRBAs, RSUL, we also don't have the mandates that are exactly the same, but we also have the responsibility of managing water resources as a common factor in our mandates. And that is what we are jointly doing together. And that is what I believe that the presence of the Basin Commission will be able to effectively influence. Then we look at the role of INMACOM, its achievements and functional analysis, which serves as a forum for data sharing, technical discussions, and building a foundation for shared understanding. I know that they were developing their models. Earlier today, I think when Vuyani was giving his presentation, he did indicate that the platform is currently not working. We need to get it to work because that is exactly the purpose. And then the core functions as well and the institutional mandate, when we look at it's gonna be our data and information hub within the basin, and then the technical advisory role that it plays and conflict mitigation. And these are the things that were not possible when we were still operating in isolation as local water management institution without the commission, when we were reliant on the technical, the tripartite technical committee to resolve some of the things. I remember for the longest of time when the ISMA was not part of the TPTC or was not sitting on the same table where TPTC matters were discussed. And we would rely on our counterparts from Eswatini and Maputo because they had an opportunity, they were sitting on those tables. So some of those we could get information which was privy to them and not to us, which shows that indeed that is how the different riparian states and their formations operate. But then when we now have a common factor where we have a common platform, it makes it easy for all of us. And then some of the achievements for INMACOM that I've noticed is that with the support of the GIZ and the World Bank, they've made progress in developing shared vision models and decision support systems. The model that they said earlier today, if not mistaken, is not, if you log in, it was not working. Maybe now it's up, it was down at the time. And this represents a concrete step towards operationalizing the science policy interface. Then the role of INMACOM, I'm sorry, I think Lana, I'm repeating myself. I repeated the slide. Yeah. Then the critical challenges that we are looking at, as well as INMACOM's potential is constrained by structural, political, and communicative barriers that prevent the full translation of science into practice. And then the power of hidden negotiations that are engaged at the level of stakeholder engagement will never be the same from one country to another. When you are in South Africa, you engage stakeholders because then the understanding is not the same. They don't understand, like I indicated, I think yesterday, why do you have to send water to Mozambique? They don't understand the treaties that are in place. And it is our role, even at a local level, to make sure that we educate our own stakeholders to understand and appreciate the role of these treaties and the respective responsibilities that as institutions we have. And then GISO says that model is not message, which means that whatever, for instance, the water allocation models that you adopt, if you are not communicating to the stakeholders, they will never be able to understand and appreciate that which you are doing. So we need to make sure that that which we are doing, we communicate to our stakeholders for them to understand where we're coming from, where we're going, and why we do certain things. And in recent history, data sovereignty and digital divide was a key problem, wherein we don't have access to data the same way from one country to another. But today, I want to believe that as we feed our data into the INMACOM model from South Africa, Eswatini, and Mozambique, we are able to build a more powerful tool that is holistic in terms of its data storage, data sharing, and information access when you have translated the data into information. Then we have also seen, as part of the progress, the expansion of the Kurumana Dam, where in recent history, it was believed that, no, it's a Mozambican thing. But with INMACOM's influence as well, we have seen the progress of the project. Understanding as well that with Kurumana Dam sitting at the lower end, or Mozambique sitting at the lower end of the basin, they also need to have access to water and water storage facilities. Then a pathway for improvement: how can we optimize INMACOM platform to enhance its effectiveness? INMACOM must evolve from a technical advisory group into a robust arena for knowledge co-production and strategic negotiation. The operationalizing of the decision support system is very key. Formalizing the crisis protocols is very key. We are often faced with that, Mr. Sbia, issues of crisis when we have droughts, when we have floods. So we need to have this information in our fingertips. I remember 2 years ago when you said you went to sleep, then the following day, then the dam is flooded and everybody around it is flooded. The low-lying areas are flooded. So when we have these facilities collectively that will assist each other, it will assist us indeed to make sure that access to information for everyone. To foster basin synergy, I think I've spoken to that a lot. And also target capacity of systems operation, the trial and non-national team to run, maintain, and interpret the DSS, ensuring equitable ownership and understanding of the DSS. And then in conclusion, the basin commissions, like it's okay. So they are indispensable, which means that we cannot wish them away. They are very quite critical. And then because they are a central nervous system for transboundary water management in the basin, and the current strength is technical data coordination that we see. And its future and impact depends on its ability to navigate the socio-political landscape of the basin. Then the policy implication to platforms like REMCO, for instance, is to make sure that we support the initiatives that strengthen the interface between INMACOM's technical work and the TPTC political mandate, you know, as the runners on the ground to make sure that things happen. To champion capacity development programs focused on integrative negotiation and science communication, not only technical skills. and also to advocate for funding. I mean, we had a funding session yesterday here in the afternoon. Advocate for funding models that allow INMACOM to facilitate the broader and more inclusive stakeholder dialogues. When I have access to funding facilities, especially at an international level, then at INMACOM platform, it means that that can benefit the three riparian states, not just one institution. So as I conclude, here is my email address, if you can copy it. Yes, my email address, so that should you have comments, you can send them directly to me, and it will also, because then I'll be getting a database that I can use once the paper is finalized, is published, then I can also share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Pronto, a Sylvia trouxe-nos aqui uma abordagem ligada aos comitês de bacia, no seu âmbito geral, tendo em conta esta questão tripartidária dos rios. Pronto, remete-nos à ideia de mudança de modelos antigos, modelos tradicionais, e se calhar avançar-se para modelos novos, modelos baseados em ciência, modelos que de facto possam trazer resultados muito bons. Está ciente de que, dada a questão do regionalismo, a língua também pode ser um desafio, o que facilmente eles conseguem se convencer dentro do seu país. Às vezes, quando passas para um outro país, a realidade pode ser um pouco diferente. E thank you, Sylvia. So I need to invite Takona Kamini. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know how to put this one, but I hope I won't have to beat it. Thank you for the opportunity to get the chance to have a presentation during a graveyard session. I can imagine we're already on procession to burial site, but please allow me to do some storytelling before we end the day. So, yes, my topic covers operationalizing decentralized water management in Eswatini as a context. It's a storytelling from the experiences that we've had on the ground. It's not a PhD yet, but we look forward to the years. So now, if we look into a definition of what we can coin to better describe what is decentralized water management, one says it's a localized water governance and water solutions tailored to fit basin community needs. It covers the key components of participatory approach, the involvement of communities, resilient and scaled to fit infrastructure, as well as integrated coherent policies. I'd like to borrow a conversation that we've had on Monday with regards to water governance. Mr. Davidson talked to it, referring to a system. It includes your policy, your institutional arrangement, and as well as the infrastructure that is involved there. And I think we have been en route to promoting good water governance, cognizant of those 3 tiers, and as well as the components that have been highlighted there as a SWAT team. Now, just to try to define the institutional context of things, this is an existence of a backdrop that currently and over the years, Eswatini faces increasing water stress due to climate change, drought, and infrastructure gaps. Why go for decentralized water resources management? I should allude that this is not coming from thin air.
It is promulgated by the Water Act of 2003, which has been benchmarked across the region. And what it emphasizes, or one would see as a summary to things, is that it tries to advocate for improved water resource efficiency, environmental sustainability, and as well as cost-effective and adaptable solutions. Now, my presentation tries to explore how we've done this in Eswatini. I hope you can see the structure on the left. I'll try to speak to it a bit. The water governance institutions that exist in Eswatini are mostly governed by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. This is through the higher body of the National Water Authority, which then cascades to river basin authorities, irrigation districts, and water user associations. Of course, in the space we exist with other water management services providers, significantly such as UAID, EWSC, and private dam operators. Now, distinctively on my right, I'm not sure if it's still on your right or left to the side, you have the secretariats of now the institutions that are doing or holding the fort in Eswatini. You have the Department of Water Affairs that does the secretarial functions of the National Water Authority, and the Joint River Basin Authorities now exists as a technical secretariat or operational arm for the work of the river basin authorities. River basin authorities carry a heavy mandate in as much as the National Water Authority does as well. National Water Authority makes sure that our guidebook, currently the Water Act, is enforced. Now, it does call for the river basin management to now manage water at a basin scale or geographically located scale. And we, as an institution, are in existence to assist technically that function, especially that of making sure that we have water allocated or distributed in an equitable function for a sustained future. Now, sorry about the orange, it's white on my screen. I think technology. I wouldn't have gone for such a strong color. Or maybe. Yes. Now, looking back into the operationalization history, we are aware that the Water Act was signed in 2003, which outlined the institutional mandates that I've tried to summarize. In 2009, you had the 5 river basins established. However, they lacked an operational structure. Simultaneously, at local levels, you had your irrigation districts in as much as water use associations, which were more pronounced in project development areas. In 2016, the Usutu River Basin Authority tried to operationalize, meaning established a basin office, but realized some financial sustainability issues or challenges. And this sentiment was shared by all the RBAs as well. Now, through the process into 2020, 2021, the JRBA comes into play, and it is established through a Blue Deal partnership with the aim of strengthening water governance to improve access to water. And of course, I will not leave the fact that the government and the river basins were part and parcel of the process. Now, the overarching approach is that what has happened in Eswatini is that there has been an establishment of institutions which have the aim of advancing integrated water resources management and bringing services close to the target market. As Mr. Shongwe had said, I liked him talking about stakeholder engagement being a dynamic approach that involves different types of stakeholders. We exist as water management institutions in Eswatini, and our target audience differs according to one, scalability, and sometimes the function, if I may put it in that sense, as defined in the Water Act or the project that which are delivering. Now, the river basins through the JRBA have formed collaborative partnerships, such as the Blue Deal. We've signed recently an MOU with EMOCOM. We're currently hosting officially the Country Water Partnership of South Africa, which is under the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa umbrella. We've the work of the river basin authorities has been seen in them participating as primary partners in projects that have had the following outcome. On an umbrella form, we recognize that we've seen resource management improvements through the introduction of telemetry, water auditing and accounting through tools, in as much as we've seen the development of a water allocation system. We've participated in as primary partners whereby outcomes have seen the prioritization of the technical needs assessment within one of the major water demand uses in Eswatini, which is irrigation, and also quite recently the production of a groundwater resources Eswatini handbook. The Joint River Basin, being a technical arm for the RPAs as well, is developing river basin management plans. Currently, we're underway or halfway through the Ngwavuma River Basin Management Plan, and we hope in the coming years, not so many will be able to cover the entirety of the country. Of course, one cannot underestimate the value of external resource mobilization for climate change adaptation projects. We've spoken about, or I've highlighted the backdrop of which we exist in, and so much such that we are proud to be part of the current Jeff 8 project and look forward to the outcomes or outputs that will come with that. A lot of work has gone into stakeholder management integration, and as well as policy alignment. When I speak of policy alignment, we've trended on behalf of the river basin at a good scale in advancing water pricing, in as much as we've trended on another good scale in speaking about issues pertinent to the sustainable use of the water resources. Now, of course, pertinent to my topic, there are some challenges that have been experienced in the space. I'd like that as I go through these ones, I'm not saying these are the ones that are cast in stone. And I also appreciate that we think about the vicious cycle that these pose as we experience them, some coupled, some experienced in their singular phases, if I put it in that sense. Now, there are some institutional and policy challenges. One major one in this space is that there is a lag in the implementation of legal and institutional frameworks. We do have the Bible, we do have the Act. However, it establishes just the roles and mandates. And as it establishes the roles and mandates for each institution, we've seen a delay in policy instruments and a delay in formalized management standards. And this currently limits the management models that are currently in place. And it gives rise to a lot of institutional reforms on a daily basis. And to some extent, the same challenge is experienced over and over again. Having said the point above, as a subset to that, this then pronounces some form of operational and financial support to the work of the institutions established. Now, we always speak about overlapping mandates. It is, one would then say through experience, in as much as you can see or witness some form of overlapping mandate, the key to this one is that of not having some operational or management standards for the water management institutions that are currently within Eswatini. And as we do that, understanding that our client is one person at the end of the day. If we come in with different priorities without some form of stronghold in regulation, it then creates a lot of diverse perspectives. It then creates some form of returns that one from an endpoint would say, I cannot see how and why these people are operating and to what extent. Now, we do witness infrastructure and technical capacity as a challenge. Now, in as much as we have infrastructure, I think we've thrashed this topic a lot of times, but with regards to the weaknesses in the management models, it does affect from our end the water use efficiency, and the demand patterns, especially during the drought and flood climate variable phenomena. Now, another aspect to this is the deficiency in locally adapted and socialized technical guidance standards. It hampers the enforcement of quality assurance. I did say, let's look into the vicious cycle of this. Wherein lies a lack of technical guidance and management standards. Most likely, when we get sometimes I'd like to quote specifically a water management institution that we work with. The manager always emphasizes the reason or the need for a unified voice when going to the stakeholder. Sometimes you hear him, and sometimes you feel, listen, my pain or ache at that time is not coherent to yours. But imagine if we're all operating within a defined framework, not only on a mandatory issue, but mostly on one that says, we know what to expect from this entity in as much as we know what to expect from this entity. To some extent, I think we'd witness the translocation of what I would call responsibility, either down the structure or up the structure. Now, to continue with my challenges, it's almost my last slide. We do experience financial constraints and capacity building issues. Now, the mechanisms to ensure our WMI actually means water management institutions, sorry, become self-sustaining, they're not in place. One would quickly say, I'm speaking water pricing. Yes, I am speaking water pricing, but really with IUCM 8 yesterday telling us a decline in tariffs, and I think Arasul alluded to the same. Do we really need to lean heavily on a pricing tariff, or rather a mechanism or some form of blended finance that can speak to the priorities, the strategies, and the basin issues that we face? I know the representative from GWP the other day did speak about the water investment plan that is there. Other projects, I'll make similar, same example for the GF8 that speaks to triple Ps that need to be in place. I'll make an example of the gentleman that we had in the panel yesterday that says, define your value proposition, define the benefit, without saying, because I've now defined the science, it means everything will fall into place. Let's speak water as business. I know this has become a political statement, but honestly, as technocrats, we do owe ourselves that kind of piece to say, now really, is the solution a one cutthroat or one that needs a holistic approach? But anyway, not to preach about it. There are also some capacity constraints in specialized skills. I think we as JRBA specifically, being a young institution, growing one for that matter, we find ourselves, if you look at the vicious cycle of things, we're not easily accessing finance. There are some instruments that are not in place. We're in a position whereby attracting the correct specific skill from the market is quite challenging. It's not because we do not have a defined operation, but it's because people want to know, if I work for this institution, I'm still comfortable. I still have a certain comfort within the market to be able to spend. I mean, we all work to be paid at the end of the day, but pay me well and you'll see where I fit. But it's a story for another day. Now, from a geographical and socio-economic constraint, we do see, I mean, one weakness for the current Water Act that we have is that it is heavily defined towards the watercourse. We do not have certain reach over what happens on the land or the entire ecosystem as a whole. Now, you'll have, I mean, with the youth the other day, even Dr. Nix touched upon it yesterday, we find ourselves doing the minimal things instead of having a comprehensive river management program in terms of the litter or the solid waste that is there. Then we do the small things. And this is given rise by mostly the informal settlements that we witness within the land, within the communities, which we, in as much as we can advocate for a I wouldn't say our landowners and officiators or the chiefs are people, but you know, you get my point. I do not want to put them in a square and say they are not sustainable thinkers. No, they understand that the land we have today cannot be expanded. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't hit their pocket that the river is dirty, or if it doesn't really hit the community that much that the river at some point is dead, or there's not much realization or connection or coherence of policies, then it looks like at the end of the day, we are fighting a losing battle, whereas we're not. There's still some opportunity. However, the challenges that we face need an out-of-the-box thinking. There's lack of investment. We've said that over and over again. Sand mining has been touched on before the break, which is more of a spread of service that is quite unregulated and poorly managed. There's also the water scarcity issues and uneven water distribution. You know, we know the speciality of the river. We always speak about water not being available when you need it, but sometimes being too much available when you don't need it. That in itself affects or further complicates resource management. Now, the lessons learned so far as we have maneuvered within the space is that I'll speak about what worked and what didn't work and why it worked. So now I've spoken about projects. It was nice. Implementing a project is nice. You see yourself winning. But now what we didn't realize is that you can be quite 5 steps ahead. But if you've left the participatory approach or didn't speak to the communities or the people that are to own the project, you'll find that someone is telling your story, but in a different tune. Your tempo is at 2, theirs is at 5, and quite aggressive. Then you have to now retrace your steps, and that needs some form of financing to say, listen, good people, this is not what we meant, and this is not what the project tends to do or had an objective of. Be it community participation, be it other water management institutions. It is important that as we move together, we build synergies and we emphasize on ownership. What has worked is knowledge exchange. Through the partnership that we currently have, which is a flagship project for the institution on behalf of the river basins, there's a lot of knowledge exchange that has happened. I mean, I spoke about the establishment of an institution. I term myself lucky. Some other people are working in institutions that have existed 50 years or 30 years before them. And it's working well, it's nice. You put your CV, you've given a desk and they tell you this is where you work and this is where you don't work. Now, building an institution is quite different. Every step or position that you have to take needs to be thought thoroughly. And we're not jack of all trades, but we need to, there's something very profound Mr. Shonga said about risk, that it shouldn't really stop your goals, but it should assist in how, I do not want to quote it verbatim, but you catch what he said, we all liked it. Then as well, flexibility is essential. You may develop a system today. I mean, there have been systems that have been developed, but if they are not adaptive, then they defy the agility for decision making and the changing climate, not alone, not to even underestimate the social dynamics. So as we should have a system approach to things. It's always nice to be linear. I myself liked linear equations even at school compared to the quadratic ones or the poly ones. But honestly, come to think of it, which solution are you, or to what timeline are you solving with the linear equation compared to a more quadratic one? But I'll leave that for another discussion. Then the important one that I would really emphasize on is the need for policy coherence. Yes, we cannot have the Water Act or the water law or whatever policy instruments that are there speak to everything. We would be fooling ourselves. But there's some level of leverage and coherence that we should probe for and try and negotiate towards. I think that in itself can build these systematic synergies that we need without having to talk a lot and find ourselves losing such big, beautiful voices that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
É uma apresentação de bastante quebra de paradigmas. É uma apresentação que sai desde a apresentação feita pela Deise aqui sobre inertes, deslocou-se até a apresentação do Missa Chongwe. Portanto, é uma apresentação bastante rica, que, dentre vários aspectos, leva-nos à ideia de que nós temos, de facto, uma política aqui de operacionalização e gestão, aqui ao nível do país, da Suazilândia, mas, no entanto, que os desafios estão lá. E os desafios, eles partem desde aspectos administrativos até aspectos financeiros. Onde é que se apanha dinheiro? O que é que nós podemos fazer? Mas alguma coisa deve ser feita e chama a ciência aqui. Vamos usar a ciência para isso. Mas a ciência também precisa de dinheiro. E como é que nós saímos? Mas precisamos de soluções práticas. E, senhoras e senhores, permitam-me já convidar o Clemêncio Nhantumbo para, na qualidade do último painelista, deixar tudo e mais alguma coisa. Bem-vindo.
Almost good night. Let me also pretend that I can speak English because so we can build confidence. Yeah, I will try to convey you one key message, like there is no planning without climate change. That is the basic message that I'm trying to convey to you today. Everything that I'll be telling you, I'll be trying to convince you that we cannot plan without climate change. I hope that will be successful. I will give the example of Mozambique. I should have brought my computer also. But I will keep moving. We have abundant water resources, but we have challenges. We have like transboundary rivers, and what happens upstream affects our Mozambique. We have also increasing urbanization that also might make the effect of climate change worse. We have key climate challenges that include droughts, floods, and so on. And we have something that we don't really understand. It's a question, which is we have very long coast, and the effect of climate change or impact of climate change are more prominent in the coastal areas. I tried to compile information on historical trends. It's already known that the average temperature is increasing, and specifically in Mozambique, we're experiencing temperature rise, and we have about 0.735 degrees per year since 1980 to 1925. And that also lead to reduction in precipitation, and we can easily see it. And those changes are visible that in these maps. You can see the first map here is from 1984, and the last one is from 2024. And as it gets red, it means that the temperature is increasing. You can see also, sorry, allow me to remove this one. I can move around. You can also see the change in precipitation, 1984, 2004. So there are changes in precipitation in different regions. And if you know well Mozambique, there are two areas that we have are really calling our attention in terms of like reduction of precipitation, which is the southern part of Mozambique and somewhere here in Tete, where the precipitation is limited. I think I'll prefer to keep moving. Sorry. I also look at different parameters like soil humidity, which is really important for agriculture production. And it's clear that soil humidity is also reducing. In Mozambique, we produce more. Agriculture production is like more developed in the northern part of Mozambique and somewhere in central part of Mozambique, where it's almost blue. It's blue. But in the southern part here in Gaza and in Nyambane, we experience droughts and agriculture is being affected. And we can see here using this very important index, which is standardized evapotranspiration, precipitation evapotranspiration index. And you can clearly see that this index is reducing over the time. It means that the arid areas will become more arid and the agriculture production will reduce. This is what we are looking when we look at data, but I also had experience on working on the field. I've been visiting different parts in Mozambique, and you can hear from people saying that they cannot produce more certain kind of crops because that were able to produce before. And from people, you can hear that things are changing over the time. There are also other things that are changing. They look more hidden than the temperature and changes in precipitation, also like changes in becoming worse, the droughts and also floods. We have the changes in runoff. Their reporting saying that the southern part is experiencing change reduction in runoff in about 8 to 12% since the 1980s. And we expect to have a reduction of about the Limpopo and Savi River is experiencing a reduction in about 15 to 20%. So that's a reality. I'm not doing projections, I'm looking at historical information and data. Something else, sea level. Sea level, if you talk to people in Beira, they can easily tell you stories about the level of the water in the coastal area and how it affects their life. But if you also look at the data, available data, you can see we have like approximately 3.2 millimeters of sea level rise per year since in 1993. And this, we expect to have about 20 to 30 centimeters sea level rise until 2050s. Again, if you talk to people in coastal area, Mozambique is dominated by the wetlands. You have lots of wetlands along the coast. And if you talk to people in those areas, they will tell you that those wetlands have become saline and their life depends on that. They do agriculture on those areas. And if they become like, if the quality of water and the saltwater intrusion affects the wetlands, they will not be able to produce food for themselves. Climate change is a water issue. It's a water-related issue mainly. If we think about adaptation related to climate change and main threats to climate change, they are linked to water. This is a table that I copied from the World Bank report. that shows that the frequency of different like climate-related events. At the top, you have a bacterial disease. Then you have tropical cyclones, then riverine floods, general floods, droughts, storms, and so on. And you see that those that the climate change threats are related to water. Even if you look at bacterial diseases, the bacterial diseases are mostly like triggered by urban flood. You know that most Mozambican countries and most developing countries, they have informal settlements that are prompt to floods, urban floods. And once you have those urban floods, you mostly have like disease. So water-related problems, they affect agriculture, they affect health, they affect all sectors of economy. Yeah, I'm not expecting to read information that graph, but look at how the floods the frequency of floods in Mozambique are increasing over the time. And you see that in the last year, you have like more frequent floods compared to previous years. The text in there that you cannot read, in some years, when you have a flood, you have about 4,000 people affected in a single year. When we had the Idai cyclone and those floods, we had 700 people dying, 600 people dying in Beira, and about 1.8 million people affected. And there was there were more massive losses. I also tried to put in a timeline the droughts and what are the effects of droughts. When you have a single drought, you also have thousands of people being affected and millions of people being affected in a single year. And if you look at the frequency of those droughts, they become more frequent as the times pass by. And each drought means losses in terms of agriculture and so on, and people losing their lives and goods. I called your attention to the recent floods, but there are other things that are all hidden. They are not extreme events. They are silent, but they are there, which is saltwater intrusion. I showed you in previous slides that we have about 20%, 10 to 20% reduction in the river flows. If you have 20 to 20% reduction in river flow, it means that the surface saline water intrusion will take place in the estuarine areas. If you look at, and Mozambique have lots of rivers, and as we are located in the coast, we have surface waters, saltwater intrusion. And that will change not only the availability of ecosystem services in the coast, but it will affect the marine biodiversity. Because if you change if you increase the saltwater intrusion, reduce the sediment transport to the coastal area, you'll affect the life in the estuarine area, but you'll also affect as the life in marine area. And the saltwater intrusion might be also triggered by the sea level rise. It's clear that we have sea level rise, and if you have people that have been working in the field in Mozambique, they report that people that are living in coastal area, they cannot do certain activities because the quality of water, and so the water becomes salty. We have urban floods. I touched that thing before. The urban floods are linked to problems of urban planning, but it becomes worse with changes in terms it becomes worse with climate change, and we have to consider that. If you don't understand, if it's not important for you to listen about number of people affected and so on, at least money will call your attention. I collected information from the World Bank the GDP per capita growth, and I plotted this figure. And I tried to bring floods and droughts. And whenever you have a flood and droughts, the GDP per capita growth at that year, it goes down. It's direct effect. It means that's why I was saying you cannot plan development without climate change. I hope that now we can share the same idea. You cannot plan, at least say for Mozambique, you cannot plan development without climate change. And impacts in water affects all sectors of economy. I will not go through this list. We have to consider also cross-cutting issues, which include like, if I had experience working in the field and I was doing this focus group discussions for project, and we noted that if you have a drought, that will affect illiteracy in that community, because women are responsible for bringing water. And if they're responsible for bringing water, if the drought comes, they have to walk longer distance to bring water, and they will not have enough time to go to school. So you can have climate-related illiteracy, which is something that we cannot avoid. Climate change affects illiteracy and education of people. That's why if we want to plan climate change, if we want to plan development, we have to go to the communities. If we talk about stakeholders engagement, it's not only about institutions. We have to go to the communities and talk to them and bring solutions that are linked to them. I also look at those plans that we develop. Normally, we prepare national adaptation plans, national determined contributions, and we submit to the UNFCCC as a planning to respond to climate change. How do we develop them? How can they be effective? Normally what we do, we sit in a room with people that are experts and decide what to do, what we have to include on those national adaptation plans. First of all, I think that national adaptation plan is something that it can be national adaptation plan, but it's a national development plan. We cannot talk about development plan without adaptation. So I think we have to think we have to think about integrating national adaptation plans into national development plans as a single thing. And those actions that come into our plans, they are not linked to what people need and what people feel and what are the local communities. So we have to go into local communities and understand, link local communities' problems with what we look through our modelings and so on. I noted something which is interesting. When we talk about water sector, we focus on mitigation or on adaptation, but there's a room for mitigation, but we cannot just copy what is in there. If you go to Europe, you'll find gas flaring in the wastewater treatment plants, but in most African countries, we don't have wastewater treatment plants. You can see from this graph, this is started by UNICEF, that shows that only this amount of greenhouse gases, if you see this green thing here, goes to the wastewater treatment plant in Mozambique, is emitted in the wastewater treatment plants. Most of the greenhouse gases emitted from pit latrines and latrines. So we cannot import the solutions from Europe to make them mitigation options in Mozambique. So we have to think, if we want to think about mitigation, we have to develop local solutions. We have to develop technology that can be applied to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. But there's a chance, if you see, I think in most countries, if you have a developed countries, most emissions come from industrial processes. But for developing countries, most emissions come from land use and so on, and others come from this wastewater systems and solid waste. And for Mozambique, for the case of Mozambique, the wastewater treatment is a key category, which means that it's part of the categories that emit contributes for 95% or 90%, depends on how we define it, emissions of the country. I will not, this is it's still recipient, we are doing the analysis, but our aim here is to identify the main gaps so as to respond to the climate change. And I listed few here, like funding limitations. When we say funding limitation, it means that we don't have access to enough fund to respond to climate change. And that's linked to different issues, which is linked to also institutional capacity, lack of data, and insufficient community engagement, as I told you, challenges in transboundary governance, weak regulation enforcement, and limited understanding of climate impacts. Limited understanding, if I call your attention to the saltwater intrusion in coastal areas, we don't really understand if the change of water quality in the coastal areas is driven by sea level rise or reduction of river flows. What is the approach that we are proposing for Mozambique? It's a complex situation, it's a complex problem, but the thing is, why we have to think about, I remember that I had a problem to capture that idea of vision. I had several meetings and Akila there and my colleague Sergio are telling me, we have to think about the vision, we have to define the vision. And the thing is, if you see to the solutions that we adopt, most of them are historical. We had a dike in somewhere that was protecting area for flooding to allow agriculture production. But most probably dike is not the best solution anymore with climate change. And how much sustainable is building dike in that area? So I have to think, how do we want to approach the climate change? And that's something that will not come from me. It will not come from two people. It will come from the society. So we have to conduct a comprehensive discussion with every structure of communities to develop something that we call a climate action framework, which is driven by a vision and understanding of impacts of climate change and how we can address them, including the opinions of every structures of society. And if we develop a climate action framework, it's really important that we operationalize it, we make it function. So we need operationalization plan for the climate action framework. So basically, that's what I had to share with you today. Obrigado.
Conforme disse, era de facto uma proposta bastante rica. Estivemos aqui uma verdadeira aula que, mais do que alguma coisa, traz factos. Traz factos que devem preocupar a nós todos. E nós, na qualidade de Moçambique, muito vulneráveis, vale a pena ficarmos atentos a esses aspectos. Falou aqui de algumas regiões como Beira, como resultado, de facto, da alteração do nível médio das águas do mar. Nós vivemos essa realidade. Voltou, falou dos impactos silenciosos, como é o caso da intrusão salina, que vai nos afetando a cada dia que nasce, incluindo os ecossistemas. São factos, mas há um denominador comum: limitações financeiras. Se calhar é um outro fórum, vai ter que ser só um fórum de como é que nós saímos desse problema se nós não temos dinheiro. E, feito isto, gostava de pedir para que fôssemos sintéticos na colocação das questões. Penso que o protocolo está devidamente colocado. Peço para as pessoas que tiverem algumas questões levantarem as mãos, o microfone irá até lá. Enquanto isso, os nossos painelistas vão tomando nota das questões. Agradecemos que identificassem para onde é que a questão vai para facilitar a compreensão. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Mine is with regards to the item that was delivered by Sylvia. That is the role of basin committees in water resources. The first one is with regards to the research, how far it went, and yeah, mine is to say, we've never received your request for information. We're still waiting before you go. The last time I checked, just for us to be able to verify the information that you presented upon and that you are doing a research on. However, on the topic itself, you use the name TPTC and INMACOM interchangeably so. But according to issues now, after we signed the 2021 treaty, it meant that TPTC stopped to exist, and then INMACOM was there. So that's another thing that needs to be looked at, not to use TPTC, rather INMACOM. The next one is the platform that you are referring to, which is the decision support system, which is on the part of the premise. It's actually MIS that was presented by Sabelo in the morning. It's actually more advanced than the decision support system in the old Prima, not currently so. So I think maybe for ease of the whole research, maybe you need to communicate that request to the ES so that we can easily work together, so that we can clarify wherever, because I can see the last time I checked for other institutions, the information you're using is a bit old. It talks to the Prima era. Now we've got the INMACOM, which is more than 20 years old. So the recent one is with the era of the INMACOM. So that is my plea, Madam. Please let's work together. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Can I ask just a few short questions? I think the first one is directed to Mr. Shongwe. Thank you for giving us that structure of IUCMA. What I'm interested is actually understanding, in general, South Africa, how is water governed? I mean, a simple example is what Eswatini was showing. And then what's the role of the user in that governance structures? Maybe for our Eswatini, I'll make it tough because it's a fellow citizen. The cost of governance and who should be owning that cost? Is it falling on the users, or is it a government responsibility, meaning it's a taxpayer's responsibility to constantly prop up the water sector? I'm asking this because the costs are increasing, the science is required, but the products, services, and benefits to the customers are never defined in the same context. Thank you.
Thank you to all the presenters for meaningful and useful presentations. I have one question and a comment. My question is directed to Mr. Shongwe. Shongwe, on your list of stakeholders, you mentioned that we've got primary stakeholders, secondary stakeholders, and tertiary stakeholders. So when it comes to water governance, which category does the water end user fall into? So that is the question that I have. When it comes to water governance, the water end user, in which category of stakeholders is he aligned to? And then the comment that I have, which is directed to Sylvia and Mr. Clement. Yes, you mentioned very important points, that it is very important to communicate with stakeholders and engage them in everything that we are doing. I want to echo those words, that also the benefit of doing that is in terms of encouraging ownership of the decisions that you will have made. Because remember, decentralized water management is about ownership. The people who are going to use the water at the end, they need to own up to those decisions. So stakeholder engagement is very critical and key. Thank you.
I think I wanted to make a comment, and I think it follows very well after the last speaker. The element of involving the stakeholder in everything you do. The first one was Sylvia worked together with INMOCOM to get more information, but at the beginning we were talking that, for example, she's been working for 15 years with REMCO, but the information that she has and the information that we have maybe is not exactly the same. And then we are saying, involve the stakeholder, let the stakeholder. To what extent do you tell your stakeholder everything? And is it even practical for you to always be on the same page on everything? And my comment was that now we have a transboundary commission, which is supposed to serve all the people in this shared basin. And how do we ensure that at least we have not exactly the same, but an equivalent understanding of the things that are happening there? Because who pays for the governance? Why should this one pay for that? How does that one translate their actions to the needs of the other? It requires serious iterative processes and maybe more researchers to be able to bring us answers. So yeah, it's a comment, but it's really related to all we are saying. Thanks.
Thank you. Mine is a quick comment, is related with, I don't know, you as English speakers can help. There is a statement in the last presentation saying urban floods, but we know only the river can flood. In Portuguese, we say inundações urbanas, urban inundation, not urban floods. I want to know how we can clarify this, because it's bringing a lot of confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Asdoune Sisri from South Africa, Water and Sanitation Department. Mine is to the last presenter who was talking about the climate change, in the impact of climate change in Mozambique. He, in the presentation, the statement about the source of the emission, trying to, quantify the emissions and trying to see exactly where your emissions are coming from. He makes a very good observation in terms of the Mozambican situation. So as he was presenting, I just think about the the diversity in terms of the economic conditions across the three countries, and I'm like thinking, because he is saying that in Mozambique actually the emissions, most of the emissions are not necessarily coming from the from the wastewater treatment works, and looking at my own country as it's just the opposite of what he was presenting, because in the South African conditions you have most of your emissions coming from the from your energy sector, which is coal burning, and your in the water sector, wastewater treatment works are actually contributing a significant amount. So it's just to us to say that perhaps in terms of the mitigation aspects, it, at some point it might not be mainly about where much of your contribution are coming from, but it might be the actions from across the sectors, whether your energy, your water sector, across the sectors. We need to be doing something to address the issues of climate change, both adaptation and the mitigation component. So it's just to try to say that it has to be across the board. It can't just be maybe a certain sector, because we do contribute from all the sectors. But then I think for the climate work, the climate change work in the basin, it's just showing us now that actually it has to be driven from the basin level, where to bring all the three countries together and try to synergize the work that is happening across the different countries, because we have different conditions. So at the basin level, I think that's where we are able to bring all the actions and try to streamline the actions in terms of the climate work. And this talks directly also to the climate financing discussion that we have yesterday, because at that point, at that level, that's when we're able to, approach the financiers and start the programs that addresses the issues of climate change and water in the basin level. And last month, actually in September, late September, we're attending SADC dialogue, water dialogue in Lesotho, and there was this strong talk of trying to make sure that the projects that we develop, whether it's under the umbrella of climate change, or maybe we're talking water, but it has to be addressing different sectors. So if you will now look at the problem of Mozambique, maybe talking about the floods, maybe we might be thinking about some programs or projects that we can start to capture that lot of water that is coming and causing damage in Mozambique, and develop and maybe generate energy that South Africa so much needs. So that maybe that finance that we get from there, we can use it to initiate some programs, catchment management activities, and things like that. I think that's what I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Okay, no more. We'll start with Mr. Shongo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, Ndwandwe, in the stakeholder engagement plan as we have designed it, so those that are classified in the primary stakeholders, mainly it's driven by the legislative mandate in terms of the functioning of the ICMA. So those will be those that are very close to the function and our existence. For instance, we've got a role and a duty to report to the minister. So the minister becomes the number one in the primary stakeholders by definition. Also, the governance structures in terms of the governing board, because these are the accounting officer of the institution. They are charged with that role. And also, then our employees and everyone looking intra. And then we start then taking it now outside the IUCMA, where we define them as secondary stakeholders. It touches other sister departments. It could be the Ministry of Agriculture, for an example. how we are designed in South Africa, we deal with a lot of municipalities. But because we are in the water management area, which is not a demarcation that is following how municipalities are demarcated. So across different municipalities also, then it touches this. So to answer your question direct, to say now, where is the end user? The end user, then it will depend on what type of a water user are we referring to. If, say, an end user from a domestic point of view, normally those are very close, will be primary to municipalities, because those are charged then with the function of dealing with water treatment works and so forth. But for us, if a stakeholder like our irrigation boards, they become closer than, so it depends on, if you say the end user, at which angle. Are we referring to maybe irrigators? Irrigators, they are very primary to the Ministry of Agriculture, as you would put it, and some understand it and so forth. I hope I've tried to answer you. I would like to invite Ms. Namnyenyiwa, so that at least I don't butcher how we are structured in terms of the governance structure on how matters of water are managed in South Africa. At the helm of it, we've got the Department of Water and Sanitation under Minister Machodina and assisted by 2 deputy ministers. And we are divided into 9 provinces. And a lot of also water agencies or trading entities that are established as well, such as the Water Research Commission. I can count a number of them, which plays a different role, but in the water management area. And then also some functions, as I've explained, in terms of the role that needs to be played by municipalities. You will find that on the side of infrastructure, there might be a shared responsibility on matters around sanitation, or matters around water distribution and so forth. But just to put it nicely and qualify it, I will ask ma'am that you assist me if I've butchered it and there's some levels that I've missed out, and then we cover those. I don't know if there's another question that I might have missed out, but I think I've covered both of them. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. The structure of the department together with its entities, we've got minister and the department. And then you've got entities. You've got the TCTA, the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, which is responsible for water, famously known for the Lesotho. Then they raise funding separately. Then you've got entities, which are the CMA and the water boards. And in this case, the IUCMA will fall under the catchment management, one of the catchment management agencies. But I think the point that you wanted to raise is there's provincial boundaries, and then there's catchment boundaries. And the catchment boundary would not follow the province. So you'd find the IUCMA having to also operate outside its provincial boundary. And then under there is then your municipalities. In South Africa, the municipalities, when it comes to water and sanitation services, they fall under another department, which is Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And there's a Systems and Structures Act that define and assist in terms of how they become a water service authority. Not all municipalities are service authority. They take the decision and then a report. But when it comes to funding, most of the grants that the department is allocated will then be given to those municipalities. However, at a municipal space, there's also that MIG. So from a water resource management, it's from a catchment perspective, from a service perspective, service supply, then it's a different, we use the Water Services Act, National Water Act, but in terms of their authority, it's sitting the other way.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the comments that came through. I think Mr. Nkambule and Ms. Mtimkulu, it was more of comments as they were guiding. And then Mr. Siziba, this is a desktop analysis, and I indicated when I started that this is a paper under development, but I truly appreciate the offer to avail fresh information that follows the developments that exist in that space. And as you comment, then I realized that maybe I also need to delineate the old and the new, because in order for us to appreciate the role of the Basin Commission, we need to understand the old regime so that we can be able to see what are the advancements that they have happened in the space to say that the Basin Commission is important in our existence. So I truly appreciate, I'll be knocking at your door and for us to have some discussion and also gather some reports that will provide insightful information to enrich this exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I thought people were tired. But on the question of good water, the cost of governance, maybe a clarification will be sought. Are you speaking on water governance or institutional governance? Benchmarking on the question that you asked IUCMA. Water governance or institutional governance? Okay. Water governance is multifaceted as we try to define it. So the good question wouldn't be who should, it should be how can we fund good water governance initiatives? Thank you.
Good night. Yeah, thank you for the good questions. I think it is the issue about urban flooding and inundation. I think I'm not English speaker, native. Maybe we can get from some other people. But yeah, but the inundations are like, I think there's a slight difference. I don't know. They're specialists on that. I'm not. Please. And secondly, I want to comment on the emissions and why DGI say that the emissions from wastewater treatment are part of key categories in Mozambique. It's like when we select measures as mitigation measures for a country, normally we have to select measures that contribute to reduce emission of key categories. That's a more technical concept defined in the IPCC guidelines. In Mozambique, most emissions come from forest, and second, it's from energy, as you said. But then the wastewater discharge also fall into key categories. That's why I said we have to consider them, surely. But for certain countries, the wastewater treatment will not fall into key categories. You have high emissions from industrial processes. So maybe I was not clear, but it's not like the wastewater treatment is the major emitter, but it falls into key categories, and it's worth to be considered as a option for mitigation. Second thing is about maybe I missed it. Yeah, but the last question, if I got it properly, I think it called my attention to one thing. We are planning to have climate action. We have to think about climate action in integrated manner, like within the river basin approach. The thing is, I expected to have that question. First, we need national frameworks, as I proposed for each country. But clearly, those national frameworks, those national climate action frameworks should be integrated, should be developed almost in the same manner or coordinated with other countries. So this is actually a room for us to discuss how we can move forward, how we can develop climate action frameworks that are coordinated among the countries. And that will also allow us to coordinate the different actions that we have that contribute to climate change. As I said before, most activities contribute to respond to the impact of climate change, especially when we talk about adaptation. Just increasing flexibility of in terms of sustainable, how would you call it, livelihood options. It's a adaptation option. It looks like not linked to climate change, but it's a adaptation because he can have 2 or 3 options to sustain his life. When you have climate change, then he will be able to still have subsistence. Yeah. So it's important. I consider it's important to integrate. So we have to think how we can integrate our national climate action frameworks to make them work together as a whole.
Senhoras e senhores, conforme prometemos, promessa é dívida e cá pagamos com uma aula de sapiência que cá tivemos, mas vale a pena retermos alguns pontos aqui importantes. Nas 4 apresentações, a consistência institucional, só ponto de vista de pessoas e só ponto de vista de dinheiro é importante. A questão dos comitês de bacia, a questão da sensibilização, incluindo os stakeholders, que é das questões mais de relevância aqui. Vale a pena nós também tomarmos essa questão. Há uma necessidade de nós termos consciência, termos domínio dos impactos resultantes das mudanças climáticas, que podem nos afetar ainda aqui no silêncio. E, como forma de fecho, não se pode fazer planificação de desenvolvimento sem pensar nas mudanças climáticas. Senhoras e senhores, muito obrigado. Até a próxima. See you tomorrow, 8:30. Thank you.